Hogwarts and the Holy Grail War. Chapter 1: The Boy Who Survived a Disaster. In a small city in China, the sun pushed aside the clouds and spread on the empty streets. An ancient Western-style carriage stopped by the road. A silver-haired British old man was sorting luggage behind the carriage. He waved the wand in his hand, and the luggage on the ground floated up by itself, gently landed on the carriage and stacked together in an orderly manner. At the front of the car was a black-haired boy, about 14 or 15 years old, who was stroking the neck of one of the thestrals, pulling the car with his hand, and occasionally fiddling with the nose of the thestrals with the wand in his other hand. The thestrals being stroked twitched their heads slightly and snorted with pleasure. "Wait a little longer, we can set off as soon as George arrives." The old man finished his movements, walked to the front of the car and apologized to the boy who was stroking the chin of the thestrals. "It's okay, Professor Figo. Just wait a moment." The boy stopped his movements and smiled at Professor Figo. "You should be practicing the spells I taught you before." "Of course, Professor." The boy gently waved his wand, his eyes full of confidence. To be honest, I have never seen a student who can adapt to other people's wands so well. When you get your own wand, you should be able to exert greater power." Professor Figo exclaimed, "It's a pity that there is no time to practice more spells. The rest can only be learned after Hogwarts." Accompanied by a sharp pop sound, a round-faced man with glasses appeared in front of the two of them. He turned his back to the two of them, looked around, turned around and saw Professor Figo and greeted him, "Aha, Eleazar." "George." Professor Figo walked up to George and shook his hand. "I'm sorry to write so vaguely, but it's really great that you can find us." "It doesn't matter, this is not the first time I've used apparition to go to strange places." George shrugged, "But it's the first time to go to such a far place. I did try several times before I found it. I hope I didn't scare those muggles. To be honest, it's been a while. When I received the owl letter, I thought..." "Eleazar," George made a shushing gesture, interrupting Professor Figo's words, and looked around vigilantly. "It's better not to talk about it here." "Ah, of course. Why don't we continue chatting on the way? We just need to go to Diagon Alley to buy some things." Professor Figo walked to the carriage and turned back to greet George, and the door opened automatically to the side. "Good idea." George turned his eyes to the boy next to him, "as long as this kid doesn't mind." "Ethan, sir. Just call me Ethan." The boy made a gesture of invitation. "Please go ahead, I hope I won't disturb you." The three of them got on the carriage and sat down. The driver on the roof waved the reins, and the thestrals jumped up and flew into the sky with the carriage and disappeared into the clouds. The carriage galloped freely on the sea of clouds. Ethan sat next to Professor Figo, leaning against the window and watching the clouds running backwards outside. "Who is this Mr. Ethan?" George sat on the opposite seat, leaning forward, looking at Ethan curiously. "A freshman at Hogwarts," Professor Figo introduced. "Freshman?" George raised his eyebrows. "So old?" "Yes, sir. I'm a freshman in the 4th grade." Ethan turned his head to George and answered. "4th grade? Is that the freshman who was specially approved by the Ministry of Magic and Headmaster Dumbledore to enroll?" Professor Figo nodded. "Aha, nice to meet you, Mr. Ethan." George extended his hand, formally introduce. "My name is George Osric, and I also work at the Ministry of Magic." "I am honored to meet you, Mr. Osric." Ethan extended his hand and shook it with George. "Just call me George." George let go of his hand. "I have heard about you. Although it is only a small-scale ceremony in the Far East, the degree of insanity. Well, it is really amazing that you can survive it." "George. Enough." Professor Figo interrupted the conversation with a light cough. "That's it. Ethan is the first freshman to enter the school in the 4th grade. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore specifically asked me, who works nearby, to be responsible for introducing him to the common sense of the magical world, and to help him make up his homework before school starts, so that he can keep up with the progress of other third-year students as much as possible. Then you can rest assured, I bet you can't find a better mentor than him. George winked at Ethan. Professor Figo is a good teacher, and as a wizard, he has a very accurate eye for people. George does have a natural eloquence. It is no exaggeration to say that this is one of the main reasons why he can rise steadily in the Ministry of Magic. Professor Figo smiled at Ethan. Oh, by the way. Let's get back to the point. You have to look at this, Eleazar. George took out a cyan cylinder with two ends protruding outward from behind. The cylinder was metallic in color and had an obvious opening and closing structure. It was obviously a container for holding something. I received it a while ago. It was sent by your wife's owl, but there was no mailing address. Miriam! Professor Figo exclaimed, impossible, Miriam disappeared a year ago. The problem is that I can't open this box at all. It must have been cast with a very powerful magic. George handed the box to Professor Figo. It must be to guard against certain existences. Professor Figo took the box and looked at it carefully. Ethan also leaned in and looked at the box curiously. It looks like some kind of fairy metal. Professor Figo gently tapped the box with his finger, and then placed his finger on a pattern in the center of the box, and the symbol on it. The symbol was made up of 3 twisted lines interwoven, and the whole revealed a sense of simplicity and mystery. At this time, Ethan suddenly saw a faint white light on the symbol. Is it an illusion? He thought to himself, rubbed his eyes, and continued to look at the symbol. I saw that the light was still flickering, and it flowed slowly like water according to the pattern on the symbol. Professor, why is this box glowing? Ethan asked with a little doubt. Glowing? Professor Figo checked every place on the box over and over again. I don't see where it's glowing. I don't see it either. George on the other side gave the same answer. Professor, can I? Of course. Professor Figo handed the box to Ethan. Ethan took the box with both hands, and the light on the box became stronger and stronger, and the speed of the light flow also accelerated. As if there was something guiding him, Ethan involuntarily placed his fingers on the surface of the symbol and slid gently along the trajectory of the light flow. With a crisp click sound, the box opened. Inside the box was a metal silver key, cushioned by a soft green object. The shape of the key handle was the same as the symbol on the box, and there were fine lines engraved on the key stem. Oh my goodness! How did you do it? George looked incredible. I don't know. Ethan shook his head and reached out to take the key. Wait a minute. Professor Figo held Ethan's wrist. We are not sure whether this is safe yet. Professor Figo pulled out a few pairs of white gloves from his side with his other hand and handed one to George and Ethan. Put this on first, there is a protective spell on it. It seems that your previous archaeological habits have not changed. George took the gloves and raised his eyebrows. Ethan took the gloves with one hand, put the box on his legs, put on the gloves and gently took the key from the box, carefully looking at every corner of the key. When he turned the key to a specific angle, the lines on the key stem emitted a faint white light, and the light moved rapidly in the concave part of the lines, and pieced together into some symbols bit by bit. It glows again. Just like before, it seems to be some kind of symbol. Symbol? What shape is it? Professor Figo asked hurriedly. I'm not sure, it's still changing. Wait, it stopped. Ethan looked at the hieroglyphs made of light with a strange expression. It looks like Chinese. Chinese? Professor Figo and George asked in disbelief, what's written on it? Gringotts. 12, Gringotts 12. Ethan slowly identified the words and said with certainty. Gringotts 12. Professor Figo and George looked at each other with confusion. What's wrong? This shouldn't be a non-existent address, right? Ethan put down his hand holding the key. handed it to Professor Figo along with the box, and asked the two. Gringotts is a wizard bank, in Diagon Alley, where we are going next. Professor Figo took the box and key handed over by Ethan, put them aside, and explained. Number 12 should be the underground vault. Number 12, George took over the conversation, and it is one of the earliest vaults. In any case, we have to go to Diagon Alley. Professor Figo looked out the window. Look, we are here. The carriage passed through the clouds, and Ethan could look down at the whole picture of London from high above through the window, the classical British-style streets, the Thames, the Elizabeth Tower, the Palace of Westminster, St. Paul's Cathedral, Buckingham Palace, the Tower Bridge. Those landmark buildings are particularly eye-catching from the air. Is this London? Ethan put his forehead against the window, with a little excitement, looking at everything outside the window like a child on his first trip. Professor Figo looked at the curious baby beside him, and remembered everything he had experienced before. A few strands of heartache surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly. That's right, kid. This is London. Professor Figo patted Ethan's shoulder with a smile. Welcome to England. Chapter 2 Survivors. The carriage slowly descended from the sky and finally stopped in a small alley. Ethan saw the carriage stop, opened the door first, jumped off the carriage, and landed steadily in an extremely coquettish posture. After getting up, he stretched his body while looking at the crowded streets outside the alley. Professor Figo slowly got off the carriage, turned around and asked George, "Are you really not going to Gringotts with us?" "No, the Ministry of Magic still has a lot of things to deal with." "Ah, see you again, Mr. Ethan." George turned around and saluted Ethan, then drew out his wand. Apparition. Accompanied by a spherical space fluctuation, George disappeared in front of the two, just as he appeared. "Okay, we should go to Diagon Alley." Professor Figo walked out of the alley and turned back to greet Ethan at the street corner. "It's still some distance from Diagon Alley, we still have to walk a distance." "Okay, Professor, I'll be right there." Ethan quickly followed Professor Figo, half of his body behind him, following Professor Figo's pace slowly, while thinking about what happened in the past week. Ethan came to this world a week ago. In layman's terms, he is a time traveler. He can no longer remember the details of his time traveling to this world. He only felt that he went from his bed at home to the hospital bed with his eyes closed and opened, with an oxygen mask on his face, and 4 drip on his left hand, and sore all over, looking like he was about to lose half his life. "It's a strange ceiling." Ethan complained silently, struggling to sit up slowly and looking around. "Where am I? A sudden piercing headache made Ethan cover his forehead, propping himself up on the bed with his other hand, and slowly lying down again. Along with the pain came a large number of memory fragments that flooded into his mind, and Ethan gasped. He was angry, and he carefully recalled and sorted out these messy information on the bed. Holy Grail War, explosion, wizard, living sacrifice, fuck, what's the connection? Ethan's memory before crossing told him that the Holy Grail War was just a fictional thing that existed in anime and games, and he was still an unlucky player of a card-drawing game under this IP. But the fragments of memory that just flooded into his mind reminded him that those were real things that he had personally experienced. Creaky. The door of the ward was pushed open, and a silver-haired old man walked in. He looked at Ethan lying on the bed and asked with a smile, "Hey, are you awake?" Ethan sat up again and looked at the old man. His face was full of wrinkles, hooked nose, high cheekbones, blue eyes, a typical Western face. His face was very strange, indicating that he was not someone he knew in this world. He was wearing regular clothes instead of hospital uniforms, indicating that he was not an employee of this hospital. So, why did he come to him? "Who are you?" Ethan asked out loud. "Figo Eliezer, just call me Figo." Figo smiled, sat down in the nursing chair next to the bed, and reached out to gently press Ethan's shoulder. "You must be Ethan." It's better to lie down and rest now. Ethan didn't lie down or say anything, just stared at Figo's face. I know you have a lot of questions now, but I have to talk slowly. You should lie down and rest during this period. Figo still kept smiling and took back the hand that was pressing Ethan. Ethan didn't insist anymore and lay down on the bed. You can start talking. Okay, then let's start with who I am. From Figo's rambling narration, Ethan understood the context of all these things. A British black wizard fled to China to perform black magic rituals in order to gain power and immortality. After years of research, he merged the magic systems of the East and the West to create a blood sacrifice ritual similar to the Holy Grail War, and he was one of the unlucky people who was chosen as the pawn of this ritual. Fortunately, the ritual went wrong and the Dark Wizard was attacked, causing an explosion that destroyed the entire town, but he, who was supposed to die as a sacrifice, miraculously survived. Figo is a professor at a magic school, and as the highest-ranking person who happened to be on a business trip nearby, he was responsible for the aftermath of the incident. This is what happened. You can ask anything you want to ask. Professor Figo finished his speech slowly, took out a cup from his pocket, and took a sip of water. Why was I chosen? Because you have a strong affinity for magic, in other words, you are gifted in magic. You are a natural wizard, Ethan. What about the others? Are they the same as me? No, they are just muggles, ordinary people. The Dark Wizard originally wanted to sacrifice other people through the black magic ritual to enhance your power, and then take your life and use everything you have for himself. But, it seems that he failed. So what is my situation now? Ethan looked at Professor Figo and asked, am I still a human being now? Or have I become a product of some kind of black magic? Mr. Figo, are you here to deal with me? No, Ethan. Professor Figo's face became serious. There is one thing you must understand, you are a victim like those who died. We will not do anything to you. Ethan was silent, lying on the bed with his eyes closed and said nothing. Professor Figo sighed secretly when he saw this. This is still too early for a child. He thought so. After a long time, Ethan opened his eyes and asked tentatively, what should I do next? As I said just now, you are a natural wizard. I think Hogwarts will be happy to accept a student with such a promising future like you. Hogwarts. Ethan was shocked. Hogwarts. Ethan still had some impression of this word. It was a magic school in a fantasy novel, located in the Scottish Highlands. The school was full of talents, the spells were beautiful, and the courses were interesting. I really wanted to be a student there for life. However, Hogwarts and the Holy Grail War were obviously two unrelated things. How could they appear in the same world at the same time? The best magic school in the world, and the current principal is also the best in history, Albus Dumbledore. Professor Figo hinted. Why do I feel like you are in a hurry to abduct me, Professor? Ethan heard the professor's hidden meaning and laughed out loud. In a sense, it is true. After all, Hogwarts is in the UK, and according to the district division, you should study in the local magic school. However, it still depends on your intention. After all, as a victim, it is reasonable for you to want to change the environment and relax. Professor Figo winked at Ethan and showed a shrewd smile. So Ethan, do you choose to go to Hogwarts with me, or stay here and wait for the local magic school to recruit you, or if you want to continue to live an ordinary life, it is not impossible. I have already greeted the person in charge here and can let you return to normal life. Everything depends on you, my dear friend, make your choice. For Tutu's sake, don't rush to unfollow, at least read a few more chapters. Chapter 3 Diagon Alley. So, my dear friend, make your choice. Professor Figo stood up from the chair, stretched out his hand to Ethan, and made a calm face. In that case, I have only one answer. Ethan sat up and began to perform very cooperatively, I will go to Hogwarts with you. Ethan stretched out his hand to Professor Figo, and the old and the young held their hands tightly together. What a joke, of course I have to go. Is there anything more fun than going to Hogwarts to learn magic? Okay, then I will reply to the Ministry of Magic now, you can rest here and don't move. Professor Figo gave some more precautions and turned to walk out of the ward. Ethan watched Professor Figo close the door of the ward, and immediately put down all his disguises, leaned back against the head of the bed, looked up at the ceiling, and couldn't help laughing. Hee hee. Hogwarts. Hee hee. We are here. Professor Figo stopped. Ethan retracted his thoughts, raised his head and stopped his gaze on the small and shabby bar facing Professor Figo. The Leaky Cauldron is a very famous place in the wizarding world, Professor Figo explained, and it is also the entrance to Diagon Alley. As a famous place, the Leaky Cauldron is too small and too old, especially compared with other shops on this street, it is even more unsightly. But the passers-by who hurried by seemed to be completely unaware of such an out-of-place shop, and their eyes were completely on the bookstore and record store next door. Those people. Muggles, they can't see it, right? Ethan thought thoughtfully. Yes, there is a spell to repel Muggles on it, after all, confidentiality is very important. Come, follow me. Professor Figo took Ethan into the Leaky Cauldron, through several rows of tables and chairs with a few people sitting scattered around, and came to the equally old bar. What a rare guest, Figo. Finally you have time to have a drink. The owner of the bar stood behind the bar and raised his glass to Professor Figo, obviously knowing Professor Figo. No, Tom. I still have to take my students to Diagon Alley to buy things. Let's talk about drinking later. Professor Figo pointed at Ethan and declined. They walked through the bar and came to the small patio surrounded by a stone brick wall behind the bar. There was nothing here except a covered trash can and overgrown weeds. Professor Figo walked to the trash can and counted the bricks on the wall while saying, "Look, count 3 bricks from the trash can, then count 2 bricks to the left, and knock 3 times." Professor Figo took out his wand and tapped the brick 3 times. Stand back, Ethan. Remember the position of the bricks, and you can go in directly according to what I teach you in the future. The brick he knocked on shook and moved around with the surrounding bricks. A small hole was vacated in the middle of the wall. The hole became larger and larger. Soon, a wide stone brick arch appeared in front of them, leading to a winding, endless cobblestone street. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Ethan. They walked through the archway and into Diagon Alley. Ethan turned his head and saw that the stone bricks on the edge of the archway trembled and moved again, turning back into the original stone wall. Partridge's Cauldron Shop sells cauldrons of various sizes and materials for brewing potions. Quidditch Boutique sells various flying brooms and Quidditch robes. Eeyore's Owl Shop sells a variety of owls, which can help you send various letters and express deliveries. Flourish and Blot's Bookstore sells various textbooks and extracurricular reference books for school. Ink and Ink Stationery Shop sells stationery such as quills, ink, and parchment. Aha, the white building in front is Gringotts. Professor Figo led Ethan through various strange shops and introduced them, but we have already gathered most of the things necessary for the start of school, and most of those things can be bought in Hogsmeade. Let me think about what else is missing. A wand, and a set of suitable robes and an owl for sending letters. They stopped in front of a store called Madame Malkin's Robe Shop. Madame Malkin, the best robes in the UK. Go in by yourself, Ethan, I'll pick out an owl for you. Ethan walked into Madame Malkin's store alone and looked around. Are you here to buy Hogwarts uniforms, dear? Ethan looked in the direction of the voice, and a short and fat witch in a purple robe came out, pushing aside the curtain of fabric. It must be the owner, Madame Malkin. Yes, ma'am. Ethan nodded to Madame Malkin and replied. Come to the back, I'll tailor a suit that suits you best. Ethan followed Madame Malkin to the back of the store and stood on a low stool. Madame Malkin took out a black robe for Ethan to put on, and then helped him measure the appropriate length. Well, 5 feet and 10 inches. Come on, raise your arms. Turn around. Well, that's it, dear. Go to the front and wait for a moment, the clothes will be ready soon. The fitting process was very fast. Ethan jumped off the stool and returned to the front of the store to continue looking at the various styles of robes on the wall. Ding ding ding. A knock on the glass attracted Ethan's attention. He saw Professor Figo standing at the window, smiling at him and raising a birdcage in his other hand, which contained a pure black short-eared cat. At this time, Madame Malkin also came out from the back. She handed Ethan a bag and said with a smile, 3 sets of robes, waterproof, automatic ironing and repair, maximum pocket capacity, all packed for you, a total of 10 galleons, dear. Ethan took out the galleons that Professor Figo gave him before leaving from his bulging trouser pockets. It was said to be a subsidy for freshmen, counted out 10 golden coins and put them in Madame Malkin's palm, took the bag of robes with the other hand, turned around and walked out of the store. Goodbye, lady. Look forward to your next visit, dear. Madame Malkin greeted Ethan kindly behind him. Ethan came to Professor Figo and looked at the owl in the cage. The short-eared owl squatted quietly on the shelf, shaking its head left and right and looking at Ethan. Black cat, just call it Black Cat. Ethan looked at the 2 small tufts of pointed hair on the short-eared owl's head that looked like cat ears, and suggested. Then you can give the clothes to the black cat and let it take them back to the carriage. Professor Figo opened the cage, and the black cat flapped its wings and flew out, landing steadily on Ethan's arm. Now all that's left is to buy your wand and go to Gringotts to find out. Chapter 4 Ollivander and the Unusual Wand. The black cat took the bag of clothes and the cage that had previously locked itself up and flew into the sky. Ethan watched its figure go away, and was surprised that an owl could carry so many things. Ollivander is located at the innermost of Diagon Alley. Professor Figo took Ethan through Gringotts and came to a small and shabby store. The golden sign on the door had peeled off, and it read, Ollivander making fine wands since 382 BC. Ethan looked through the window and saw a wand placed alone on a faded purple cushion. They walked into the store, and a jingling bell sounded from deep in the store. Ollivander's store is very narrow and long. Apart from a bench and a counter, there are only shelves with cartons containing wands. Professor Figo sat on the bench and waited. Ethan walked to the counter and looked at the thousands of long and narrow cartons on both sides that were almost stacked to the ceiling. Clang! A white-haired old man slid down the shelf on the ladder to the counter. He slowly climbed down the ladder and glanced at Professor Figo over Ethan. Fir wood, unicorn tail hair, 12 inches long, with a bit of toughness. Wise and tenacious, it is a wand that complements its owner, Professor Figo. Choose a wand that suits this student Ethan, Garrick. Professor Figo said concisely without saying anything. Mr. Ollivander retracted his gaze and fixed on Ethan, looking him up and down. Ahaha, interesting, very interesting. Which hand do you use to wield the wand? Stretch out your hand, I'll help you measure the size. Both hands are fine, sir. Ethan opened his arms, and Mr. Ollivander walked out of the counter and came to Ethan. He took out a tape measure with a silver scale from his pocket and began to measure Ethan's size. He muttered to himself while measuring. Every Ollivander wand has super magical substances, which is its essence, Mr. Ethan. We use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon nerves. Every Ollivander wand is unique, because there are no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes that are exactly the same. Of course, if you use a wand that should belong to other wizards, you will never get such a good effect. Mr. Ollivander let go of his hand and let the tape measure automatically measure the remaining size. He came to a shelf, selected a paper box, opened it and handed it to Ethan. Try this one, Hollywood, phoenix feather, 11 inches long, very flexible. Ethan took the wand out of the box and waved it gently. The wand emitted a beautiful halo, and a spark shot out from the tip of the wand, exploding in the air like fireworks. Well, the adaptability is good, but not good enough. Try this one: willow wood, unicorn hair, 14 inches. Ollivander found another paper box from his side, took out the wand inside and handed it to Ethan. Ethan took the wand, but before he could wave it, Mr. Ollivander snatched it back. No, no, the same as before. Try this one: 14 inches, vine wood, dragon heart nerve. Ethan tried one after another, and the tried wands were piled on the counter. He felt a little annoyed, and shook his sore arm, asking, "Mr. Ollivander, haven't you chosen yet?" "No, no, no, your situation is very special, Mr. Ethan. You have to know that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. For example, the compatibility between the wand and the wizard is either 0 or 100 points. But your compatibility with these wands can reach 60, 70, or even more than 90 points, but it is still a little short of full marks. This has never happened before. It's amazing, so amazing." Suddenly, Mr. Ollivander stopped looking for a wand and thought for a while. "Well, maybe you should try that one. Wait a minute." Mr. Ollivander turned and went deep into the store. Ethan could only hear the banging sound of rummaging from behind. After waiting for a while, Mr. Ollivander came out again with a bright yellow paper box in his hand. He put the paper box on the counter, blew off the dust on it, and gently opened the box. Inside the box lay a silver-grey magic wand, reflecting a metallic luster under the dim light. The wand had raised nodes at short intervals, like a bamboo stem. "This one is very special. 12 inches long, made of elder wood, and the core is dragon tendon, Chinese dragon tendons. I think it might suit you." "Dragon tendons? Didn't you say before that you only use phoenix feathers, dragon nerves, and unicorn tail feathers to make wand cores?" "As I said just now, it's very special. I once traveled around to improve my wand craftsmanship. This wand was made when I traveled to China, absorbing Oriental craftsmanship, but so far no wizard has been chosen by it, so it has to be left in the store to gather dust." Mr. Ollivander looked at Ethan seriously, but because he had just been searching for the dust on his hair and nose, he looked a little funny. Ethan took the wand doubtfully. The wand felt soft and solid, and it didn't feel as hard and cold as it looked. Instead, it had a warm and soft touch. He raised the wand and waved it gently. Ethan felt a gentle flow of energy flowing down his arm to the wand, and a bright silver spark burst out at the tip of the wand. The spark exploded in the air like a firework, turning into a dazzling colorful light and slowly falling. "That's right! That's right, it's it!" Mr. Ollivander shouted ecstatically. Ethan shook the wand, and his eyebrows were very satisfied. The shape of the wand reminded him of the hard whip he had fun playing with when he was exercising in his previous life. After arriving at Hogwarts, you can't fall behind in physical fitness training. He thought to himself. "It's a handy wand, isn't it?" Professor Figo stood up from the bench and waved at Ethan. "How much does this wand cost, Garrick?" "To be honest, I wanted to give this wand to you, Mr. Ethan. But the material itself is a bit, I have to make a living, so I'll just give you 8 galleons." Ethan put 8 big coins on the counter, put the wand into his sleeve. The length of the wand was slightly shorter than Ethan's forearm, and followed Professor Figo out of the store. Mr. Ollivander bowed slightly to them. "Thank you for your patronage." Mr. Ollivander straightened up and turned to look at the mess in the store caused by the wand test just now. "Elder, aha, wonderful, so wonderful." He muttered softly, took off the wand clipped on his ear, and waved it gently towards the store. Reparo. Chapter 5 Gringotts. Gringotts is a tall white building located at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. It is the only bank in the wizarding world run by goblins. You can deposit money or rent a vault. It is said to be the safest place in the world besides Hogwarts. An old man and a young man walked through the two bronze and silver doors and entered the spacious marble hall. There were about 100 goblins sitting on high stools behind the long counters on both sides. Some weighed coins with copper scales, and some examined gems with eyepieces, while hastily recording them in the big ledger. There were countless doors in the hall, leading to different places, and many goblins led people in and out of these doors. Ethan shook his head left and right and looked at these working goblins. They had sharp ears, calculating faces that were suitable for hanging street lamps at a glance, and long limbs that did not match their short stature. "Ethan, look away," Professor Figo reminded in a low voice. "Goblins don't like being looked at like this. They are smart, but not very friendly." Ethan shrank his head, stopped looking around, and followed Professor Figo to an unused counter. "Hello," Professor Figo greeted the goblin behind the counter, "we are here to collect the subsidy for Hogwarts freshmen." "Documents." The goblin was holding a quill and writing something, and looked up at the two of them and said. Professor Figo took out a piece of parchment and handed it over. "Here you go." The goblin put the quill back into the ink bottle, took the parchment, and looked at it carefully. "Mr. Ethan, right? This school year is a total of 30 galleons, keep it." The goblin took out a palm-sized bag and put it on the counter, and counted 30 gold coins from behind the counter and poured them into the bag, and the bag made a jingling sound of metal collision. Ethan took the bag, which was not much bulging, and took out 20 galleons from it and handed it to Professor Figo. "Professor, this is the money you gave me before in the name of subsidy. Keep it, you need the money more than I do." Professor Figo pushed back Ethan's hand holding the money. "Besides, my salary as a professor is not low." "Thank you, Professor." Ethan stopped being pretentious and put the money back into the bag. "One more thing." Professor Figo approached the goblin behind the counter and whispered. "Let's take the things in Vault No 12. Vault No 12. The goblin pushed his glasses and looked at the two carefully. "Key. Here." Professor Figo took out the key and handed it to the goblin. The goblin took the key and checked it carefully. "No problem, both of you follow me." The goblin pressed a button on the counter, then walked down the counter and took the two to a door that no one was visiting. Ethan saw a goblin run out of another door and take over his job behind the empty counter. After walking through the door and out of the hall, the goblin took the two to a narrow stone corridor ramp, which was illuminated by torches inserted on the walls on both sides of the ramp. At the end of the ramp was a railway. The goblin blew a whistle, and a small car ran along the track and stopped in front of them. "Please go first." The goblin bowed politely. The two boarded after sitting in the passenger seat on the right side of the car. Ethan saw that there was no seat belt-like fixing device on the seat, so he silently grasped the railings on both sides of the seat. "If you don't want to lose your hand, it's best not to put it out of the car." The fairy climbed onto the driver's seat with a strange smile and pushed the joystick. "Then let's go." The car sped along the winding track. Ethan found that the car was driving very steadily. He slowly loosened the railings and began to look curiously at the vault doors that kept flashing on both sides of the corridor, and asked the fairy. "Sir, how many vaults are there in Gringotts?" "There are tens of thousands of them. You can see quite a few on the way to vault number 12. The goblin driving the car continued. "We are now below the main hall of Gringotts. Ah, the vaults we are passing by were built recently." The car rushed deep into the track. The rattling sound of the car and the whistling cold air destroyed Ethan's senses, but this did not prevent him from opening his eyes and trying to see everything around him. "Please hold your breath first," the goblin suddenly reminded. There was a waterfall in front of the track. The two people who were caught off guard quickly protected their heads, closed their eyes and mouths, and enjoyed the sudden flushing. The waterfall just now has the effect of washing away all magic. It is an anti-theft measure on their side. Professor Figo cast a drying spell on himself and Ethan and explained. "Oh, so you must have seen the anti-thief falls before." "I've only heard of it a little bit," The car passed a fork in the road and drove out of the corridor to a wide underground cave. At the bottom of the cave was a lake. Many stalagmites emerged from the lake and connected to the huge stalactites hanging from the top of the cave. There were countless vault doors on the stone walls around the cave, and many cars driven by goblins were speeding past on different tracks. This area is all the lower vaults. The goblin explained to the two. How much further do we have to go down? Ethan shouted to the goblin. There's still some distance to go. Gringotts is more than 600 years old, and the age of vault number 12 is about the same. So we're going to the deepest part next. Hold on tight. They went deeper and deeper, speeding up. The air became even colder and biting at the sharp turn. The car came to a mountain stream with a clattering sound, and the driving direction gradually became horizontal. There were only a few vault doors scattered on both sides of the track. In front of the track, a goblin in uniform with a bad face stood on the stone steps beside the track and waved to them to stop. Vault number? The goblin in uniform asked them. Vault No 12, the goblin driving the car replied, today is an unusual day. Go. The goblin guard snorted and waved for them to continue. Ethan saw the armband on the goblin's arm emitting a strange flash, and whispered to Professor Figo, Professor, the armband worn by the goblin is glowing. Glowing? Is it the same light as the box and key before? No, the light on the armband is red and darker, which gives me an uncomfortable feeling. What? The goblin in the driver's seat asked. Nothing, we just think that the goblin just now is very special. Professor Figo hurriedly explained. Oh, he is in charge of the oldest area in the bank, and no one has been there for a long time. The goblin said indifferently. The car finally stopped at the entrance of a corridor. We are here. The goblin asked the two to get off. Finally, we are here. Ethan got off the car and stomped his numb legs. At the end of the corridor was a vault door. The goblin came to the vault door, took out the key and poked it into a hole on the door. With a click, the mechanism on the vault door started to work automatically. With a puff of green smoke and a creaking sound that sounded unbearable, the door slowly opened to one side. Vault No 12. The goblin finally introduced to the two. Thank you for your help. Professor Figo thanked him and stepped over the threshold and walked into the vault. Follow me, Ethan. Ethan followed Professor Figo into the vault. What do you think we are looking for, Professor? To be honest, I am not sure. Sir, please ask. Professor Figo turned to the goblin outside the door and asked. According to the regulations of vault number 12, I will open the door for you two, and then close the door. The goblin smiled and waved his finger, and the heavy vault door closed at once. Wait. Professor Figo opened his hand and stared at the tightly closed vault door, stunned. The goblin's voice came from the other side of the door with the sound of the mechanism being activated. Good luck to you two. Chapter 6 Vault number 12. Good luck to you two. Professor Figo looked at the tightly locked door and sighed. I didn't expect it to be like this. Professor, look. Ethan pulled Professor Figo's clothes, with a trembling tone. Lumos. Professor Figo turned around, a faint light flashed on the tip of his staff, and he observed the inside of the vault with this illumination. The inside of the vault is a tunnel that is not very spacious. The tunnel is surrounded by stone walls, and there is a row of doorless cabinets on both sides. The space for movement is only a few square meters, which is only slightly wider than the door. A large number of galleons were randomly piled on the ground and in the cabinets, reflecting the golden light. Ethan looked around at these shining gold coins, his eyes flashed with a green light like a hungry wolf. Professor Figo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, pretending not to see Ethan's poor behavior, walked to the end of the tunnel. And carefully examined the stone wall that was so smooth that it didn't look like it was chiseled. Ethan, can you see anything? Professor Figo asked without turning his head. Ah? Oh, Professor, let me see. Ethan stopped his thrillite behavior of looting gold coins, walked to the stone wall, and gently touched it. Well, the wall itself is nothing special, but it feels like there should be something behind the wall, something similar to the key before. Aha, so that's it, I said it must not be that simple. Let me think about it, maybe I can try the apparition spell, maybe I can find a clue. Knocks. Professor Figo extinguished the light on the wand, waved the wand from left to right in an arc, Revelio. The outline of a door faintly flashed on the smooth stone wall, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is it not possible? Maybe you can. Professor Figo sighed, turned to Ethan and said, raise your wand, concentrate, and follow my movements, Revelio. Ethan drew out his wand and followed Professor Figo's movements and said, Revelio. As Ethan's spell fell, a metal door suddenly appeared on the wall, with the same pattern of symbols in the center of the door as on the box. The same symbols as before. If the lights that only you can see are guiding us forward, then we must be close to the secret of this secret vault. This time it's up to you to lead the way. Try it, Ethan. Ethan tried to touch the symbol on the door, and the symbol emitted a dazzling light blue light. The light faded, and the door slowly opened to both sides. Inside the door was a dim hall with several metal pillars as support. The floor of the hall was as smooth as the stone wall of the vault, reflecting the figures of the two. Go in, there is no way out anyway. Professor Figo said, crossing the door into the hall, raising his wand to use the fluorescent spell for lighting. Ethan followed Professor Figo into the hall, and when he looked back, the entire door disappeared. Well, there's really no way out now. Ethan complained, took out his wand and cast a fluorescent spell, fluorescent flash. The two of them held their wands and explored the entire hall aimlessly. When they walked to a pillar, Ethan suddenly saw a blue light on the ground not far ahead. Professor, there is something glowing in front. The same light as before, but it's on the floor. Ethan reminded. Let's go and take a look. Ethan brought Professor Figo to the light. The light was emitted by a vortex pattern on the floor. The pattern kept rotating, emitting light blue light and some extremely fine linear light. Ethan squatted down and tried to touch the vortex. Once touched, the vortex surged like boiling water, expanding continuously until it included the entire area where Ethan was standing. Ethan suddenly had an idea, stood up, extinguished the fluorescence of the wand, and waved the wand from bottom to top following the trajectory of the light. The vortex on the ground continued to converge into the tip of the wand with the emitted light until it disappeared completely. They fell into complete darkness, and even the fluorescent charm on Professor Figo's wand went out. Fluorescent flash. The light lit up again from the tips of the two wands, and the environment around them changed again. The many metal pillars had disappeared, and the floor under their feet was only the size of a circular table with a diameter of about 10 meters. It was clearer, and Ethan could see the reflection of a metal statue kneeling on one knee with a sword in his hand under the floor. Where is this? Professor Figo raised his wand and looked around. As he waved his wand, the same statue outline was faintly shown above the reflection. Professor, please move aside. Ethan signaled Professor Figo to step back slightly. The prototype is revealed. Just like when the gate was reflected before, the hidden statue appeared. Is this the secret of this secret vault? Professor Figo kept his distance and looked at the statue with the fluorescent charm in his hand. The statue looked like some kind of humanoid creature wearing armor, wrapped tightly. Ethan walked forward and knocked on the statue curiously. Professor, do you think this statue can move? Click. The statue slowly stood up with the sword, raised the sword and was about to cut Ethan's head. Be careful. Prodigo. The big sword hit an invisible barrier and was bounced back. Ethan took this opportunity to distance himself from the statue and took a breath. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough. Ethan secretly thanked himself. The statue swung the sword at Ethan again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ethan quickly retreated to the side, while raising his wand to cast a spell on the statue. Expelliarmus. The big sword slipped out of the statue's hand and flew towards Ethan. Arresto momentum. Descendo. 2 more spells hit the sword, and it stopped and floated in the air, then smashed straight down to the statue below. Crash. The statue shattered to the ground and turned into light particles and disappeared. That was close. Ethan patted his chest, looked at Professor Figo, and asked for credit. How is it, Professor? My spell is good, right? It's a beautiful spell, but I suggest you keep a distance from things whose safety has not been confirmed in the future. Professor Figo said with lingering fear. As the fragments of the statue disappeared, a passage appeared in front of the round platform, and at the end of the road stood a metal door frame. Is it the exit? The two walked along the road to the door frame. When they got closer, they could see that the floor in front of the door frame had the same vortex as before, but the vortex no longer radiated light. Ethan walked to the vortex and waved his wand from bottom to top as before. As he moved, a light blue light curtain appeared on the door frame, with faint ripples like the surface of the water. Through the light curtain, you can vaguely see a luxurious hall behind the light curtain. There is a platform in the center of the hall, and something is suspended on it. Well, it looks like some kind of magic passage. Come on, this should be the end. Professor Figo called Ethan and walked through the light curtain carefully. Chapter 7 Meditation Basin. The two walked through the light curtain and came to the round hall behind. The round hall was surrounded by metal walls with complicated patterns, which converged at a point on the dome. Several pillars half embedded in the wall evenly divided the wall into 16 equal parts. Between every 2 pillars, there was a pattern of the same shape as the door frame that the two just passed through. The light source from nowhere illuminated the entire hall. The stone platform in the center of the hall flickered with a strange silver light, and an object was trembling and suspended above the stone platform. The two came to the stone platform and saw a thin stone basin on the platform. The mouth of the basin was decorated with strange carvings, all of which were unfamiliar letters and symbols. The silver light was emitted by the things in the basin. I have never seen anything like this. It was like both liquid and gas, flowing continuously. It reflects the luster of metal like mercury, ripples on the surface of water in the breeze, and spreads out and rotates softly like clouds. It is like light turned into liquid, and like wind condensed into solid. Floating on the stone platform is a narrow-mouthed bottle, decorated with the same strange metal carvings, and the part not wrapped by metal emits blue fluorescence. Is this a water basin? This is not a water basin, this basin is a meditation basin, we can use it to view other people's memories. Maybe. Professor Figo gently stretched forward, and the bottle flew into his hand. He opened the bottle cap and tilted the bottle slightly. A ray of glowing liquid flowed out of the bottle mouth and dripped into the meditation basin. Do as I do. Professor Figo said to Ethan, then leaned over and dipped his head into the meditation basin. Ethan followed Professor Figo and leaned down, dipping his head into the basin. When he touched the surface of the strange substance, he felt his body rush forward and fell head first into the basin. But his hair did not hit the bottom of the basin. He fell in a piece of cold substance, as if he was sucked into a bottomless vortex. Suddenly, Ethan found himself standing in the center of the round hall again, with Professor Figo standing next to him. Professor, where is this? SHH, look carefully. Professor Figo pointed in a certain direction. Ethan looked in the direction Professor Figo pointed, and saw 2 people, one tall and one short, with their backs to them and gently waving their wands. As they waved their wands, the tips of the wands flashed a silver-white light, and metal engraved patterns appeared on the surrounding walls like water, and several pillars rose from the ground to the dome. The shorter man put away his wand and said to the taller man, "This way, everything will be safe, Percival." The man called Percival turned around. He had a long white beard on his face and was a kind old man. "Have you hidden the door key, Charles?" Percival asked. To be honest, I think it's too hidden. I'm afraid that such an arrangement. Charles looked worried. No one can pass? Don't worry, it's originally prepared for people like me who can see the traces of ancient magic. Percival, it's not enough to just have the ability to see like you. You have to understand that we are about to entrust those unprecedented secrets to those who are about to embark on this path in the future. That is the knowledge that many people want to obtain at all costs. That's right, Charles. I believe that if someone can complete these trials, it means that the witch or wizard has proved that he can bear this knowledge and the corresponding responsibility. Everything that can be done has been done. Charles sighed and drew a cross in the air with his wand. The space in front of him tore around and formed a silver-white light curtain. Let's go. Percival inserted the tip of the wand into his silver hair, close to his temple. When he pulled out the wand, it seemed that some hair was stuck to the tip of the wand, a small wisp of luminous substance like what was poured out of the bottle. Instantly, the two people in the room twisted and dissipated, and Ethan felt himself slowly rising into the air, with only a cold glare around him. Then he felt as if he had turned over in slow motion, and his feet suddenly landed on the ground. The light around him was dazzling, and he had returned to the round hall where only he and Professor Figo were. So did you see those things? Those silvery white lights? Professor Figo asked Ethan. Yes, Professor. Those lights. Ethan rubbed his head, and the feeling of coming out of the meditation basin made him. I felt nauseous like I was carsick. It's incredible. Professor Figo muttered to himself. Is that what I saw, the magic? Ethan shook his head and asked after recovering slightly. To be precise, it's ancient magic. You can see traces of ancient magic. Miriam has always believed that magic does exist, but she has always been unable to prove it. Professor Figo sighed, but you, Ethan. You may be the key to helping us understand everything behind this. Me? But I've only been exposed to magic for less than a week. Ethan was flattered. There will be time. And I said that you have a high talent. Believe in yourself. Professor Figo patted Ethan on the shoulder and encouraged. So, how do we get out of here next? Professor, look there. Ethan pointed to the pattern on a wall. The wall in the middle of the pattern gradually twisted and turned into the same blue light curtain as before. Aha, it looks like the exit. Let's go. The two hurried forward through the light curtain and came to an open-air ruins overgrown with weeds. Wow, where are we this time? Ethan asked, turning his head to look at the light curtain that was gradually disappearing behind him. It looks like it should still be within the UK, but the exact location is uncertain. Professor Figo looked at the sky that was already glowing orange. If we don't hurry, we will miss the Hogwarts sorting ceremony. Wait, Professor, I want to try something. Ethan calmed down, recalling the feeling of Charles's last magic, and drew a cross in the air with his wand. A cross crack appeared in the space in front of them, and then the crack expanded and unfolded, forming a silver-white light curtain. It's incredible. Professor Figo said in amazement, facing the light curtain. Those who placed the pensieve, the box, and the road leading to the two are looking forward to the arrival of someone with abilities like you. It should lead to Diagon Alley, not too far away. Ethan scratched his head and stepped into the light curtain. I'll go in first, you follow, Professor. This kid. Professor Figo said with a smile, and followed Ethan into the light curtain. Chapter 8 Sorting Ceremony. The Hogwarts Express with the words 5972 printed on the front of the train was speeding on the railway, from the 9 3/4 platform of King's Cross Station to the Hogsmeade Station near Hogwarts. Above the old-fashioned train spewing steam, a two-wheeled carriage pulled by the thestrals was flying closely behind the train. It seems not too late. Professor Figo sat in the carriage, turned his head to look at the train speeding under the wheels, and wiped a cold sweat. That's right, thanks to my ancient magic tunnel. Ethan, who was sitting opposite, put his hands on his waist, looking proud. Don't mention your tunnel to me, Professor Figo said unhappily. The other end of the light curtain did lead to Diagon Alley, but it was the back hall of Mrs. Pineal's beauty and magic potion shop. When they came out, Mrs. Pineal was treating a witch. She was startled by the two big men who suddenly appeared in the shop. Her hand trembled and broke a big pimple on the witch's nose. The pus sprayed on the two people's faces. Note: Mrs. Pineal's Beauty and Magic Potion Shop is a beauty and magic potion shop dedicated to solving the problem of witches getting spots, sores, and acne. Mrs. Pineal was also a hot-tempered person. After sending off the cursing customers with a smile, she picked up a broom and drove the two out of the store without saying a word. Get out! You smashed my sign. Don't let me see you two in the future. Professor Figo could only be thankful that it was late at night and there were few people in Diagon Alley. If too many people saw it, I'm afraid my teaching career at Hogwarts would be over. Being shot in the face by a pus bubble wasn't the most infuriating thing, and being chased out of the store and blacklisted by Mrs. Neal with a broom wasn't the most aggrieved thing. When he wanted to use this incident as a negative example to teach Ethan in the carriage, Ethan actually argued. Professor, just tell me if it's in Diagon Alley. Oil and salt are not easy to swallow. JPG. Professor Figo silently held his forehead, and his sorrow was unstoppable. He found that as Ethan became more and more familiar with him, some of the unreliable sides that were hidden when they first met were exposed more and more obviously. No, it's better to say that he didn't intend to pretend rather than being exposed. There is a kind of dualistic beauty of I am polite in front of strangers, but who are you in front of acquaintances? Little Ethan, can you go back to the starting settings? If not, you can just roll back the data. Professor Figo looked up at Ethan, with a hint of sadness in his tone. He now missed the polite, gentle, diligent, and studious Ethan when they first met. Ah, Professor, what are you talking about? Ethan waved his hand shyly. This is the bond between us that we have finally formed, how can it be destroyed so easily? You, ah. Professor Figo had a constipated expression on his face, as if he believed in your lies, and turned his head to look out the window, giving up thinking. What a good child, why does he have a mouth? Ah, Professor, the train is going to run away, can we really catch up? Ethan pointed to the Hogwarts Express that was gradually pulling away. It doesn't matter. The express train has to take a detour over the mountain. We can fly directly over the top of the mountain. Professor Figo pulled himself together and tapped the roof of the carriage with his fingers. The coachman sitting at the front of the carriage received the signal and swung the reins. The Thestrals took the carriage up to the sky and headed straight for it sped towards the Scottish Highlands. The night slowly spread over the Scottish Highlands, with a crescent moon and a few stars dotting the deep purple sky above Hogwarts Castle. A carriage streaked across the night sky like a meteor, slowly descending in altitude and landing towards the location of Hogsmeade Village. Hey, Professor, we've passed by. Isn't Hogwarts Castle just below? Ethan reminded. There is a magic barrier around Hogwarts Castle. We can't get in with flying spells like this, and the same goes for apparition. Professor Figo explained, land in Hogsmeade Village first. The rest of the way is not far, just walk there. Why don't we land at the train station? Isn't it closer? Look, the train has stopped. Do you think there is still space for us to stop there? At this time, the Hogwarts Express had stopped at Hogsmeade Station. Hogwarts students swarmed out and filled the entire station. It was called a gong and drum, firecrackers, robes fluttering, and a sea of people. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Ethan shrank his head. Okay, let me take this opportunity to introduce you to the sorting ceremony. There are 4 colleges in Hogwarts, the brave Gryffindor, the loyal Hufflepuff, the wise Ravenclaw and the elegant, confident, Slytherin. That's the reckless, the idiot, the nerd and the black kid, Ethan secretly complained. The sorting ceremony is to decide which college you will go to based on your characteristics, but don't worry, the courses in each college are the same. During school, the college is like your home in Hogwarts. You will go to class with other students in the college, live in the college dormitory together, and spend your spare time in the college's common room together. During your time at Hogwarts, your outstanding performance will earn extra points for your college, while any violation will deduct points from your college. At the end of the year, the college with the highest score will receive the College Cup, which is a great honor. I hope that no matter which college you are assigned to, you can bring honor to the college. Professor Figo talked a lot until the carriage stopped at the entrance of Hogsmeade Village. Okay, put on your robes and let's go. I'll have someone take your luggage to the school. Ethan put on his wizard robes in the night and quickly followed Professor Figo's pace. The robes had a wonderful softness, and the hem clearly touched the ground but did not collect any dust. Don't ask, it's magic. That's the forbidden forest over there. It's very dangerous inside. Don't go in. Professor Figo did not forget to explain to Ethan while he was on his way. That's the Quidditch field, I'll explain to you what Quidditch is in detail later. It's a very fun sport. Note, most of the map layouts in this book are based on the reference map drawn by Rowling. Professor Figo ran all the way from the main gate with Ethan, through the arched courtyard and came to the door of the auditorium. Well, good, it sounds like the sorting ceremony is going on. Professor Figo panted and put his ear against the door to listen to the movement inside. I will find an opportunity to study this box later. There must be some clues hidden in it. It may involve something. Professor Figo looked at Ethan and said seriously, so I hope you can keep your experience today to yourself for the time being. Understood, Professor. Ethan put away his unruly look and answered seriously. Thank you, are you ready for the sorting ceremony? Professor Figo rubbed his hands, pushed the door open a little, and poked his head into the auditorium. Ethan stood in front of the gate and could clearly hear an old female voice calling out a name every once in a while, and soon another hoarse voice would call out the name of a college, followed by a thunderous applause. I wonder which college the sorting hat will sort me into? No, I should be able to choose my own college, so which college should I go to? Ethan was thinking to himself when he heard a familiar name. Harry Potter. Harry Potter, the famous four-eyed scarred man, single-handedly eliminated all the wizarding world. The leader of the Gryffindor deduction team, he is best at deducting the college's points to the bottom during the school year, and then adding the points back at the end of the semester to snatch the College Cup from other colleges. In addition, he is also the nemesis of a certain noseless bald black wizard, who specifically reversed the opponent's killing curse and killed himself 3 times. Ethan immediately became alert, and just as he was about to put his head close to the gate to see what was going on, he was pulled into the auditorium by Professor Figo. There are 4 long tables in parallel in the hall, where students in robes sit around. Above the tables, thousands of candles floating in the air illuminate the restaurant. The 4 tables are placed with glittering golden plates and high-footed wine glasses. The ceiling of the hall is dotted with stars, which is a spell cast by the professors in the school, making it look like the sky outside. I know who and which book you want to add here. There is another long table on the table at the top of the restaurant, which is the seat for teachers. In front of the long table for teachers is a square stool, on which sits a boy wearing a peaked hat, looking very uneasy. As the hat shouted Gryffindor, 3 of the 4 long tables applauded and cheered, and the boy blushed. He stood up and sat down at one of the long tables. Professor McGonagall, please sort this student into a college. Professor Figo took Ethan across the long table to the stage and waved to the elderly witch holding the sorting hat and a piece of parchment. Ah, it's Mr. Ethan. Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment and said, "You're just in time. It's your turn. Please sit down." Ethan turned around and sat on the 4-corner stool, facing the gazes and buzzing discussions from all over the restaurant. Professor McGonagall walked up with the sorting hat and put it on Ethan's head. These 2 days, I discussed the plot of the novel with my silly friends in the group, and the outrageous remarks of some guys really opened my eyes. It was quite normal at the beginning, such as persecuting Professor Snape, persecuting Malfoy, and deducting a lot of points from Gryffindor. Later, it gradually became a discussion about who the heroine was. Some asked me to take Luna in, some asked me to take Ginny in, some asked me to take Hermione in, some asked me to take Chu-Jong in, and some asked me to take them all. These are nothing, there is a bitch who actually suggested that I take Professor McGonagall in. Well, there are also people who suggested that old Dumbledore be fed with a rejuvenation potion and a sex-changing potion and then taken him in. People can't, at least they shouldn't. Chapter 9. Which one should I choose? With a heavy feeling of the hat on his head, Ethan felt a subtle voice in his mind. Aha, a little older than the others, right? You already have likes and dislikes, opinions, and expectations for the world in your heart. Well, and a strong mind that doesn't match your age. Well, never give up easily, right? Not afraid of the challenges ahead, although you are late tonight, you still choose to be loyal to your friends. Well, maybe. I sensed something in you, but it's just a feeling. What is it? I can't. Ethan was in a playful mood and started to tease the Sorting Hat in his mind. Interesting, you have a clear understanding of yourself, but you have no plan for the future. Very interesting, where should I sort you? Which one should I choose? Which one should I choose? Ethan began to make a joke. The Sorting Hat became strangely quiet. Hey, brother, why are you silent? Talk to me for $2 more. Look at this hat, it's lame, it's silent after just a few words. Unlike me, I'm super brave, I'm super good at talking. Hi Mao, hat, I've talked to you so much, you won't be jealous, right? You won't be angry, right? You won't not sort me, right? Unlike me, I only feel sorry for Hat. I'm waiting for you to come back, waiting for you to come back and see the peach blossoms bloom. Come back soon, I can't bear it alone. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Maybe I should listen to your opinion. Which house are you interested in? Hey, you finally said something. As for the house, you decide. If it doesn't work, just pick any one. Whatever. Sorting is a serious matter. How can it be done casually? Others are so nervous. It's the first time I've seen someone as out of touch as you. That gives me a lot of energy. Ah, you want to pursue excitement? I think I understand. You can go. Gryffindor. As the Sorting Hat loudly announced Ethan's affiliation, the long table belonging to Gryffindor erupted in deafening cheers. After Professor McGonagall took off her hat, Ethan stood up and walked to the side of the long table to sit down and greeted the students sitting on his left and right. Hey, good evening, everyone. I hope you will give me more advice in the future. Welcome to Gryffindor, The red-haired senior student sitting on his left wanted to greet him, but was stuck on his name. Ethan, Yi-sen, last name Yi-sen, just call me Ethan. Okay, Ethan. My name is Percy Weasley. I'm the head of Gryffindor. Percy shook hands with Ethan. Ethan. You are the one. The freckled red-haired boy sitting opposite Ethan exclaimed in a low voice, I heard my father mention you. Ron, you can't say such things here. Percy interrupted him. Sorry, my name is Ron Weasley, Percy's younger brother. Nice to meet you, Ethan. Nice to meet you too. Ron Weasley. The youngest son of the Weasley family, a member of the Gryffindor deduction team. The most outrageous thing he has done is sleeping with a middle-aged uncle for 3 years. After greeting Ethan, Ron whispered to the boy next to him. Well, scarred head, glasses, it must be Harry Potter. Then the one sitting on my left should be. Ethan turned his head and glanced at the girl on his left. Well, messy hair, big front teeth, it's Hermione, the king of curly hair. Then this side is. Ethan looked at the twin brothers on the other side of Ron, who were teasing Percy and making him angry. Well, the Bludger brothers, the Weasley twins. Please pay attention, everyone. Professor McGonagall knocked on the glass with a spoon. The glass wall. Albus Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. It seemed that nothing could make him happier than seeing the students gathered together. Welcome, he said, welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words. That is, idiot. Crying. Residue. Twist. Thank you all. Everyone applauded and cheered, and he waved his hands. Now, the banquet begins. The empty plates on the long table were filled with food in an instant. There were roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, chicken legs, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire puddings, and for some strange reason, there were mint hard candies. Ethan rubbed his hands, took a little of each meat to the plate, picked up the knife and fork to eat. It looks really good. A ghost wearing a ruffled collar floated up from the middle dish, watching Ethan chewing the lamb chops, and said sourly. Why don't you have something? Harry said from the side. I haven't eaten for 400 years. The ghost sighed, I don't need to eat, but of course I miss their deliciousness. I think I haven't introduced myself yet? Sir Nicholas of Mimsy, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. I know who you are. Ron swallowed the chicken leg in his mouth and said, my two brothers told me about you. You are the nearly headless Nick. I prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas of Mimsy. Sir Nicholas of Almost Headless looked a little uneasy. Almost headless? How can you be almost headless? Curious baby Hermione asked. Like this. Nick grabbed his hair and pulled it to the right. His head tilted to one side like an open box, with only a small piece of skin connecting his head and body. It seemed that someone had chopped off his head, but didn't cut it completely. Hermione looked constipated and turned her head to the side. Wow, look at this cross-section. Ethan carefully looked at the blood vessels and muscle texture of Nick's neck cross-section, and said in amazement, just looking at the number of flesh flaps, you must have been hit at least 30 times. 44 to be exact. Nick, who was almost headless, was a little disappointed to see that Ethan was not scared. He gently bounced his head back to his neck and cleared his throat. Okay, new Gryffindor students. I hope you can help us win the House Cup this school year, okay? Gryffindor has never won a prize for so long. Slytherin has won 6 consecutive championships. Slytherin's ghost blood man Barrow shows off every day, which is really unbearable. Ethan glanced at the Weasley twins who buried their heads and pretended to be ostriches when they heard this, and immediately understood everything. He looked at the 3 protagonists next to him and sighed secretly. What a bad fate! After everyone had eaten their fill, the remaining food disappeared from the plate. The plate and fork became as clean as before. After a while, the plate was filled with pudding cake and other desserts. Ethan took a piece of cream cake and sipped it with a fork. At this time, the topic of discussion at the table turned to their respective families. I am a half-blood. Seamus Finnegan said, my father is a muggle, and my mother didn't tell my father that she was a witch until she got married. It scared him a lot. Everyone laughed, and Hermione asked Ethan, what about you, Ethan? Me? Both my parents are gone. Ethan swallowed the cake in his mouth and said indifferently, I don't even know if they are muggles or wizards. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Hermione apologized uncomfortably, and the atmosphere at the long table became slightly awkward. I don't care, don't mind it. Ethan spread his hands. At this time, Harry suddenly asked, Percy, who is the teacher sitting next to Professor Quirrell and talking to him? Ethan and Percy looked in the direction of Harry's finger. Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped in a ridiculous scarf on his head, was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. That's Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin. He teaches potions, but he doesn't want to teach this course. Everyone knows that he covets Professor Quirrell's job. Snape is very good at dark magic. Why is his head so oily? Doesn't he wash his hair? Ethan joked, glancing at the teachers behind the long table. I don't know, no one dares to ask. Percy shrugged. Ethan soon saw Professor Figo at the corner of the long table. Professor Figo also noticed Ethan's gaze, raised his head and smiled at him, and raised his glass to signal him. Ethan smiled back, also raised the gold-plated glass to signal Professor Figo across the air, and then drank it all. Chapter 10. Good night and good dreams to all freshmen. Finally, the pudding disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The restaurant returned to silence. Oh, now everyone is full and drunk, I want to say a few more words to everyone. At the beginning of the semester, I want to give everyone a few points of attention. First-year freshmen, please note that students are prohibited from entering the woods on campus. Some of our old classmates should also remember this. Dumbledore's shining eyes swept towards the Weasley twins. Also, the administrator, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during class breaks. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in joining the college team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must tell you that anyone who does not want to encounter an accident or a painful death should not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Strange. Percy frowned. What's wrong? Normally, he usually explains the reason for not allowing us to go to a place. Percy explained, for example, there are many dangerous beasts in the Forbidden Forest, and everyone knows this. Even if we can't tell all the students, at least we should tell our class leaders clearly. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school song together. Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The smiles of the other teachers froze at once. Dumbledore flicked his wand lightly, and a long golden ribbon flew out of the wand, twisting and coiling like a snake above the high dining table to form lines of text. Everyone chooses a tune they like, said Dumbledore. Ready, sing. All the teachers and students sang the school song in a scattered manner. Ethan heard that the Weasley twins were singing the melody of Funeral March, so he began to scream the whole song in Peking opera. Dumbledore used his wand to conduct the last few bars for the three of them, and when they finished singing, his applause was the loudest. Music, he wiped his eyes and said, is more charming than anything we do here. It's time to go to bed now. Everyone go back to the dormitory. Gryffindor students follow me, keep up, thank you. The first-year students of Gryffindor followed Percy, walked through the noisy crowd, walked out of the restaurant, and climbed the marble stairs. This is the fastest way to the dormitory, but pay attention to these stairs, they can change at any time. Percy explained as he led the freshmen up the stairs. The portraits hanging on the marble walls around began to move, greeting the students. Welcome to Hogwarts. Climbing up the stairs, passing through a door hidden behind a curtain, they came to a corridor by the window. At this time, Percy, who was at the front of the crowd, suddenly stopped. In front of them, a bundle of canes was floating in the air. Percy was only one step away from the people behind him, so the people behind him fell on him. It's Peeves, Percy whispered, a ghost who likes to play pranks. Then Percy raised his voice again, Peeves come out. The answer was a loud, piercing, puffing sound like a balloon deflated. Do you want me to go find the bloody baron? Puff. Suddenly, a translucent dwarf appeared, floating cross-legged in the air, holding the bundle of canes tightly in both hands. Unlike the pale ghosts seen before, he was brightly colored. Oh my, it turns out to be the annoying first-year brat. There's also a big fool, so funny. He grinned, looking at Ethan when he said the last sentence. Ethan? Staring at the grinning Peeves hovering above them, Ethan silently remembered this grudge. I'm not kidding. Percy yelled. Peeves stuck out his tongue and made a face, then disappeared. The cane smashed down on Neville's head, and Ethan quietly slipped out the wand from his sleeve, pinched the front end and shook it, and the cane rubbed Neville and fell to the ground. You have to be careful of Peeves, Percy said, leading everyone to continue walking forward. The Bloody Baron is the only one who can subdue him, and he can't even listen to the words of us prefects. Ethan listened to Percy's words, silently thinking about how to deal with this unfortunate child in the future. We're here. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very wealthy woman in pink clothes. Password? The woman in the portrait asked. Dragon Slag. Percy replied. The portrait opened to one side, revealing a round hole in the wall behind. After crawling through the hole, there was a comfortable round room filled with soft armchairs and a fireplace creaking. Welcome to the Gryffindor common room. The boys' dormitory is on the left upstairs, and the girls' is on the right. Percy guided the freshmen to their dormitories. Find your own dormitory according to the name on the door. Your luggage has been sent up. Harry Potter. Neville Longbottom. Ethan? Ethan, come here, you in our dormitory. Harry and Ron read the names on the dormitory door and waved to Ethan. Ethan responded and followed them into the dormitory. The dormitory was a semicircular room with 5 four-poster beds with crimson curtains against the wall. Their boxes had already been sent up and piled at the end of their beds. So, is it true? Did you really participate in that cup war? Ron quickly changed into his pajamas, sat cross-legged on the leftmost bed, and asked Ethan across Harry's bed. I was just kidnapped. If that dark wizard wasn't such an unlucky guy, I probably wouldn't have died. Ethan answered while putting on his pajamas. And I was in a fuzzy state the whole time. I don't know what happened exactly. I can't remember anything, or Professor Figo told me. What on earth are you talking about? Harry, who was caught in the middle, had a black question mark on his face. Well, I'll tell you in detail later. It's too late today, so you'd better go to bed early. You see, Neville and Seamus are so sleepy. Ethan changed into pajamas and sat on the bed, pouting. Neville, who was holding a pillow and trying to listen to a story, and Seamus, who was rolling on the bed. I'm not, I don't have it, don't talk nonsense. But they were really exhausted, and they fell asleep on the bed one by one. Perhaps because they drank too much grape juice today. In the middle of the night, Ethan was awakened by the urge to urinate, and planned to open the floodgates to release the flood. Turning his head, he saw Harry sitting on the windowsill with his legs curled up, staring out the window in a daze. What's wrong, Harry? Ethan sat gently opposite Harry and asked in a low voice, Can't sleep. I don't dare. Harry whispered. Don't dare. I dare not sleep. I'm afraid this is all a dream. Magic, Hagrid, Hogwarts, Ron, and you are all a dream. Harry shrunk his head deeper into his arms, his voice as thin as a mosquito. I'm afraid that everything will disappear when I wake up, and I will be back in my uncle's cupboard again. Ethan sighed. Harry was almost abused by the Dursleys in the first 10 years. How much sense of security can a child who has been abused for many years have in his heart? Now that he has suddenly left that family and came to this unknown magical world alone, it is inevitable to doubt this too beautiful life. Don't worry, Harry, I can understand your feelings. But this is not your dream. I, Ron, Hogwarts, and everything you have experienced are not illusions. Ethan patted Harry's shoulder. You are just too tired, go to bed and sleep and you will be fine. Tomorrow morning, you will still be lying in the Gryffindor dormitory. Harry was half coaxed and half pushed by Ethan to climb onto the bed and covered himself with the quilt. Ethan patted Harry's cup, got up and walked out the door. Where are you going? To the bathroom. Do you want to join me? Chapter 11 Gently awaken the sleeping soul. The earth gradually woke up, and a ray of morning light broke the silence of the night. Ethan, who had just returned from morning exercise, took a shower, changed into wizard robes, and tried to wake up Harry and Ron, who were still sleeping in, to have breakfast together. "Harry, Ron, get up quickly, it's time to have breakfast." Ethan was trying to lift the two people out of bed one by one, but every time he successfully pulled one up and came to the bed of the other person, the one he had pulled up before would fall down limply. One after another. JPG. There's no end to this. Ethan's patience gradually deteriorated. He put his hands on his waist and panted slightly. He was helpless to the two people who were sleeping like babies. "In this case, don't blame me for being a bad person." He first came to Ron's bed, slapped Ron's face twice, and then shook Ron back and forth. "Ron? Ron, what's wrong with you? Ron? Well, what happened?" Ron squinted and asked in a daze. "You had a nightmare, shouting and screaming. You scared me to death." "Ah. Indeed, I dreamed that my mother was angry and kept slapping my face." "Hiss, such a real dream, I always felt like my face was really slapped twice." Ron gradually woke up, sat up, rubbed his face and recalled the nightmare he had just had. "It's good to wake up, get up quickly to wash and change clothes, otherwise you will miss breakfast." Ethan came to Harry's bed again, leaned over and whispered devilishly in Harry's ear, "Harry, wake up. Your aunt and her family came to school to take you home, and your cousin plucked all the feathers off your owl." Harry sat up with a start. "What did you say?" Harry was shocked, and his tone even had a few tremors. "Nothing, I'm calling you to get up, wash up and change clothes quickly. Don't go to class on an empty stomach on the first day of school, right?" Ethan pushed and shoved the two people into the bathroom, and breathed a sigh of relief at the door. "Eldest brother is like a father, eldest brother is like a father," he said to himself. "Don't be so petty with them, they are the protagonists." Thanks to Ethan, Harry and Ron sat at the long table in the auditorium on time, eating breakfast listlessly. "You don't look very good, didn't you sleep well last night?" Hermione, who was sitting across the long table, said with concern. "I guess so. I had a nightmare. Luckily Ethan woke me up." Ron answered casually while putting sugar in his oatmeal. "Nothing. I was a little stimulated early in the morning. I've recovered now," Harry said with lingering fear while cutting the fried eggs with a knife and fork. Ethan, the instigator, silently sped up the speed of finishing the bacon and smoked meat on the plate. He felt a little guilty, but not much. "Pu la 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 dash. The mail is here." Ron looked up at the dome. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, hundreds of owls flew into the restaurant from the small window of the dome, flying around the dining table until they found their respective owners and threw letters or packages in front of them. The black cat also flew in front of Ethan, but did not bring any mail. It rubbed Ethan's hand, pecked at the bacon on the plate, and then flapped its wings and flew away. "Your owl is so handsome." Ron opened the letter, and he was very envious. "I can only share an owl with my brothers except Percy, who was rewarded by my mother for being a superior. The headmaster bought him a new owl." "It's okay, you can also use my Hedwig," Harry said between the two. Hedwig was his snowflake. "If you want, you can also use my black cat." Ethan waved his hand and said generously, "Thank you very much. I appreciate your kindness. I just want to have something that belongs to me. My textbooks, robes, and even my wand are all my brother's old ones." Ron smiled at the two of them, his smile full of bitterness. "Hey, can I see your newspaper?" Harry hurriedly changed the subject. Ron nodded. Harry unfolded the newspaper and looked at the front page headline. Ethan also leaned over to look at the advertisement between the two pages. "Hey, look! Someone broke into Gringotts illegally! Harry exclaimed, and Ron and Ethan both turned their eyes to the headline Harry pointed at. Harry began to read the news in the newspaper. In one day, Gringotts vault was attacked twice. According to the traces at the scene of the attack, the attackers were two different groups of people, and they should be some unknown dark wizards. The goblin in charge of Gringotts confirmed that someone did break in, but repeatedly emphasized that nothing was stolen. Vaults 713 and 12, which were searched by the intruders, had actually been emptied earlier that day. A spokesman for Gringotts goblins said, "I have no comment on what is stored in the vault, please do not interfere with this matter." After reading the news, Harry looked up and said, "Strange, number 713, that's the vault Hagrid and I went to. What's in it?" Hermione asked. "There's only a small cloth bag, and I don't know what's in it." Harry shook his head. Ethan also frowned. Vault number 12, that was the vault he went to with Professor Figo yesterday, which contained a secret passage leading to the remains of ancient magic users. Why was it attacked? Was it just for the money inside? Or was it targeting ancient magic? Ethan suppressed his doubts in his heart and planned to find Professor Figo to find out later. "Sorry to bother you. Please follow me, Mr. Ethan." Professor McGonagall's voice sounded behind Ethan, and Ethan quickly put down the knife and fork in his hand, stood up and saluted Professor McGonagall. "Okay, Professor." Ethan greeted the trio, crossed the bench and followed Professor McGonagall out of the hall. "Excuse me, Professor, what do you want to talk to me about?" Professor McGonagall stopped in the corridor outside the door and turned to look at Ethan. "It's about your course, Mr. Ethan. Considering the special situation that you are a fourth-year student, you will have to work harder to catch up with other students of the same grade. After in-depth discussions with the principal and professors, we have prepared a tailor-made course program for you. Here, Professor McGonagall handed over a piece of parchment. This is the schedule we arranged for you. In the first week, you will take classes with the first-year students. This is to let you get familiar with the courses at Hogwarts. Remember to stay after class. The professors have assigned you extra homework. You can catch up quickly in this way. Professor Figo kept praising your talent to me. Let's stop here for now. Today you need to take 2 classes, Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts, with the first-year students. Remember to go to the classroom on time. Transfiguration is my class. If you are late, even if I am the head of Gryffindor, I will not be stingy with deducting points." Professor McGonagall gave Ethan a meaningful smile and turned away. Ethan looked at the full schedule in his hand, smiled bitterly and sighed. It's really a fulfilling campus life. Chapter 12. Say, you are a pig. Hurry up. We're going to be late. Harry and Ron ran breathlessly towards the Transfiguration classroom. You two are really amazing. You can get lost even when you go back to the dormitory. Ethan, who was running in front and leading the way, said without looking back, "If I hadn't just gone back to the dormitory to get my textbooks, you two would have been wandering around the stairs all day. Don't talk about this first. Let's go to the classroom first. There's no other way." Ethan slowed down his pace and retreated between the two of them. He picked up the 2 boys one by one and rushed to the Transfiguration classroom at a faster speed. Bang! The door of the Transfiguration classroom was violently knocked open. Ethan carried Harry on his left shoulder and Ron under his right arm and ran in a hurry. While everyone who was attracted by the sound of the door opening had not yet reacted and looked back to see what was going on, Ethan threw the 2 little ones to the empty seats in the back row and walked slowly to the side to sit down. "When did you two arrive?" Hermione, who was sitting in front of the 2, turned around and looked at them. "I just arrived with Ethan." Harry tidied his clothes and put his textbooks on the table. "Fortunately, I made it in time, otherwise Professor McGonagall's face would be scary. Where is she?" "She won't be late, right?" Ron looked around the classroom. Professor McGonagall has arrived a long time ago. Hermione pointed to the podium, where a tabby cat was sitting. Spotted the cat jumped off the podium and suddenly turned into Professor McGonagall. She looked at the students in the classroom and said, "No one is late for the first class. I am very relieved. However, I hope you can come to the classroom early for the next class, at least leave time for yourself to organize your books." When Professor McGonagall said this, her eyes stayed in the direction of Ethan. "Okay, let's start the class now." Professor McGonagall used her wand as a teaching rod to knock on the blackboard, and white blackboard writing automatically appeared on the blackboard. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. I warn you here that anyone who dares to be naughty in my class will be asked to leave and never allowed to come in again. As Professor McGonagall said this, she tapped the podium 3 times with her wand. With a light poof, the podium turned into a milky white pig that hummed. "Wow, this is really amazing!" Ron exclaimed. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at the pig's head again and turned it back to the podium. It must be said that this carrot and stick method is indeed effective. The students who were just intimidated were immediately attracted by the transfiguration performed by Professor McGonagall. They sat upright in their seats with their eyes wide open and focused, fearing that they would miss every detail of learning transfiguration. As the saying goes, Rome was not built in a day. Although you are not yet capable of performing complex transformations such as turning a desk into a pig, as long as you listen carefully to every lesson I teach and complete your homework on time, every student in the classroom will be able to do it in the future. Professor McGonagall gave everyone present a sip of chicken soup and continued her teaching. In this class, we will first learn to turn a match into a needle. Now turn to page 7 of the Elementary Transfiguration Guide. After talking about a lot of obscure transfiguration theories, Professor McGonagall gave everyone present a red-headed match and asked them to practice. According to what I just taught you, clearly depict the shape of the needle in your mind, and then wave your wand. Also, the spell must be recited very clearly, otherwise there will be partial deformation. Only when it is completely correct can it be considered successful in transfiguration. Professor McGonagall reminded again. She kept walking back and forth in the classroom, inspecting the situation of each student, and stopped from time to tutor individual students who had problems. Vera Verto. Ethan pointed his wand at the match and successfully turned the match into a silver embroidery needle. He waved his wand back and forth, constantly casting spells to turn the match into a needle and then back to a match. After several times, he was so proficient that he could successfully cast the spell without reciting the spell, but at the same time he lost the desire to continue. He put down his wand and turned back to the textbook to look at the transfiguration at the back without interest. Well, it seems that the principles of transfiguration are all common, but the complexity is different. Then, Ethan picked up his wand and pointed it at the desk, half attempting to cast a spell. "Quick, turn into a pig." Poof! The desk turned into a white pig that was emitting green smoke and humming. Ethan was startled, and before anyone else noticed the clue, he quickly turned the pig back into a desk, then looked up at Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, she was still looking down to instruct the students of Ravenclaw College. "What's wrong, Ethan?" Seamus, who was sitting in front of Ethan, felt his back suddenly soften, and turned back to tease. "You didn't really turn the desk into a pig, did you? Go away, go, take care of your own progress first." Ethan felt a little guilty, and didn't dare to use his wand to cast spells again, so he had to hold his face and watch Professor McGonagall instruct other students to pass the time. Bang! Seamus made a mistake and somehow made the match explode. The smoke from the explosion blackened the right half of Harry's face and the lenses of his glasses, who was sitting next to him. Of course, he himself was not much better, his whole face was particularly evenly black. As for the poor match, it had already turned into a piece of charcoal with sparks. "Good, Seamus, you can draw inferences from one example. Teach me how to turn a match into charcoal. Ethan poked Seamus back and said sarcastically. Go away, Seamus turned back and said unhappily, then raised his hand to signal, Professor McGonagall, please give me another new match. The explosion was just a small episode in the class. When the class was about to end, Hermione Granger also made some changes to her match. Professor McGonagall invited Hermione to the podium and asked her to demonstrate to the whole class how to turn a match into a needle, and showed Hermione a rare smile. Mr. Ethan, don't forget to keep it. Professor McGonagall reminded Ethan, who was packing up. Don't worry, Professor, I remember it. Ethan simply sorted out his textbooks and notes and came to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, how are we going to make up for the lessons? Make up for the lessons? I don't think you need to make up for the lessons. Professor McGonagall took off her glasses and wiped them, looking at Ethan with a half-smile. You've made rapid progress, Mr. Ethan. You can complete such a large transformation of a living creature in the first class. Professor, what are you talking about? I don't understand it at all. Ethan tried to get away with it. Don't play that trick on me, I saw it clearly, not bad, it's still a silent spell. Woo, stop scolding, I won't dare to do it again next time, Professor, please forgive me. Ethan squatted with his head in his hands and began to play the victim. Okay, get up, you are so unruly. Professor McGonagall scolded with a smile, I don't mean to blame you, show me another one, put on your transfiguration spell, and I'll see if you've really mastered it completely. Okay. Ethan immediately came to life, stood up and cast another transfiguration spell towards the podium. The appearance has changed dramatically. The podium has turned into a black and white spotted pig that snorts. Well, not bad, it's completely transformed. Professor McGonagall looked at the spotted pig with satisfaction, pointing to the black pattern on it. Did you make it like this on purpose, or did you do it by accident? It was intentional, Ethan puffed up his chest, very proud. I added some changes, only in this way can I show that I have fully mastered the transfiguration spell. Very good, change it back, don't cast the spell this time. Okay. Ethan waved his stick again and turned the black and white spotted pig back to the podium. Well, not bad, very good. You have now completely caught up with the progress of the 4th grade, and even some 5th graders have not mastered it as well as you. Professor McGonagall nodded in approval. You can go to class with the 4th graders next week. Remember to bring intermediate transfiguration. Then the homework. Ethan asked tentatively. Oh, yes, there is homework. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. The first year entry level is definitely not up to par with your level. I will give you some homework that matches your actual level. Professor McGonagall smiled lovingly. Professor, please don't. Ethan's screams echoed inside and outside the transfiguration classroom, and could not be calmed for a long time. It's not that I gave Ethan too much cheats. I believe you can see that Ethan is the protagonist of the game Hogwarts Legacy. The protagonist of the original game is so amazing. For those who have not played the game, let me give you a brief introduction to the protagonist's dragon arrogant level, excerpted from the comment area of B Station. The protagonist was not found to have ancient magic talent at the beginning, but because of his amazing magic talent, he was strongly recommended by the Ministry of Magic to enroll, even though he was only a 5th-year student. Principal Black, Sirius's ancestor, was very opposed to the Ministry of Magic intervening in school admissions, but this was almost an order rather than a suggestion. The Ministry of Magic also hoped that the principal would personally escort the school to school. Old Deng was really uncomfortable, and then he made an excuse to let Professor Figo receive him. All of these describe the protagonist's dragon AOTN label from the side. The protagonist had no contact with magic before entering school, and went straight to the 5th grade course. However, this guy can learn everything at once, and in just a few classes, he reached the peak of his generation. Modest statement, in fact, most adult wizards can hardly compare with him. Sebastian of the Snake Academy was the first in the school duel, and was directly defeated by the protagonist who had just learned the spell for a few seconds. The first time in the potion class, the teacher saw the protagonist's pharmaceutical level and directly allowed the protagonist to use his own private stock of medicinal materials to make more advanced potions. The first time in the flying class, other students were still worried about the broom not responding, and the protagonist flew up and down like a sword fairy. In the Badger Theater, the protagonist went to Azkaban, and a bunch of Dementors rushed over. Although there was a former retired Auror to accompany him, the protagonist had almost no negative emotions, only "Hey, so disgusting, what a weird thing, take another look." Rookwood, the big gangster who has been all over Britain and dared to infiltrate the surroundings of Hogwarts, and the Ministry of Magic is powerless, personally led a group of elite backbones to ambush the protagonist, a new student, and was killed by the protagonist alone. The above is only the protagonist's first year. There is also the core setting of the game Ancient Magic, which is like the world of martial arts. Only the protagonist knows ancient magic in the world, and in the end the protagonist also absorbs the energy sealed for centuries to strengthen himself. Xiao Ji, Xiao Deng, and Xiao Tang are really incomparable. And the protagonist is very cunning, saying one thing to one person and another to another, ruthless, and has no guilt for killing people. Every time he kills a dark wizard outside, the protagonist must say "You are guilty, you deserve it," or "The game boss is responsible for your death," or "This is the fate of following the game boss." At the same time, this guy has long occupied the room of requirement to store the magical creatures he poached, calling it rescue, and insisting that the magical creatures are more comfortable living in his bag than in their native habitat, and then sold them to a suspicious store that only sells byproducts of magical creatures but not live magical creatures, saying that the owner will find a good place for the animals I rescued. Note from the author, who was reminded by the reader, the above remarks are purely a joke, and I hope everyone will not have an inexplicable prejudice against the protagonist of the game Hogwarts Legacy, June 5, 2023. But you can rest assured that Ethan will not be so rebellious. After all, what bad intentions can little Ethan have? Chapter 13 Garlic and Defense Against the Dark Arts are the best combination? At noon, Hogwarts Hall. The young wizards who had just finished their first class were eating lunch while excitedly sharing what they had seen and learned in the first class. However, as the saying goes, the moon shines on the 9 states, some are happy while others are sad. Our protagonist, Ethan, was now slumped on the bench, staring blankly at the whole plate of food in front of him, reluctant to start. Lost highlight.jpg. What happened to him? Hermione looked at Ethan, whose body had lost its color and turned grey, with a puzzled look. He was kept by Professor McGonagall for extra lessons and was assigned extra homework. Harry explained to Hermione while wiping his dark glasses with a napkin. The theory of transfiguration from the 1st to the 4th grade was completed at once. Ron added vaguely while gnawing on a chicken leg. Fred next to him began to count on his fingers: ordinary transfiguration, conversion spell, animagus, apparition, cross-species transfiguration. Each time I write a 2-page paper. Tisk, 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 it takes me several days to read it once. That's what they call great ability, great responsibility. George echoed and high-fived Fred. Is there such a good thing? Hermione's eyes flashed with green light of curiosity. Harry/Ron/Fred/George? Look at what you said, is this human language? This won't work. Neville poked Ethan's arm with his elbow. Ethan, you should eat a little. My grandmother said that bread is the pillar of life, and you can't starve yourself. Ah. Oh. Ethan's limbs began to move mechanically, and he kept putting the fries on the plate into his mouth and chewing them with tartar sauce. Ah. Everyone sighed as they looked at Ethan, who still looked like he had lost all hope in life. What a sin! With the nourishment of fries and tartar sauce, Ethan's eyes finally regained some spirit. He seemed to have made up his mind and quickly finished all the food on the plate. "I'll go back to the dormitory to rest first, and see you in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in the afternoon," Ethan said to everyone while wiping his mouth. "Ethan, what's wrong with you?" Ron asked cautiously. "What's wrong? I'm normal." Ethan was puzzled. "No, it's better to say that I'm too normal so I look abnormal." Hermione frowned. "You were just worried about the transfiguration paper." "Oh, that. I've found a way to solve it." Ethan stood up and crossed the bench to go back to the dormitory to rest. "Everyone? So soon? Did you smash Varido or did we skip a chapter?" "No, Ethan, don't force yourself. This is not an easy homework to solve," Fred hurriedly advised. "That's right, if you really can't write it, you can ask Percy, he is very good at transfiguration," George suggested. "If you can't hand in the homework because of stubbornness, Professor McGonagall will turn you into a human-shaped stand and hang you at the door of the classroom for public display." Ethan turned around and gave everyone a mysterious smile. "Everyone, have you heard of water word count? Defense Against the Dark Arts is a core course at Hogwarts. In this course, students will learn how to resist various types of dark magic, including dark magic creatures, curses, poison spells, evil spells and a series of other dark magic. Such a mysterious course was originally highly anticipated by the whole class, and it should be so. But Professor Quirrell's class almost became a joke. As soon as they entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, everyone covered their noses at the same time. "Oh my god, where does this garlic smell come from? Is Quirrell from the northeast or Shaanxi? He eats garlic every meal." Ethan pinched his nose and rolled his eyes and complained. "It is said that this is to drive away a vampire he met in Romania. He was afraid that the vampire would come back and catch him," Ron said vaguely with a ball of paper stuffed in each nostril. "Your paper ball looks better than mine. Do you have any more? Share some with me." "Okay, I have more here. Harry, do you want some?" "Classmates, don't talk, we are going to start class now. Open the textbooks too." Professor Quirrell appeared on the podium at some point, motioned everyone to be quiet, and stuttered to start teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts. After a few words in class, Professor Quirrell's content changed from how to defend against dark magic creatures to boasting. He told them that the big scarf he wore on his head was a gift from an African prince to thank him for helping him get rid of the entanglement of the resurrected zombies. However, no one could say that they really believed the story he told. "Professor, how did you help him defeat the resurrected zombies?" Seamus asked Professor Quirrell impatiently. I. Professor Quirrell's face flushed instantly, and he changed the subject vaguely, talking about the weather. "Ah." Ethan, who was sitting at the back of the classroom, sighed and said to Harry and Ron next to him, "What should I do? I think I can teach it." "Need you to tell me? I think I can teach better than him just by reading from the textbook." Hermione rarely agreed with them, and took over the conversation to complain to Quirrell. After a lot of hard work, the get-out of class was over, and Harry and other freshmen all ran away, leaving Ethan alone to continue to face the torture of garlic smell. "Mr. Ethan, let's start the makeup class," Professor Quirrell stammered. "Ah, okay Professor. What exactly are we going to make up?" Ethan showed an awkward but polite professional smile. Okay, let's start with the simplest, the levitation spell. The spell is simple to cast, and can make the enemy float temporarily in the air. Many people feel that the subsequent control is not strong enough, so they disdain to learn this basic spell, which is their mistake. Professor Quirrell picked up the wand. "Let me show you, first. Levioso." The training dummy in the room floated up all of a sudden. Simple but effective. It's effective, Right. After a brief training, Ethan has mastered the spell and can make the dummy float in the air at will. Very, very good, you are making improvement very quickly, Mr. Ethan. Professor Quirrell praised, looking at his pocket watch from time to time, looking uneasy. Professor, if you have something to do, you can leave first. I can practice by myself. Okay, Mr. Ethan, I'll take my leave first. Professor Quirrell walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom as if he had been pardoned. Who is the teacher? Ethan sighed and waved his wand at the training dummy. Flipendo. The dummy somersaulted into the air, and flew up and down under Ethan's control. Chapter 14 Ancient Rune. Hogwarts Great Hall. Most of the students who have finished a day's class will choose to complete their homework assigned by their teachers here, and wait for the start of dinner. So he really only taught you this? Hermione asked in disbelief. Yes, that's right, Miss Hermione Granger. You have asked 3 times in half an hour, and he just taught me this. Ethan answered without raising his head. In front of him were 2 large books borrowed from the library. At this moment, he was flipping the pages back and forth while writing and drawing on the parchment according to the contents of the book. I still find it unbelievable. Hermione murmured to herself, why would he only teach you this? Leviosa is not just a levitation spell. The basics of the basics. Ethan continued Hermione's words. There is a more useful levitation charm in Chapter 7 of Standard Spells, Elementary. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Hermione, can you come up with some new words? I've heard you say this so many times that my ears are covered with calluses. I'm just curious about how Quirrell got in, how did he get into Hogwarts as a professor? Hermione began to think with her chin in her hand. He used to teach Muggle studies, but this year he changed to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts for some reason. Fred explained. I heard from Percy that he teaches Muggle studies pretty well, after all, his own strength is about the same as that of a Muggle. George and Fred looked at each other. Harry, who had been listening to the discussion without expressing his opinion, looked up and said, I don't think Quirrell is really that bad. But he really taught Defense Against the Dark Arts a mess. He might be the worst Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in the history of Hogwarts. Anyone pulled from the street to teach wouldn't be worse than him. Ron said. Gilderoy Lockhart/Dolores Umbridge, hello, yes. I agree with Harry's opinion. Ethan finally finished writing a paper and began to pack up. When Quirrell taught me spells, I could feel that he was different from in class. He felt more serious than usual. This kind of person would never really know nothing about the dark arts. Either he is an extremely biased idiot who can't teach, or what? Either he is hiding something, and he disguises himself very well. See you at dinner. Ethan first returned the 2 reference books borrowed from the library to their original places, and then came to Professor Figo's office on the 3rd floor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Tower. Ethan knocked on the wooden door of the office 3 times, Professor. Come in. Professor Figo's voice came from behind the door. Ethan pushed the door open and walked in. Professor Figo was standing behind the desk at this moment, staring at a blank parchment. Professor, what are you doing? Ah, you're here. Professor Figo looked up and saw that it was Ethan, and smiled. How was the class today? Professor McGonagall told me that you are very talented. Ethan said bitterly, Professor, can we not mention this? I'm half dead from writing the transfiguration paper. Haha, I didn't expect our little Ethan to be stumped. It's rare to see. Ethan rolled his eyes and began to change the subject. Professor, have you read today's Daily Prophet? You mean Gringotts was attacked? I saw it. Professor Figo nodded and muttered to himself, strange, Vault 713. They actually did it. Professor. Ah, no. Nothing. Professor Figo noticed his slip of the tongue and retracted his thoughts. Do you have any questions? Do you think it was a coincidence? Vault number 12 was attacked. I don't think it was a coincidence. No matter who they are, they definitely want what we found in the secret vault. Could it be that the goblins from Gringotts have joined forces with them? Ethan suddenly thought of the strange goblin guard with the armband and asked, "Do you remember the goblin with the armband I mentioned to you?" "I don't think so. Although those goblins don't have much affection for wizards, they won't do such a thing to damage their own reputation." Professor Figo touched his chin and thought, if they really joined forces, it should be just the personal behavior of that goblin. Okay, Professor Figo clapped his hands, stopped Ethan's divergent thinking, and pointed to the parchment on the table. "Look at this." "What is this?" "There is an inscription inside the key box." After reading it aloud, this parchment appeared out of thin air. To be honest, this design is still very clever. But there is nothing on it, right? Yes. Professor Figo sighed. I checked carefully. I looked at every corner, but still couldn't see anything. I'm afraid it's something that only you can see. Take a look for yourself. Ethan picked up the map and looked at it over and over again. In a corner on the back of the map, he found a row of symbols that glowed with a faint white light. Professor, you are right. There are the same glowing symbols as before. What is it? I don't understand. It's not English or Chinese. Ethan frowned. Then can you write it down? Sure. Ethan took the paper and pen handed over by Professor Figo, put the parchment back on the desk, and copied the symbols on the parchment onto the paper. Here, Professor. Can you recognize what it is? Aha, this is ancient runes. I should have thought of it earlier. The inside of the box is also engraved with this kind of text. Professor, you can recognize ancient runes. Ethan seemed to have discovered a new world. Ah, didn't I tell you? I teach ancient runes. Professor Figo winked at Ethan. Professor Figo recited the runes written on the paper. As his words fell, black lines slowly emerged on the parchment, forming a floor plan of a building. Is this a map? Professor Figo flattened the map and said, yes, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a map of Hogwarts, but I don't know where it points to specifically. It should be the library, and the restricted area. I just went there. Ethan pointed to the area of the library on the map. In his field of vision, there was a circle of white light circling around the restricted area of the library. But I always feel that it's not that simple. The map is full of traces of ancient magic. Well, I guessed that it was a trace that only you could see. Double insurance. It seems that the person who hid these things is very cautious. Then let's go. Ethan was eager to try. It's good to be enthusiastic, and I'm also curious about it. But considering what we encountered in Gringotts, the road ahead must be extremely dangerous. I think you should study with the professors for a while. Professor Figo frowned. But isn't it just a trip to the restricted area? How dangerous can it be to find a book? Ethan was a little confused. Having said that, we should still be fully prepared. Maybe it's not just about finding a book, just like what we did in Gringotts. Professor Figo made up his mind, if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. I'll go talk to Professor Flitwick and ask him to teach you a few more defensive spells. Okay, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Ethan sighed and said goodbye to Professor Figo. Then I'm leaving first, Professor, remember to find me if you have any new discoveries. By the way, Ethan. Professor Figo called Ethan. What else, Professor? Although it's a little late, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. I wish you a happy life in Hogwarts. Chapter 15. Don't come over here. As the saying goes, good fortune is not a disaster, and disaster is inevitable. When the Dark Wizard saw that I broke through his magic circle, he was furious and his evil heart was in his heart. He raised his hand and shook it lightly, and an Avada Kedavra curse came over. It was said that it was too late. I saw that the situation was not good. I rolled to the side and passed by the green light. I looked back and looked again, and he had disappeared. At night, Gryffindor Tower. There was a table next to the four-poster bed in the dormitory, and a wake-up stick was placed on it. Ethan sat behind the table, holding a folding fan in his hand, gesturing and telling Harry and the others a story. Harry and the other three exclaimed in surprise as the story went on, their eyes fixed on the folding fan in Ethan's hand, and they shook their heads around following the trajectory of the fan. 3 hours ago. When Ethan left the hall, the four people in the same dormitory exchanged opinions on Ethan's role as a Riddler last night. After about 5 minutes of talks, the four reached a consensus on forcing Ethan to fulfill his promise as soon as possible, and they firmly believed that Ethan should be asked to fulfill his promise as soon as possible, and he must not be allowed to delay until the next time. They quickly established the battle plan of Ron playing the good cop and pursuing the enemy, Harry playing the bad cop and taking sides, and the remaining two acting as troublemakers, no, peacemakers. "Do you think this trick will work?" Neville asked doubtfully. "It must work. My mom uses this trick every time she tricks my dad into buying her a bag." Seamus gave a thumbs up, looking confident. "Isn't it a bad idea to plot against Ethan? What if he doesn't want to talk about it?" Harry felt a little uneasy. "It's okay. Ethan said he would tell us last night. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, can wizards' affairs be called plots? They are called tactics," Ron said carelessly. The surroundings were suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. "But..." Harry hesitated. "But this is not the same. The same thing is different when you take the initiative to say it and when you are forced to say it. Even if Ethan said it nonchalantly last night, who knows if he was just forcing a smile?" Harry was thinking about it when he heard Ethan's voice coming from beside him. "What? Thinking about me?" Ethan walked to the empty seat next to Harry with 3 thick reference books in his arms, threw the big books on the long table, and sat down. The three of them exchanged glances quickly and felt that this was a good time to attack. As the saying goes, if you don't ask now, when will you ask? Ron took the lead in launching the attack. "Ethan, that's the thing, last night, you said you'd talk about it later, right? Okay, if you want to hear it, I'll tell you tonight." Ron/Neville/Seamus? "I haven't even made a move yet, and you fell? The clown is actually us.jpg. Harry? I'm helping you add drama, you have to pay for my feelings. The clown is only me.jpg. Ethan looked at the constipated expressions of the four people and was very confused. "What's wrong with you? Do you want to hear it or not?" Hermione, who witnessed the whole thing, shook her head and sighed helplessly. "Ah, men." The four little jokers finished their dinner absent-mindedly and returned to the Gryffindor Tower with the main force. Ethan got a cup of tea from the common room, and returned to the dormitory to greet the four people. "Come on, listen to the story. Ron, you and Harry help me carry the suitcase here. Neville, give me your quill pen and ink bottle. Seamus, go find some snacks, such as BB multi-flavored beans chocolate frog." The four people were confused, but they still went about their work according to Ethan's request. Ethan instructed Harry and Ron to put the suitcase away, and then cast a transfiguration spell, turning the suitcase into a long sandalwood table and an armchair. He took the pen and ink box from Neville and turned them into a folding fan and a wake-up stick respectively. Putting the teacup on the wooden table, Ethan sat down on the armchair and tapped the table gently with the wake-up stick, making a rapid tapping sound. "Hey, hey, hey, sit down on the bed. Everyone has snacks in their hands, right?" The four people sat down on the bed obediently, holding snacks in their hands, and nodded like pounding garlic. "Okay, let's officially start." Ethan took a sip of tea and slammed the wake-up stick on the wooden table. The morality of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the fame of Xia Shang and Zhou. The 5 hegemons and 7 heroes made a fuss in the spring and autumn period, and the rise and fall passed in an instant. There are a few lines of names in the history books, and countless barren hills in Bamang. The predecessors sowed seeds and the descendants harvested them, which was nothing more than a fight between dragons and tigers. The incident we are going to talk about today happened in a distant eastern country. It is said that one day, a black wizard came to this foreign country. This old thief was 8 feet tall, with a thin body, broad shoulders, skin wrapped around bones, a long donkey face, a grey complexion, 2 cockfighting eyebrows, a big yellow beard, high cheekbones, shrunken cheeks, and a pair of small eyes flashing with ghost lights. Finally, the black wizard fell in the center of the magic circle and died. It can be said that good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the righteous path in the world is vicissitudes. Ethan drank the remaining black tea in the cup, slapped the wake-up stick heavily, and ended his nonsense. To know what happened next, wait for the next time. The 4 little ones sat on their own beds, clapping for Ethan together, still not satisfied. "Hey, Ethan, when will you tell us next time?" Neville clapped his hands and asked. "What's the next time? I've told you everything today." Ethan stood up and put the tables, chairs, and other things back to their original positions. "You just said that you will analyze it next time." Neville took his quill and ink box, scratched his head, and his little face was full of question marks. "That is the ending, just like when you write a speech. You have to say my speech ends here, thank you everyone at the end." Oh. Neville nodded as if he understood. "Why do I feel that it is different from what my dad told me?" Ron sat cross-legged on the bed, his hand on his chin, thinking. "I call this artistic processing, all right, don't think about it. I have to go to History of Magic class early tomorrow morning, so go to bed quickly," Ethan said as he walked towards the door with his teacup, ready to go to the common room to get another glass of water. He pulled open the door of the dormitory, only to see that the door was crowded with Gryffindor students. "You are?" Ethan felt that something was wrong. "We all heard it." Parvati Patil, a first-year student, had stars in her eyes and a look of admiration. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Where did you hear it?" Ethan tried to struggle desperately. "I started listening to it from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of morality." Hermione approached Ethan step by step. "Ethan, don't move. Let me see the skull-shaped scar on your back. Calm down." Ethan slowly stepped back and turned to Harry and the others for help. "Harry, Ron, save me." Harry and Ron looked at each other after hearing this, and then looked past Ethan at the huge crowd outside, and decisively chose to cover themselves with the quilt and pretend to sleep. "There is no hope, just wait for death." "You." Ethan raised his finger tremblingly, wanting to blame these guys who did not help, and then saw the crowd of fans slowly squeezed into the dormitory, and couldn't help but wail. "Don't come near me." Chapter 16 People's sorrows and joys are not connected. The crowd after the carnival dispersed like a tide, leaving Ethan alone sitting on the ground in dishevel, with empty eyes and a dull look. "Woo woo woo, I'm not clean anymore." Ethan used his torn clothes to wipe the tears from his eyes, crying. The few people who pretended to sleep lifted the quilt and looked at each other. All of them felt guilty because they just watched. "But there is no way, you can never fight against the fans alone, you might get yourself involved, not even 4 people. Their fighting power is too strong." Ethan. Are you okay?" The honest Neville was the first to break Ethan's one-man show. "Something's wrong. And it's a big deal." Ethan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he stood up and pointed at the 4 people of Omo from a moral high ground. "It's all because of you guys who didn't help me, my body is already pineapple. Ah, it's so serious, what can I do?" Neville was anxious. "We have to go to the school hospital." "No, let's go to St. Mungo's. I'll go find the professors now." Ethan. What should I do? I suddenly felt guilty again. Sincerity is the greatest killer move. JPG. It's okay, it's okay. Ethan quickly stopped Neville, who was about to call the professor. I have thick skin and flesh, I will be fine after a good sleep. Really? Neville was skeptical. Ethan, you can't be so stubborn. It's really okay, Neville, don't worry. Ethan changed his torn clothes and lay down on the bed neatly. You guys should go to bed quickly, you still have to go to the History of Magic class early tomorrow morning. I had a dreamless night. The next day, when Ethan walked out of the dormitory, he felt that the atmosphere was a little abnormal. No matter where he went, there were several eyes looking at him curiously from nowhere. When eating in the auditorium, students kept walking past him, turning back, and secretly looking at him. Ethan, I understand you. Harry patted Ethan's shoulder, his face full of gloating. Originally, as the boy who survived a disaster, he was the one who had to bear other people's eyes wherever he went. But because of Ethan's talk last night, the topic of discussion now focused on Ethan, which just happened to share his firepower. It's very cool. Ethan is a good person, I'm going to make friends with him. It's okay, I'm used to it. Ethan didn't even look up to look around, and concentrated on eating a sandwich with fried eggs and bacon slices. It's abnormal that it didn't spread so quickly. And I dare say that at least 3 versions will be spread within a week. Ethan stuffed the whole sandwich into his mouth, made an okay gesture, and shrugged. The History of Magic course is generally considered to be the most boring course designed by the Wizarding World, and it is also the only course taught by a ghost at Hogwarts. It is said that their ghost teacher, Professor Binns, fell asleep in front of the fireplace in the faculty lounge that year, and forgot to bring his body with him when he went to class the next morning, and almost scared the students who came to class. It's really a ghost. And Professor Binns spoke with a wheezing and dragging tone, plus in his lectures, he just mechanically repeated the knowledge points in the textbook, without considering the classroom atmosphere at all. The hypnotic effect is so good. But fortunately, this is the only course that Ethan does not need to stay after class for remedial classes. Professor Binns strongly opposes this kind of after-class remedial classes, and believes that Ethan only needs to read the textbook thoroughly after class and pass the special test on the weekend. In any case, it is a blessing in disguise that he does not have to face this torture like Tang monk chanting sutras. So, King Uther, who was defeated by the humble King Vortigern, decided to entrust his hope to the next generation. Together with the court magician Merlin, using the bloodline of the British king and the consciousness of the British incarnation of the Red Dragon as the furnace core, created a new British king who is above humans. This new king is King Arthur. Everyone draw here, it is the key point, and it will be tested in the exam. The relationship between the characters must be remembered clearly. No matter how interesting the story is, as long as it is said by Professor Binns, it will almost certainly make people drowsy in 10 minutes, just like drinking sleepy black tea. If the weather is a little hotter, 5 minutes will be enough. Harry. How long can you hold on? Ron, who was mixed in the crowd in the back row, tried his best to chat with Harry to divert his attention in order not to fall asleep in class. There was no way. Professor Binns' sleeping pills took effect so quickly that Ron couldn't stand it at all. Still trying. Harry resisted the head that was constantly attracted by the desktop and squeezed out a short answer to Ron with all his strength. I really envy Ethan. Ron's every word was full of the scent of lemon, and he turned around and looked back. Ethan was sitting in the last row, his upper body leaning on the desk, using the History of Magic textbook as a pillow to support his head, sleeping so sweetly. We were trying so hard not to sleep, but you slept so freely. The key is that Professor Binns didn't see it. I was very angry. Hey, the red-haired boy over there, don't be distracted in class, listen carefully. What I just said are the key points. If you don't write it down, you will cry because you can't write it in the exam. Professor Binns noticed Ron turning around and started to preach again. Gosh, kill me! Ron lay on the desk, covered his ears and turned on the ostrich mode. It turns out that Professor Binns can see me turning around, but you can't see the bastard sleeping behind me. I was even more angry. Puff! Hermione laughed, the voice that could not help but come from the seat in front. Hermione, you are going too far. Am I funny? Ron poked Hermione's back. I am not laughing. Hermione put away her smile and said seriously, I am a child who wants to study hard. I will not laugh in class. Are you sure? I am sure, unless I can't help it. Hermione's body trembled, and it must be very difficult to hold back her laughter. Ron, I and % at number $and at number. After the class, the students walked out of the classroom listlessly. Even Hermione, a top student, could not help but yawn twice. What is the next class? Ron drooped his eyelids, and I didn't know who he was asking. Professor Flitwick's Charms class. Ethan, who had slept for a class, was refreshed and answered with full energy. Ethan, don't you really feel guilty about this? Ron's tone was very resentful. What's wrong with me? Ethan looked at Ron with a black question mark on his face. No. I didn't do anything to trick Ron today. Could it be that he found out about the slap I gave him yesterday morning? No, nothing. Ron sighed to himself, very sad. Is this fate? The question mark on Ethan's face increased greatly. Riddler, right? Today I saw that Fuddy's actually released a sequel. In my lifetime. Chapter 17. You don't want the professors to know about your violation of discipline, do you? The Charms classroom is located on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. It is too narrow and long compared to other classrooms. There are 2 rows of seats on both sides, both facing the center of the classroom. Professor Flitwick, who teaches the Charms class, is surprisingly small. He can only stand on a pile of books to get on the podium. However, his knowledge and rigor of charms are beyond doubt. To cast a spell successfully, you need to not only concentrate, but also to wave the wand correctly and recite the spell accurately. If you don't do this, the spell may fail to fire, and there is also the risk of the spell backfiring. Professor Flitwick first gave everyone a serious warning, and then officially began the lecture. Ethan sat in the back row as usual, flipping through the standard spells, elementary boldly, not listening to the class at all. There is no way, Professor Figo has already taught the spells above, and it is so easy to cast them now. Let Professor Flitwick teach me more good things during the makeup class. Since Professor Figo feels that he needs to be fully prepared, he will first practice to become the sword god of Shillippo in the novice village. This class ends here, and everyone must remember to think more and practice more when they go back. Mr. Ethan, remember to stay for a while. Professor Flitwick knocked on the podium with his wand and ended the class. I heard from Professor Figo that you need to learn more defensive spells, right? After all the students left the classroom, Professor Flitwick flew down from the pile of books and slowly approached Ethan with a kind smile on his face. Yes, Professor, please teach me. If there are any useful spells, just teach me. Ethan rubbed his hands, looking like a motivated student who was quick and eager to learn. Okay, since you said so, I'll give you a big gift package for remedial lessons. Professor Flitwick waved his wand. Let's start with the Oxio. After class, the whispers of 2 people were heard from time to time in the Charms classroom. Is that so, Professor Flitwick? That's right, Mr. Ethan, you can understand it at once. Mr. Ethan, it's enough, let's stop here. No problem, Professor, I can continue. We have to stop now. If we release too much at once. Don't worry, Professor. I still have some spare time. It's better to say that what I just did was just a warm-up. Merlin's beard. This won't work. Your body won't be able to bear it. Don't underestimate me, Professor. Half an hour later, Ethan walked out of the Charms classroom refreshed and pulled up his pants with satisfaction. In the Charms classroom, Professor Flitwick waved his wand and used spells to slowly clean up the mess in the classroom, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I haven't really taught students for a long time. It's really fun. He looked in the direction where Ethan left and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that he was so gifted in magic. Professor Figo has picked up a treasure this time. Achoo! Ethan sneezed inexplicably in the corridor. Which little fangirl is thinking about me again? Oh, my charm that has nowhere to go. He rubbed his nose and ran all the way to the auditorium along the marble stairs. Eat, eat. In the auditorium, Ethan was concentrating on stuffing chopped steak into Yorkshire pudding. Opposite him, Hermione stared at him intently, with the word lemon written all over her face. It's useless for you to look at me, Hermione. I promised Professor Flitwick that I would never use those spells indiscriminately. Ethan said without raising his head, stuffing the Yorkshire pudding stuffed with meat into his mouth and chewing it. It's just a demonstration. Hermione muttered in a low voice, very resentful. Ethan swallowed the food in his mouth, crossed his hands and made a deme gesture, saying, demonstration is not good. Once it starts, there will be a second and third time. It must be strangled in the cradle before the situation develops out of control. Okay, if you don't want to, then don't want to. Why are you talking so scary? Hermione fiercely cut the bacon on the plate into small pieces to vent her indignation. Owls poured into the hall as usual, looking for the location of their respective owners. A brown long-eared owl circled and landed beside Ethan, put a letter next to Ethan's plate, and then flapped its wings and flew away. It's strange, who would write to me? Ethan stroked the black cat that was baring its teeth and protesting to the long-eared owl, very puzzled. Could it be your fangirl? After all, it's Ethan who is invincible and outsmarts dark wizards. Fred said sarcastically. Just open it and you'll know. Ethan ignored the second half of Fred's words and opened the letter to read. Ethan. I'm sorry for being so sudden. I have to go to the Ministry of Magic for something about George. I'm afraid the trip to the restricted area can only be postponed. I'll let you know by owl letter when I come back. Professor Figo. Ethan's face darkened visibly. Good guy, he just finished the side quest and was about to enter the main quest, but the quest NPC slipped away. What's wrong with you, Ethan? Didn't your fangirl confess to you? Fred saw that Ethan looked unhappy and asked perfunctorily. Open up, Fred. Maybe it's a fanboy. George made a precise finishing move. Nothing, Ethan said with a fake smile. By the way, Fred, George. I remember you said you sneaked into the restricted area before, right? Fred and George jumped up, one covered Ethan's mouth and the other strangled Ethan's neck, looked around vigilantly, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no professors were passing by nearby. What truth are you talking about? You can't say this here. Fred panted with lingering fear. Woo woo woo. Ethan tried hard to pry George's hand covering his mouth open, panting, pa woo woo, a fishy smell. That's right, it would be terrible if the professors heard it, and Gryffindor would be deducted points. George said. Oh, so it's true. Ethan wiped his mouth and showed a planned expression. Don't worry, I just want to ask you a few questions. Boy, are you going to make trouble? Fred released his hand that was strangling Ethan's neck and said with a sly smile. Then you've asked the right person. George extended his hand to Ethan. How can it be called making trouble? That's called exchanging knowledge. Ethan held George's hand, showed a consensus smile, and walked out of the hall with the Weasley twins arm in arm. Well, since Professor Figo asked me to wait for him to come back, I can only wait, but if I have to wait, it's better to study hard in the library for a while. If I accidentally enter the restricted book area during this period, there is nothing I can do, right? Yo, it's time to start the main quest. I saw something interesting today. If you can't see the chapter, refresh the catalog. Chapter 18 Night Raid Prince and Silent Cat. 11:45 and 14 seconds p.m., Gryffindor Tower. Ethan, who was dozing on the bed, opened his eyes. He sat up gently, listened carefully to the even breathing of the other 4 people, and confirmed again whether they had fallen asleep. Very good, they all slept soundly. Ethan climbed out of bed, put on his robes on tiptoe, and put his wand into his sleeve. He looked back at the others before walking out of the dormitory door. Brother, I'm going out to hang out, ciao. Ethan closed the door gently, slowly walked through the other dormitory rooms in the tower, and went down the spiral staircase to the Gryffindor common room. The remaining fire in the fireplace still flickered faintly. Ethan used the faint light to adjust his clothes to ensure that he would not make low-level mistakes such as stepping on shoelaces or robes and falling in the next action. It's always right to be cautious. Okay, this is the last save point, and you can only pass the level with 1 life next. Ethan looked at the embers of the fireplace and carefully recalled the details that the Weasley twins told him during the day. 11 hours ago, Transfiguration Courtyard. If you want to go to the restricted area, it's best to go at night. Fred pulled Ethan to sit down in the corridor and said, wait until the administrator Madame Pants gets off work. But it's not absolutely safe at night. The portraits in the corridor are always monitoring every move in this school, George said, not to mention the patrolling prefects and teachers. So you need a way to make you invisible. Disillusionment spell. The twin brothers said in unison. Then, try the new spell. Ethan raised his wand and danced it around his head. He had a strange feeling, as if someone cracked an egg on his head, and something cold flowed into his body from the top of his head. He looked down at his body, and the color and texture of his clothes looked exactly the same as the carpet under his feet, like a human chameleon. Teachers won't teach you things like the disillusionment spell, Fred spread his hands. So there's no way, you can only learn it from us. But we don't have a good grasp of it, George added, so to be on the safe side, you'd better recast the spell every once in a while. The afternoon test lasts about an hour. To be conservative, recast it every half an hour. This is not a game. If you fail to infiltrate, you can reload the file. Once discovered, you will face the scene of Gryffindor losing a lot of points, so don't take the risk and wait until the spell is about to disappear before refreshing the time. It's unnecessary. It's better to be cautious in this case. Ethan bent down and got out of the portrait passage, closed the empty portrait of the fat lady, and went down the marble stairs. Be sure to be fully prepared when you go out at night. The fat lady often goes out to visit people at night, so be prepared to not come back all night. Fred stood up with Ethan and changed his seat to avoid passing students. Once you leave the Gryffindor common room, you must be careful of the administrator Filch. George stood with his hands on the pillar, it's mainly his cat, Mrs. Norris. Ethan moved slowly on the stairs. The changing stairs really wasted a lot of time for him. He finally waited until the last step of the stairs connected to the road leading to the main hall of Hogwarts Castle, and then slid down the stairs as fast as possible and came to the corridor on the first floor. Very good, just keep going like this, and you will be in the library soon. Ethan encouraged himself secretly while walking against the wall. But he couldn't move forward. A dark grey cat sat sideways in front of the door leading to the main hall, licking the fur on its paws gracefully, blocking his way. Mrs. Norris. Yes, Mrs. Norris. Fred nodded. Filch doesn't use magic, and a little disillusionment charm can let you walk in front of him with a swagger. But that cat will tip off Filch. George sat down and put his arm around Ethan's shoulders. Mrs. Norris has a very good nose. Once she smells you, you'd better run away. The farther the better. Mrs. Norris seemed to have suddenly realized something. She raised her head alertly, looked around vigilantly, and used her nose to carefully smell the smell in the air. Not good. Ethan secretly cried out that it was not good. Mrs. Norris locked his direction, stood up and walked towards him slowly, making a low gurgling sound in her throat. Ethan moved back slowly. The more this happened, the more he couldn't lose his composure. Now he had to force himself to calm down. If he made any mistakes because of panic and let Mrs. Norris notice it, all his efforts would be wasted. In this way, one person and one cat slowly moved from the corridor to the marble staircase. Ethan turned around and looked at the cat behind him. Towards the other side of the stairs, he realized that he had reached a point where he had no way out. It's over, there's no way out. Ethan looked at Mrs. Norris, who was getting closer and closer, and his breathing became heavier. Calm down, Ethan, calm down. Use your little brain, there must be a way to divert the cat's attention. Mrs. Norris slowly approached and began to bend her waist. Got it. Ethan slapped his head and thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his wand and muttered in his heart. Lumos. The tip of the wand emitted a faint red light, and Ethan's hand shook slightly. And the light spot left the wand and went straight to Mrs. Norris. Lumos locomotor? Meow. Mrs. Norris cried out in dissatisfaction, but was soon attracted by the red light, and her claws kept catching the moving light spots. Ethan held his breath and continued to control the light spots with his wand, leading Mrs. Norris to another staircase leading to the basement. Finally solved. It turns out that no cat can resist the temptation of a moving light spot. Ethan watched the staircase move to another place, and then he breathed a sigh of relief again, wiped the non-existent cold sweat, walked around the staircase and returned to the corridor, slowly touching the door of the main hall. What would happen if I used this trick on Professor McGonagall when she turned into a cat? How? Ethan suddenly thought of it for no reason, then shuddered, and immediately shook his head to deny such an idea. Forget it, let's not do it. It's hard to say what Professor McGonagall will do. If he really did this, he would definitely die miserably, and even Professor Figo couldn't save him. Ethan cast a disillusionment spell on himself again, took a deep breath, and gently opened the door to the main hall. Everything can be garde voir. Chapter 19 Night Duty Restricted Book Area. Ethan took a deep breath, opened the door to the main hall a crack, and quickly squeezed in. The lights were still on in the main hall, and two senior students were walking back and forth in the corridor in front of the stairs. In front of the door of the library in the distance, there was another senior student. When you get to the main hall, you will face the patrolling prefects. Fred said, they are not easier to fool than Filch, and the disillusionment spell is not as good as Filch. If you get close to something like a body spell, you will be able to see the clues, so it is best to take a detour to avoid it. It may be that you just happened to meet the professor. George seemed to recall some bad memories, his face serious. They are very sensitive to traces of magic. Don't try to use magic to divert them. It can be seen that you two are people with stories. Ethan had a playful expression on his face. Ethan stuck close to the wall, crouched and slowly moved to the corner of the stairs in the main hall, then stood up and went down the stairs to the platform at the turning point, quickly walked to the stairs at the other end and climbed up, so as to avoid the Ravenclaw prefect patrolling the stairs. Very good, almost at the door. The next thing is... Ethan leaned in the shadow of the corner, looking at Percy standing in front of the library not far away. Of course, unless you meet Percy. Fred laughed at his brother mercilessly. He is a piece of wood, his mind is a pool of stagnant water, and he can fool it by making some noise. Whatever. Ethan couldn't believe it. He's the prefect, is he really a man like this? Yes, whatever. George showed a disdainful smile. This poor kid has become stupid from studying, and is easier to fool than Filch. Ethan looked at the two suits of armor standing against the wall not far away, and a plan came to his mind. He slowly moved to the side of the armor against the wall, and kicked one of the armors. Ah! The armor screamed in pain, attracting the attention of Percy, who was diagonally opposite. Ethan took this opportunity to move away, and when the Ravenclaw prefect next to the stairs turned his eyes to the stairs, he quickly ran across the corridor. "What's wrong with you?" Another suit of armor next to him asked with concern. "Aha, I know. It's you who did it. Still pretending to be innocent here, I don't need your hypocritical concern," the kicked armor said, kicking off the arm of the other armor. "Nonsense, you are here to pick a fight." The one-armed armor was very angry, picked up his mace and smashed him into pieces. "Hey, what are you doing? Be quiet." Percy crossed the corridor and said to the two armors fighting with dissatisfaction. "Good opportunity." Ethan leaned against the wall and moved to the door of the library as fast as possible, watching Percy scolding the armor from behind, and shook his head helplessly. "Poor kid, you should be more careful." Ethan turned around and ignored the noise behind him. He slowly opened the wooden door leading to the library, took a deep breath, turned sideways and squeezed in, and then gently closed the door. Softly and quietly, Ethan walked slowly into the library along the stairs down. After entering the library, you need to find the key to the iron door that locks the forbidden book area. Fred took them to another place and came to a railing. "The key is in Madame Pance's drawer. Allaho can't open that lock. There is an anti-Allaho spell on the iron lock." George leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. "Once you use the unlocking spell on it, it will send out a shrill alarm, and the patrolling prefects in the main hall can hear it. I remember Madame Pance's workstation is it." Ethan looked to the left, and Madame Pance's workstation was just to the left of the entrance to the library. It didn't matter that he saw it, and Ethan could see Madame Pance's face with glasses at a glance. She was sorting something and mumbling something. "Hufflepuff again. Can't they fill out the registration form properly? What the hell are they filling in?" Madame Pance complained, without stopping the pen in her hand. "I'm the one who cleans up the mess, right? Really, there are always such low-level mistakes at the beginning of each school year." Ethan hurriedly squatted down, crouched close to the counter and slipped to the bookshelf inside from under Mrs. Pance's nose. "Of course, Mrs. Pance may stay there to work overtime," Fred said. "In this case, you have to find a way yourself. It's difficult to lead her away, to be honest." George said, "You'd better find a helper to act together." "Forget it, it's not convenient to do this with others." Ethan leaned against the railing, very confident. "Don't worry about unlocking the door, the mountain man has his own tricks." Ethan walked to the outer corridor against the wall, walked around the library and came to the lock of the restricted book area. He carefully looked at the iron door of the restricted book area and came to a conclusion. Yes, it is a pin lock. "That's easy." Ethan pulled out 2 hairs, put them in his palm, and cast a transformation spell on the hair with his wand. Appearance changes dramatically. The hair turned into 2 thick iron wires. Ethan bent one end of the iron wire into a small bend and poked it into the keyhole. Give the magic of Western wizards a little oriental shock. Ethan slowly fiddled with the opening locking tools, holding his breath and listening carefully to the sound inside the lock. Finally, after a light click, the lock of the iron door opened. "It's easy." Ethan slowly opened the iron door to prevent it from making a creaking sound to attract Madame Pance's attention, and sneaked into the restricted book area, and then slowly closed the iron door. There are indeed traces of ancient magic in the restricted book area. The white light spots gathered into a thin line on the ground, guiding Ethan to a downward staircase. By the way, there is a book on a table in the restricted book area. Fred remembered something. "Don't touch it, the book is under a temptation spell. Once you open it, you will be stunned." "We have been fooled twice." George smiled bitterly. "So no matter whether it is a person or a book, you can't judge it by its appearance. No matter how you look at it, this is too deliberate. How did the Weasley brothers fall for it?" Ethan looked at the beautifully decorated book on the table next to the stairs, restrained his desire to pick it up and take it for himself, and walked up the stairs to the basement. There are 2 ghosts patrolling in the corridor on the first floor of the basement. They are the last guards. Fred stood up from the railing and stretched lazily, but they are dumber than Percy. Just make some noise to distract them. Remember not to get too close. They can still see the disillusionment spell. George finally reminded, good luck. Chapter 20. As long as you show your health bar, I will kick you even if you are a dog. The underground floor of the library is a sun-shaped layout composed of 2 U-shaped corridors. 2 ghost administrators are floating in the air, monitoring every move in the corridor. Ethan cast a short flying spell on the bookshelf in the left front corner, and 2 books flew out of the bookshelf and fell to the ground. The ghost was indeed attracted and flew to where the books fell. Ethan crouched down and bypassed the ghost's sight from another way in the U-shaped corridor, and then following the same method, he led away another ghost guarding the stairs and walked up the steps to the second underground floor. Okay, it's safe now. Ethan let out a long breath, straightened up, and stretched. The second underground floor of the restricted book area seemed much more dilapidated. The old wooden tables filled the entire room, and thick books were randomly stacked on the tables. The corners were also filled with armor boxes, celestial globes, and other sundries, and all the objects were covered with thick dust. Is this the restricted book area or the sundries area? Is no one cleaning it? Cough cough cough. Ethan was choked by the dust floating in the air and couldn't stop coughing. He finally recovered, took a breath, and covered his mouth and nose with his robe, and walked through the narrow gap between the tables. It's so unlucky that I can't use the cleaning spell or the cleaning spell to make these things disappear. Ethan muttered, crawling under a dusty table piled with books. In order to prevent being discovered, he had to keep the items in the house as they were, and he couldn't even turn over the table that was blocking his way. It was very annoying. But fortunately, there were no ghosts guarding the second floor underground, so he didn't have to avoid their sight, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Finally, it's here. Ethan struggled to crawl out from under the last table, panting and slowly standing up. His forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. He supported his legs and looked at the metal door in front of him that was blocked by armor fragments. On the ground, the silver-white thin lines formed by the traces of ancient magic gathered here from all directions and flowed behind the door. No matter what was marked on the map, it should be behind this door. There was no thick dust on the armor fragments in front of the door. It should have fallen off recently. There was also a wall hanging above the door that looked like it turned out to be the same style of helmet, and it looked like the armor was originally hung on it. But why hang a pair of armor on the door? Is it so that when someone opens the door, the armor will fall down and make his head explode? It should be the Weasley twins. Ethan kicked the armor fragments and immediately thought of the most likely suspect. After all, except for the twins, no one else could walk so far in the restricted area. And they are habitual offenders. God knows how much trouble they have made in the restricted area. Restored to the original. As Ethan waved his wand, the armor fragments flew up automatically, and pieced together into complete parts in the air bit by bit. Finally, all the parts were combined and pieced together with the hanging helmet. It looks like automatic dressing, very cool. Armor protection. Ethan cast an armor spell on his head to prevent the armor from falling off. Then he stepped forward and pulled open the metal door. Behind the door was a small square room with a table on it and a pass on the side, which led to the stairs going down. Tap, tap, tap. Ethan went down the spiral stone staircase, with several light spots surrounding him as lighting. He pointed his wand forward in his hand to prevent any strange things from suddenly popping out. After all, it is common sense in the magic world that monsters are hidden in such old and dilapidated forbidden areas. Probably. The stairs went down twice and then reached the bottom. In front of him was a cylindrical dome stone cave. Ethan first stood on the stairs and controlled the light spots to circle around the room in front of him. After making sure that there were no monsters hiding, he stepped down the stairs. Look at the thickness of the dust. This room must have existed for a long time. Ethan stepped on the dusty stone floor, leaving footprints one by one, and there are no footprints. It seems that Fred and his friends have never been here. In the center of the room is an empty metal door frame with a pointed top, which is exactly the same shape as the portal door frame encountered in Gringotts Vault number 12. The thin line of ancient magic traces that guided Ethan here from the restricted book area flows all the way to the ground behind the door frame and converges into a vortex, which is also the same as the one encountered in the mysterious hall before. Since they are the same things, the way to open them should be the same. Ethan walked through the door frame and stood on the vortex, waving his wand from bottom to top. Buzz! There was a slight sound behind him, and Ethan looked back. A light blue light curtain with ripples slowly emerged on the empty door frame. From the light curtain, you can see a corridor connected to the opposite side. The architectural style is similar to the round hall of the meditation basin. As expected, it should also be built by Percival and others. Ethan held his wand and slowly walked through the light curtain and came to the corridor. The entire corridor was illuminated by a soft mysterious light source. At the end of the road was a metal door with the familiar magic symbol engraved on it. Knocks. Ethan turned off the fluorescent light around him, held his wand and walked slowly towards the door with caution. The short distance was not attacked by any enemies. Ethan came to the door and stretched out his hand to push the door open. The magic symbol in the center of the door suddenly emitted white light, and the light gathered into a line of words in front of Ethan. The Pavilion of Seeking Knowledge, incompetent people are not allowed to enter? Oh, it seems there is a boss behind the door. Ethan looked at the game prompt that was too visual, sneered, and didn't care. No matter what enemy you encounter, as long as the health bar is on, I can kill you with scraping. Don't ask, it's the confidence given to me by the large number of spells I learned in remedial classes. I am very strong now. JPG. The light gradually dimmed, and the door made a heavy creaking sound and opened automatically to both sides. Behind the door was a spacious square hall. On the wall facing Ethan was another similar metal door. Next to the door, there was a statue of armor holding a long sword kneeling on one knee on the ground. This armor? Ha, as expected. Ethan sighed, and he probably knew in his heart that these two statues were the soldiers to be cleared next. He stared at the movement of the armor and slowly walked towards the door. Snap! Sure enough, when he reached the center of the hall, the two statues moved at the same time, holding swords in both hands and running towards Ethan. Aha, I knew it, I knew it. Ethan complained about this overly old-fashioned trial routine, bent his waist to avoid the statue's horizontal slash, and then used the force to do several consecutive backflips to distance himself from the enemy. He ran a few steps to the back of one of the statues, raised his magic wand and aimed it at the back of the statue, and silver-white light burst out from the tip of the wand. All fly away, Depulso. Chapter 21 Ta Ta Kai, Yizimo Ta Ta Kai. All fly away. The spell hit the statue accurately, and the huge impact blew the statue away and hit the wall in the distance. Crack! The statue shattered and turned into a light spot and dissipated. Oh my god, this thing is so powerful! Ethan was very surprised at the power of his spell. When he was taking extra classes in the spell classroom, he only tried to blow away a few tables. It was unexpected that he could blow away the heavy statue so far in one breath. Another statue also closed the distance with Ethan at this time, raised the big sword in his hand high and chopped down at Ethan. Petrificus totalis. The statue that was hit paused for a moment, and Ethan took this time to rush to the side. Bang! The big sword hit the ground hard and broke into several pieces. Haha, the weapon can also destroy you. Ethan distanced himself and laughed at the statue's behavior. The statue was unmoved, slowly stood up, and clenched his right hand in the air, and a mace appeared in his hand out of thin air. That's too much. You can refresh your weapon? Are you cheating? Ethan kept moving back and forth in the distance, and the magic wand in his hand kept shooting magic one after another, kiting the opponent with the advantage of distance. If the opponent was a human, he could still fight him in close combat and punch him a few times, but forget it for this kind of iron lump. I am not made of steel, and I don't have the interest in forging iron with bare hands. If I use an iron fist on it, I must be in pain for a long time. But the statue didn't mean to get close, but stood in place and swung the mace in his hand to block the magic shot by Ethan. Then he suddenly swung his hands forward, and the sledgehammer flew out of his hand towards Ethan. Oh my gosh! Ethan was startled by this American III behavior, and quickly released the spell to defend himself. Shock reduction and speed stop. The spinning sledgehammer stopped less than 10 centimeters in front of Ethan and hit the ground. You have no moral integrity. You come to cheat and sneak attack my 14-year-old comrade. Ethan accused the statue of its inhuman behavior with lingering fear, and raised his hand to cast a spell on the statue. Retreat 3 feet. The statue somersaulted into the air, and kept turning up and down in the air. It fell to the ground. Another spell hit the statue, and the statue fell headfirst onto the floor, breaking into pieces. Done, call it a day. Ethan tidied his clothes, dusted off the non-existent dust on his robe, and walked towards the second gate. Just then. Dong! 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 4 sword-holding statues jumped down from the sky and landed standing in the 4 corners of the hall. No way! Where did you come from? Ethan took a breath of cold air. The attack of a single statue was not a big deal. But if there were more of them, it would be difficult for him to deal with their offensive combination. The old saying goes that a random punch can kill a master, and it is not without reason. Yabai, red bean paste yabai. Ethan's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed his saliva and decided to strike first. He raised his wand and aimed at one of the statues and took a deep breath. Glaces! 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 4 light blue lights shot out from the tip of the wand, shooting at the legs of the 4 statues respectively. Kaka! The legs and feet of the 4 statues formed a thick layer of ice out of thin air, and they were frozen in place and could not move. Ethan took advantage of the time when the statues were controlled to launch an offensive against the statue closest to him. First, focus on killing one. Disarm your weapon. Dampen and stop the speed. Fall to the ground. The big sword flew out of the statue's hand, floated above its head, and then fell down to smash it. Very good, kill one. Ethan squatted to avoid the throwing swords of the other 3 statues and took a breath. At this time, the ice formed by the previous spell had been kicked to pieces by the statues, and the statues were summoning new weapons. Taking advantage of this gap, Ethan stood up and adjusted his position. It is always difficult to deal with attacks from all directions, but if the attacks are all within your sight, it will be easier. There are still too few ways to attack these iron lumps. If I can learn some cutting or bombing spells, it should be easier. Ethan sighed, regretting his lack of ability, and then raised his wand to aim at a statue. Incendio! The red fire line flew from the wand to the statue, and then, a few sparks splashed. Ethan shook his head. Tisk, it's too weak. I have to ask Professor Flitwick if there are any more powerful spells when I go back. 2 of the statues summoned maces and swung their arms to start a new round of throwing. The remaining statue stabbed Ethan with a spear. Oh, you can work together. Ethan sneered. Not only did he not dodge the gun-wielding statue that rushed over, but he ran towards it. All fly away. When he was about to meet the statue, Ethan suddenly dodged to the side and cast a spell at the statue that was close at hand. The statue was unstable and flew to one side, and was smashed to pieces by the mace thrown by another statue. Ha! Hit my teammates hard. Good job. Ethan gave a thumbs up to the statue that hit his teammates, turned around and cast a spell at the other flying mace. Shock reduction. The speed of the rotating hammer slowed down and was caught by Ethan. Ethan swung the hammer and ran towards the statue that threw it. When he was close to the statue, he jumped up and raised the hammer high to smash the statue's head armor. Hammer, 80. Boom! The head of the statue was completely shattered, and the remaining parts were scattered on the ground. Who? Ethan stood still, panting, and the hammer in his hand turned into a light spot and dissipated. The hammer was heavier than he thought. After hitting the statue with all his strength, his left arm, which was the main hand of the hammer, was a little weak. Then, there is only one left. Ethan drew a circle and stretched his left arm. He raised his wand in his right hand and aimed it at the last statue, releasing the spell. Freeze! The light blue light continued to shoot out from the magic wand, hitting the chest of the statue. The ice layer formed from the chest spread to the whole body as the spell continued to hit, trapping the statue in place. Ethan walked towards the frozen statue and raised his hand to cast another spell. All fly away! The statue was blasted against the wall, causing a dent in the wall, and he turned into a light spot and disappeared. Are there any more? Ethan raised his magic wand and looked around the hall vigilantly, fearing that another wave of soldiers would burst out from somewhere. After all, he was a little exhausted. If there were 4 more statues, he would really not be able to bear it. After a long time, it seems to be over. Ethan let out a long breath and walked towards the door. Chapter 22 Thunder. Rain. Collect the clothes. Ethan came to the front of the gate, and the ancient magic symbol in the center of the gate lit up, emitting a soft and bright white light, prompting the gate to open automatically to both sides. Perfect clearance. Rating SSS. Ethan shrugged and walked straight through the gate to the room behind. This is a fairly spacious metal square hall, with 4 metal pillars of different styles decorating the 4 corners, and the 4 pillars are respectively engraved with animal patterns of eagles, lions, badgers, and snakes. In the center of the square hall stood a meditation basin, and a beautifully decorated book slowly circled and floated up and down above the meditation basin. Another meditation basin. Ethan walked to the meditation basin and reached out to take the book on the meditation basin. And what is this book? The book floating in the air suddenly opened, and a stream of silver liquid flowed into the meditation basin along the middle seam of the book. Then it closed again and flew into Ethan's hands. Ethan held the book, looked at the liquid flowing in the meditation basin, and swallowed his saliva. Hey, come on! Ethan placed his hands on the edge of the meditation basin, took a deep breath, and immersed his head in the meditation basin. A familiar feeling of weightlessness came over him. After a short fall, Ethan stood still in a meadow. Run, they are coming! The man's voice came from behind him. Ethan looked back and saw several people wearing black coats and black masks on their faces running towards Ethan desperately, piercing through Ethan's body and continuing to run forward. Ethan frowned when he saw a red snake spitting out its tongue embroidered on the back of their coats. The pattern was very familiar, and he always felt that he had seen it somewhere. Buzz! In front of those people, a silver-white light curtain unfolded in a cross shape, blocking their escape route. One foot stepped out of the light curtain, and then the man walked out of the light curtain with his whole body. It was Percival. You can't run away. Put down your wand and surrender. Percival said lightly, holding the wand towards those people in black coats. Percival, there's no need to waste time talking to them. These fire snakes deserve to die. Charles stepped out of the light curtain and stood on Percival's left. Then another man and a woman stepped out of the light curtain and stood on Percival's right hand. Damn it, let's fight them together. The man who looked like the leader standing in front of the fire snakes gave orders to the others, raised his wand and roared. Avada Kedavra! The deadly green light flashed from the tip of the wand and went straight to Percival. Percival gently raised the wand upwards, and a stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the killing curse from the opposite side, and then exploded. Alas! Percival sighed, and gently swung the wand from bottom to top. A silver-white arc of energy appeared along the trajectory of the wand, flying towards the leader at a very fast speed, knocking him to the ground and unconscious. "Put down your wand and surrender," Percival said lightly. "Avada Kedavra." He was answered by several killing curses. The killing curse was completely blocked by the stone wall built by Charles. Percival's eyes became sharp, and he pointed his wand at one of the fire snakes who released the killing curse. A silver light shot out from the wand and pierced the chest of the fire snake. The fire snake collapsed to the ground and died. "Sen, Neopho!" Charles shouted while casting spells, and the remaining man and woman also raised their wands to clean up the remaining fire snakes. The wailing of the fire snakes gradually faded away, and the surrounding scenery dissipated like smoke. Ethan felt that he was spinning and falling. In the blink of an eye, the scenery beside him solidified again, and it was a cliff. 4 people passed by Ethan. It was Percival and his friends. Percival came to the edge of the cliff and looked at the scenery below. His eyebrows were full of sadness. "These are all done by the fire snake party." Ethan also came to the edge of the cliff and followed Percival to look down at the scene below the cliff. Below the cliff is a dilapidated small village. The houses are dilapidated and most of them have collapsed. Many houses have been burned black and smoke is rising. The trees in the village have been broken, and the land in the farmland next to it has dried up and cracked. There are a few crops planted in the land, but they have all been trampled on the ground. In the center of the village is a well, and 2 children, a boy and a girl, are standing next to the well. The boy is leaning on a cane and coughing constantly. The girl is lying next to the well, looking at the empty well, and throwing the bucket with a rope in her hand into the well. A man walked out of the shabby house next to the girl, leaned down and patted her shoulder and said something. The girl loosened the rope in her hand and threw herself into the man's arms, sobbing. Even though he knew it was just a memory, Ethan's heart was still tightly gripped. Percival exchanged glances with the 3 people behind him, drew out his wand and pointed it at the sky. A silver-white magic energy shot from the wand to the clouds in the sky like a rocket. In an instant, the sky was overcast, and heavy rain poured down, extinguishing the houses with embers burning and moistening every inch of land in the village. A man and a woman next to Percival waved their wands, and the tip of the wand emitted a dazzling silver light. As the wand was waved, the collapsed houses were all restored to their original state, the broken trees sprouted new buds, and the crops in the farmland stood up again. Another magical energy shot from Charles's wand to the earth, and the light blue wave spread from the point of entry to the entire village. Wherever the wave reached, green grass spread, flowers bloomed, and the barren land gradually became full of vitality. The little girl beside the well supported the little boy on crutches, looked up at this miraculous scene, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Percival's frown gradually relaxed, and he smiled at his companions, and drew a silver-white light curtain with his magic wand. The scenery in front of him dissipated like smoke again, and after a short darkness, Ethan came to an antique room. Percival and the other 4 were standing or sitting beside the chairs in the room, communicating something. When suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the 4 of them turned their heads in the direction of Ethan. Ethan dodged to the side and turned his head to look behind him. A girl about 14 or 15 years old walked in from the door of the room and asked the 4 people in the room with a little restraint. "Do you want to see me, Principal Fitzgerald? And Professor Rackham?" Percival nodded to the girl and said, "Yes, Miss Isidora Morgana, please come in." As the girl walked into the room, she greeted several people, Professor Rookwood, Professor Baker, "Hello." The female among the 4 asked, "Are you used to life in Hogwarts, Miss Morgana?" "I've adapted well, Principal Fitzgerald." The girl smiled. "Then I'm relieved. You know, since the unusual situation you started in the 4th grade, we have always cared about you." Principal Fitzgerald smiled back at Isidora. "Coincidentally, I joined Hogwarts in the 4th grade just like you. I have never heard of such an exception except you and me." Percival walked to Isidora with his hands behind his back, smiling. Charles, who was sitting on a chair beside him, turned his head and looked at Isidora, with a serious face. Let's get back to the point, Miss Morgana. When we talked after class yesterday, you mentioned to me the beautiful vortex in the sky when we visited your village a few years ago. Yes, I recognized you quickly. I am grateful for everything you have done. Isidora lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers, looking a little uneasy. We are happy to help. Principal Fitzgerald raised his eyebrows. Yes, I did see magical vortices that day, everywhere. My father insisted that my imagination was too rich, but I insisted that they were real. Isidora raised her head and recalled the scene that day. That's right, Miss Morgana. That's not a fantasy. Principal Fitzgerald said, Percival, that is, Professor Rackham can also see them, but we never know who else can do this. I don't understand, what are those whirlpools? It's ancient magic. Professor Percival Rackham replied. Chapter 23 Ding, your plug-in has arrived. It's ancient magic. Percival said, this is an extremely special kind of magic. When someone uses it, it will leave a trace similar to the whirlpool you mentioned. Ancient magic. Isidora repeated Percival's words, very puzzled. Few people can use it, let alone see its traces. The last of the four said, and Hogwarts itself is the stronghold of ancient magic. Then, Professor Baker. If I can see its traces, does it mean that I can use it? The girl asked Professor Baker, her eyes full of excitement. Of course, Miss Morgana. Percival nodded, but you need to receive formal training first. Focus on the present, Miss Morgana. Professor Baker reminded, don't let yourself go too far. Before practicing this kind of magic, I think you'd better master all the knowledge you can learn from Hogwarts. Percival said, laying a good foundation is the top priority. Such a powerful force will cause great damage if it falls into the hands of evil people. It must be mastered by only a few people. Principal Fitzgerald warned, so, we hope you don't talk to anyone about what we discussed here today. Okay, Principal. Isidora said solemnly and left the room. The scene in front of him dissipated again, and a dizzy feeling of weightlessness tortured Ethan. When he came to his senses again, he had returned to the secret room of the Pensieve. This thing, can't it be designed to be less torturous? Ethan held the edge of the Pensieve, bent over and couldn't stop retching. There is no way. The feeling of coming out of the Pensieve is comparable to driving a tractor at 200 miles per hour on a muddy country road, turning left and right and drifting forward without wearing a seat belt. That feeling is so refreshing. Well. Professor Percival Rackham, Principal Fitzgerald, Isidora Morgana. Ethan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and stood up to recall the information he had just remembered. Hogwarts turned out to be the base of ancient magic. No wonder such things are underground in Hogwarts. There are actually people who know ancient magic. And they are professors and students of Hogwarts. And then, who are those guys called the Fire Snake Party? Well, I have to check the information carefully when I go back. Ethan weighed the heavy book in his hand. I hope this book can have what I want. The wall opposite the Pensieve turned into a blue light curtain with ripples, and you can vaguely see that the round stone cave under the forbidden book area is opposite the light curtain. Sure enough, there are shortcuts back to the city. Ethan took the book and walked through the light curtain. Yeah, this is the light blade magic I just saw. Ah, this is the portal I learned before. Ethan slowly climbed up the spiral staircase while flipping through the book in his hand. This book records in detail many ancient magic usage methods and learning methods. From dust removal to calling the wind and rain, it can be called a one-stop textbook. No, to be precise, it should be regarded as a skill list. Although Ethan can roughly learn the ancient magic used by Percival and others by reading the memory once, but that is only a wild way after all, which is not as good as this kind of systematic and formal teaching. To give the simplest example, the portal he opened before can only teleport randomly within a rough range, but if he learns according to the method recorded in this book, he can point to where he wants to go, with great accuracy. Of course, there are limitations. The portal can only teleport to places that have been visited. On the other hand, there are so many magics recorded in this book. If you really regard reading the memory as the only way to learn moves, you will have to wait for a long time. Anyway, the magic here is still too shocking. Just in case, try not to show off in front of students and professors. Ethan looked at the plug-in in his hand and made up his mind to keep a low profile in the future. There is no way. Many magics in the book can change the style of painting when they are released. For example, a 1-meter-long magic energy beam condensed at the tip of the wand can be used to cut people and break them in two if they are touched. Another example is the multiple energy blades that can be released remotely to slash, and the magic power can be used to pinch a few phantoms that are exactly the same as oneself to release magic together to attack the enemy, and the powerful energy beams can be fired to blast the enemy to pieces. I can only say that the sense of déjà vu is too strong. And if I really use these magics on people in the school, I am afraid that I will be happy to get a private room in Azkaban that day. The next day, the Ministry of Magic urgently revised the file and expanded the introduction document of the unforgivable curse from a piece of paper to a book. I dare not use it, I dare not use it at all. And this book? Ethan turned to the last few pages of the book. These pages are a map of the Hogwarts area with detailed instructions. The floating ancient magic traces on it point to a certain place. But the two most critical pages were torn away, resulting in no way to know where the map points to and what is there. Alas, I'm stuck on the main story again. Ethan closed the book and sighed. Lost pages like this are the hardest to find. They might have ended up in a wastebasket in some toilet. It's unbearable. Ethan went up to the second floor of the forbidden book area. Facing the debris on the floor, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Well, it's just right to try out the new skills. No more torture. Ethan closed his eyes, calmed down, and his body emitted a faint white light, slowly floating into the air. Under his control, his body slowly floated over the dusty table and landed next to the stairs leading to the first floor of the basement. This is convenient, but it costs too much mana. Ethan held the handrail of the stairs, panting and sweating. Although it can float in the air, it consumes a lot of magic power and energy when the speed and direction are precisely controlled. I feel more tired than running 10 kilometers after just flying such a short distance, not to mention increasing the speed and flying distance on this basis. In a sense, it is not as good as a flying broom, and it can only be used in emergencies. Okay, the rest is to return the same way. Ethan cast an illusion spell on himself and stepped onto the stairs. As for why he didn't open the portal directly, it was still a question where the portal would open. This thing makes too much noise, and if it is opened in the library, Madame Pants may find it. There is no need to mention the marble staircase and the main hall. The portraits and patrolling prefects are not there to eat, not to mention Filch and Madame Norris. As for opening it to Gryffindor Tower, as long as there is a student who gets up early or stays up late, everything will be seen. Not to mention whether it can be opened, the magic barrier of Hogwarts Castle may block this thing, so just walk back honestly. Chapter 24. Have you ever seen Hogwarts at 4 in the morning? The way home was unimpeded. There were no patrolling prefects in the main hall. Ethan walked effortlessly from the main hall to the corridor leading to the marble staircase. He turned his head and looked out the window, and could still see the faint dawn in the eastern sky. He was out all night. Ethan returned to the corridor on the 8th floor of Gryffindor Tower. There were no guest surveillance portraits at this location. So he lifted the disillusionment spell on himself, turned the corner, and swaggered towards the portrait of the fat lady. Where are you going? The fat lady had returned to the frame at this time. She stood in the middle of the frame and asked. I'm going for morning exercise. I was drowsy this morning. You see, I'm wearing the wrong clothes. I'm back to change clothes. Ethan opened his arms and showed the fat lady his robes, talking nonsense without changing his face or heartbeat. The fat lady looked at Ethan, who looked harmless, for a while, sighed, and said, "Password. Pig nose." The fat lady nodded. "Come in." The picture frame opened to the side automatically, and Ethan bent over and crawled into the Gryffindor common room through the hole in the wall behind the picture frame. The common room was still empty, and the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. It seemed that the house elves of Hogwarts had refilled the fire. The other 4 people in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly in bed. Ethan opened the door gently, tiptoed to the end of his bed, and stuffed the ancient magic textbook into the bottom of his suitcase. This book must be hidden, and Harry and the others must not see it. Leaking the secret is secondary, just in case Harry. It would be bad if they blindly followed the things in this book and caused any accidents. He took his sportswear, sat on the bed and quietly changed his clothes, closed the door and went out. The Quidditch field at Hogwarts is an oval grass field about 150 meters long and 50 meters wide, surrounded by a circle of high walls, and the top of the wall is the audience stand area. After all, Quidditch is a sport in the air, and it is more convenient for the audience to watch the whole game in mid-air. But for Ethan, these don't matter. The biggest use of the Quidditch field for him at this stage is that the circle outside the high wall is exactly 400 meters, and the road surface is solid, just right for running laps. Ethan came to the gate of the field, stretching while emptying his mind. It was a bit confusing to see what he saw in the meditation basin for a while, and he would only get himself into trouble if he kept thinking about it. He simply didn't think too much about it and did something else to change his mind, such as running 5 kilometers first. Although he said so, Ethan was still thinking about Percival and the others while running around the Quidditch field. Percival and the others were all professors at Hogwarts, and Isidora was their student, and the Fire Snake Party. The name of the Fire Snake Party always felt very familiar. Wait, Hogwarts! Ethan suddenly braked and stopped the car. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind, and he immediately sorted out the next action plan. He started again, ran the remaining 3 kilometers at a faster speed, and rushed to the Gryffindor Tower in one go. Back in the dormitory, Ethan opened the box where he kept his textbooks and pulled out the Hogwarts, a history of the school that had never been opened from the bottom. Ethan sat down on the bed, put the thick and heavy book on his legs and opened it, flipping through it carefully to find what he wanted to find. Well, the Hogwarts chronology. Headmaster. Niamh Fitzgerald, I got it. Well. Harry, who was still sleeping next to him, was half awakened by Ethan's shouting. He turned over in a daze and mumbled incoherently. Ethan. Class hasn't started yet, let me sleep a little longer. Ethan. Poor kid, I'd better not scare him in the future, and wake him up in another way. For example, open the window and then suddenly lift the quilt to let him fully feel the breath of the morning. Ethan collected his thoughts and continued to read the entries in the book in a low voice. Niamh Fitzgerald was the headmaster of Hogwarts from 1304 to 1374. During his tenure, he made great reforms to the school's teaching methods and established a class system based on compulsory and elective courses for the first time. He defeated the Dark Wizard group, the Salamanders, which had repeatedly harassed the area around Hogwarts together with Professors Percival Rackham, Charles Rookwood, and Sam Bakar. The Salamanders again. Fortunately, we already know the period of activity of this Dark Wizard group. The rest. Ethan flipped a few pages back and found the entry of the school's faculty and searched in chronological order. Percival Rackham, Professor of Charms. Charles Rookwood, Professor of Potions. Sam Bakar, Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Isidora Morgana, Professor of Charms. Well, it's not unreasonable for Isidora, a user of ancient magic, to become a professor at Hogwarts. But Ethan read the entry about Isidora over and over again, and soon found the discordant part. Normally, the introduction of a professor should be from taking office to leaving office, such as Percival's entry is took office as Professor of Charms in 1285. Switched to Professor of Transfiguration in 1321. Retired in 1360. But the discordant part of Isidora's entry is that her entry only wrote that she took office as Professor of Charms in 1321, but within less than 10 years, the Professor of Charms returned to Percival, and Isidora just wrote died in the line of duty in the entry. Died in the line of duty, this is interesting. Let's not talk about Isidora's strength as a user of ancient magic. Percival is still alive, there should be no reason not to save her? Or Percival didn't know about this? What level of ability does it take to kill a professor of Hogwarts quietly? Or is it an internal conflict? Percival and Isidora had a conflict over the application of ancient magic, and then he accidentally killed her? What kind of cliched plot is this? Domestic TV dramas no longer write like this. It can't be death from overwork, right? New ideas poured into Ethan's mind one after another. Ethan silently closed the book and stopped the crazy operation of brain cells. One person can't think of anything here. It's better to wait for Professor Figo to come back and tell him all these things. Who knows what he can know? Ethan put the book back in the box, looked around at the 4 little guys who were sleeping soundly, and showed a harmless smile. Hurry up, get up. Chapter 25. Let me check if your wand is normal. So, Seamus, what did you blow up again? Near noon, Ethan came out of the library and Methari and his friends in the spells class trembled slightly and raised their mouths uncontrollably when they saw Harry's dark right face and Seamus's afro. I seem to have seen this scene somewhere. It was a fire spell. Seamus used too much force when he waved his wand at the stick, and the whole stick was blown into charcoal. Hermione was holding a pile of books and shook her head helplessly. I was persuading him not to be too impatient. Well, it's unexpected but reasonable. Ethan shrugged. Fortunately Flitwick didn't use candles for you to practice, otherwise you and Harry would have suffered first-degree burns. If it was a candle, it would have caused splash damage, and the young wizard who had just entered school couldn't stand it at all. Wait, maybe this really happened, so the teaching aids were changed to sticks. No, I can't think about this matter too much. Then I really have to thank you, Seamus said with a dark face, and they started to hurt each other. At least my stick caught fire, but Ron didn't make a single spark in the whole class. Ron blushed beside him, his face and hair almost the same color. This is called accumulation of knowledge. I will definitely be the first one to successfully light a fire in the next class. The surroundings were suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Okay, I'm going to the library to study now, Hermione said seriously. I hope you don't secretly practice in the dormitory to light the entire Gryffindor Tower. Goodbye. After Hermione finished speaking, she turned around and went into the library. Sometimes I really think her words are quite irritating, Ron said indignantly as he looked at Hermione's departing back. Nothing else to say, don't you think she is a little too self-righteous sometimes? All top students are like this. I think she is sincerely reminding you to be careful, it's just the way she phrases it. Alas, how did she get here before she came to Hogwarts? Ethan smacked his lips, helplessly, and followed Harry and the others through the corridor and up the marble stairs. Oh, by the way, Ethan. Harry suddenly asked, where did you go when you didn't go to class this morning? In the morning charms class, Ethan handed Professor Flitwick a note for leave, and went straight into the library to look up information about Isidora, not attending class with Harry and the others. After all, with Ethan's talent, the first-year course really couldn't let him learn anything, and the reason Ethan gave was to go to the library to look up information to improve his charms skills, so Professor Flitwick readily agreed. But obviously, the library doesn't have any information about Isidora, as if someone deliberately covered up these things. A lot of information about the Fire Serpent Party was found. This is a black wizard gang that was first active in the Middle Ages. They committed all kinds of crimes, including burning, killing, looting, and robbing. Everyone knows about their crimes from the Irish Highlands to Godric's Hollow. Moreover, this group of grandsons are also keen on poaching various magical animals. Once they stole the eggs of an Atlantean scaly-horned dragon. They ran out less than 50 meters before they were discovered by the dragon mother, who sprayed them with a fireball and almost wiped them out. Recently, they made a big move 100 years ago, providing assistance to Lanlock, the leader of the Goblin Rebellion in the late 18th century. After Lanlock disappeared, there was no trace. I don't know if they were sacrificed or shrunk again to make another big move. It's just hard to understand why humans help goblins who rebel against them. It's no wonder that I'm familiar with the fire serpents. The History of Magic textbook talks about the Goblin Rebellion, and there's a group of troublemakers mentioned in it. I went to the library to study. Ethan vaguely mentioned what he did. Studying, is it a new spell? Asked the curious baby Neville. Yes, it's a new spell. I'll show you a good one when we get back to the dormitory. Ethan smiled mysteriously and said no more. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Ethan pulled out his wand from his sleeve and pointed it lightly at Seamus and Harry. Scour Jiffy. The charcoal black on Seamus and Harry's faces from the explosion disappeared. Great, Ethan. No wonder Professor Flitwick agreed to give you leave. Harry touched his clean face, took off his glasses and looked at the shiny lenses, and was very surprised. It's a piece of cake. Ethan stretched out his hand to Ron. Ron, give me your wand. What? Ron was confused. What do you want my wand for? Stop talking nonsense, let me see your wand. Oh, okay. Here you go. Ron took out his wand without knowing what was going on and handed it to Ethan. Ethan took Ron's wand and kept turning it back and forth in his hand, staring at every detail of the wand. This is a very worn wand, the paint on some parts of the wand has peeled off, and the tip of the wand is severely worn and flashing white light. That is the unicorn hair as the core of the wand, and the tip has been exposed. Tisk, it's more serious than I thought. If this trick doesn't work, there's no hope. He put Ron's old wand on a leisure table in the corner of the common room, touched it with the tip of his own wand, and said softly, Magicum reparo. The old wand emitted a silver light, and the fallen paint surface automatically repaired under the light. The severely worn tip of the wand slowly grew new wood, covering the exposed unicorn hair wand core. Okay, give it a try. Although it's not the most suitable wand for you, it's better to use after being repaired than the previous damaged version. Ethan said with a little tiredness. The previous move actually mixed some ancient magic, which consumed some of his energy. With the previous cleaning spell, I think Harry and the others will not find any clues, they will only think that they are talented. Ron picked up his brand new wand and waved it gently. Red sparks burst out from the tip of the wand and exploded into brilliant fireworks in the air. Bloody hell! Ron exclaimed loudly, very surprised, how did you do it? Basic operation, low-key. Ethan waved his hand indifferently, pulled a hair from the tassel on the table, put it on the table and used the transfiguration spell to turn it into a piece of wood. Now try to cast the fire spell again. Okay. Ron pointed his wand at the wood and shook his wrist lightly, the flames are blazing. Pop! A bright orange flame ignited in the center of the wood. It seems to be working well. Ethan smiled as he watched Ron playing with his wand. Well, actually, it's better not to say that he used his old wand as a guinea pig. Chapter 26 There are people who are good at ventriloquism in the school. Noon. Ethan and his group finally led Ron, who was obsessed with casting spells with his new wand, out of the common room and embarked on a journey to eat. This feeling is so wonderful. I will no longer be dragged down by the old wand. It really makes me so happy. Ron played with the wand in his hand back and forth, and walked on the marble stairs with a step that was not recognized by his relatives. Okay, okay, I know you are good. Ethan said with a smile. Ron is only an 11-year-old boy after all, so it is reasonable for him to be too excited about the new toys. But then again, Ron's foundation is not bad. For him, what limits his ability is more his low self-esteem and lack of confidence. His brothers are too good, and he seems too mediocre in comparison. In addition, his parents often compare him with his brothers, and he is not allowed to have good things. The things he uses are all left by his brothers. It is inevitable that he will have negative emotions of low self-esteem over time. This can be seen in the story of Harry pretending to let Ron think that he drank the lucky potion in Half-Blood Prince to build up his confidence and win the Quidditch game. What Ethan did was more of a placebo effect. The new wand may not be so compatible with Ron, but Ron will think that he can perform better in casting spells with the new wand, and his mentality will also be greatly improved. The next spells class is a good time for me to show my skills. I must show my true strength. Just Hermione? I will definitely suppress her so that she can't lift her head. Ron turned around and walked backwards down the stairs, with an unprecedented confidence. Then you have to pay attention, Ron. Ethan pretended to be serious. If God wants to destroy people, he must first make them crazy. Be careful of excessive joy and sorrow. How is it possible? Ethan, don't be alarmist. How could this happen to me? The marble staircase just started to move to another platform. Ron, who was on the last step of the stairs, stepped back and lost his balance. His body leaned back and was about to fall from the sky. Be careful. Ethan took a big step to Ron and grabbed the collar of Ron's robe, stopping Ron's transformation into a humanoid high-altitude throwing object. Look, what I said. Ethan pulled Ron back to the stairs with a sudden force, and said unhappily, if you show off again, you'll get a brain injury. Hey, I was scared to death. Ron patted his chest, still in shock. Ethan, you're right, showing off too much will bring retribution. Ouch. A book fell from a high altitude and hit Ron on the head. Ron covered the bump on his head and roared at the upstairs in dissatisfaction. Who is so uncultured that he threw something down from a high altitude? Are you missing a screw in your brain? Ethan picked up the book on the ground and patted the dirt on it. It was a book called Intermediate Transfiguration. Whose textbook is it? Ethan turned to the title page of the book. The owner's name that should have been written on it was severely scratched by ink marks, and the original words could no longer be seen. Instead, there was a line of words written on the top. Dirty Mudblood. Ethan frowned. This was not a good word. Mudblood is a derogatory name for Muggle-born or half-blood wizards. This discriminatory name implies that a person's blood is dirty and therefore very offensive. It is generally only used by pure-blood supremacists to refer to non-pure-blood wizards. Although there is no difference in the magical power of Muggle-born and half-blood wizards compared to pure-blood wizards, pure-blood supremacists believe that they are a more inferior race and are not worthy of using magic. Obviously, this was written by someone else in this book that did not belong to him. Oh my gosh! Ron's voice attracted Ethan's attention. He closed the book, looked up and followed the grinning Ron's line of sight. Several more books were spinning and falling from the air. Shock reduction and speed stop. Ethan drew out his wand and pointed upwards. The books instantly stopped in mid-air, and then slowly descend. Fly here. Several books flew accurately into Ethan's hands. Ethan opened the book and saw that the same words were on the title page. Ron, do you see which platform it is? Ethan asked Ron while sorting out several books. There. Ron rubbed the bump on his head and pointed to a platform on the 5th floor. Let's go. Ethan hugged the books and rushed to the 5th floor. Harry and the others looked at each other and followed Ethan to the 5th floor. Ethan ran to the 5th floor in 2 steps and heard some noisy sounds coming from the depths of the corridor connected to the platform. Don't be so arrogant, you nerd who can only read books. Just give us the books in your hands and kneel down to beg for mercy. A sarcastic male voice gave orders arrogantly. No, this is the only thing I can't give you. A small voice answered, weak and firm. Oh, the little mudblood is still stubborn. Beat him up. The voice shouted angrily. There was another round of punching and kicking mixed with insults. Ethan followed the sound to the corner of the corridor and looked sideways at the source of the sound. He saw a group of students about 15 or 16 years old punching and kicking a black-haired boy with glasses and a bob haircut under the window at the end of the corridor. Very smart, Ethan sneered, don't use a wand to cast a spell, so as not to be checked by the flashback spell. Harry and the others also came behind Ethan panting and looked at the group of people lightly. I knew that those people were Slytherins. Ron whispered, looking as if he had expected it. What's wrong with Slytherin? Ethan's face became darker and darker. Can Slytherin bully other students at will? No, they are all Slytherin students, including the one being bullied. Ron continued in a low voice, most Slytherin students believe in pure-blood supremacy, pure-blood wizards are supreme, and look down on half-blood and muggle-born wizards. I just didn't expect that they would not even let go of their own students in the same house. Hey, I have a bad temper. Ethan rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush out, racial discrimination, right? Let them see the iron fist punishment of muggle wizards. Ethan, don't go over there. Neville pulled Ethan's clothes. I know the leader, he is Neil Druckmann-Rozier in the 5th grade. He relies on the fact that he is one of the so-called pure-blood 28 holy clans to gather a large group of pure-blood superiority students to bully those non-pure-blood students everywhere. We can't beat them alone, so let's go and call the professor. Neville pointed to a boy with brown hair, who was also the source of the sarcastic male voice. Neville, you reminded me that there is no need to confront them head-on. Ethan raised his eyebrows and grinned at Neville, but there is no need to call the professor over, just watch my performance. Ethan asked Harry and the others to return to the marble stairs and pretended to walk up slowly. Then he cast a disillusionment charm on himself, walked to the other side of the corridor, put his hand against his throat, pinched his throat and pretended to be Professor Flitwick's voice. What are you guys doing? Chapter 27. What's your name? What are you doing? The old and shrill voice made the students pause. Oh no, it's old Flitwick, run! A short-haired boy in the crowd was the first to react and called out to his accomplices. Retreat! Neil Druckmann-Rozier kicked the boy with glasses twice more, spat, and took the lead to run towards the marble stairs in the opposite direction of the sound. A group of ethnic wonders swarmed into the marble stairs like wasps, and met Harry and his friends who were pretending to go upstairs. Get out of the way! Make way! A group of people shouted and passed through Harry and his friends. Hey, watch your step! Harry, who was at the front, stumbled when he was bumped by Neil Rozier, the leader, and complained in dissatisfaction while rubbing his shoulder. Neil Rozier heard Harry's voice, stopped in the crowd, turned his head at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at Harry. Ah, isn't this our great savior, Harry Potter? Rozier smiled slyly, nice to meet you, my name is Neil Druckmann-Rozier, I'm really sorry for offending you. I hope we can have a deeper exchange next time we meet. Rozier bowed slightly to Harry, then ran down the marble stairs at the end of the team and disappeared at the corner of a platform on the 3rd floor. Tisk, another Malfoy. Ron looked at Rozier's back as he left, with a look of disdain on his face. Harry, are you okay? It's okay. Harry said to Ron while circling and swinging his shoulders. Let's go and see how Ethan is doing. Simo took the lead and ran up to the platform, followed by the others. On the other side, Ethan, who was squatting on the opposite side of the corridor, watched their figures disappear from the platform, stood up and removed his invisibility, holding a few books that had been thrown downstairs in one hand, turned around the corner and walked towards the boy who was huddled under the window. It's okay, they're gone. Ethan stood in front of the boy, bent down slightly and stretched out his hand to him, trying to make he seem to be more friendly. Can you still stand up? The boy held a thick black book tightly in his arms. He looked up and stared at Ethan carefully. The black pupils behind the glass lenses reflected Ethan's face. After a moment, he timidly stretched out one hand to Ethan, and the other hand was still tightly holding the black book in his arms. The two hands were held together, and Ethan slightly exerted force on his hands to help the boy up. After being helped up, the boy quickly let go of Ethan's hand, holding the book in his arms with both hands, standing there with his head down and not saying a word. Ethan's eyes moved slightly and looked up and down at the boy. When he helped the boy up just now, he took a half step back with the force, and kept the distance between him and the boy at about 1 meter. This distance can show his friendliness to the boy without offending introverts. The boy was slightly shorter than him and looked very thin. When Ethan helped him just now, he felt that the boy's weight was too light. The boy's black robe was covered with footprints of varying sizes, but it was still clear that it was not a cheap second-hand product. "So, what's your name? Aren't you in that group of people from Slytherin? Why did they bully you?" Ethan asked. The boy pursed his lips, said nothing, hugged the book in his hand tightly, and moved his body towards the wall again, lowering his head even more. "If you don't want to talk, forget it." Ethan smiled helplessly and handed the book in his hand to the boy. "Are these books yours?" When the boy saw the book in Ethan's hand, his eyes lit up. And he stepped forward to take the book back from Ethan's hand and thanked him in a low voice. "Thank you." "You're welcome, it's just a convenience." Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. This little ancestor finally agreed to talk. No matter what, since the other party was willing to communicate, it was a good thing. He kept smiling at the boy and continued, "I'm Ethan, just call me Ethan. Can you tell me your name?" "Shan-Ansi." The boy made a sound as thin as a mosquito. "What?" Ethan frowned. The voice was too soft, and he only heard the second half of the words. The boy raised his head, revealing a delicate face, took a deep breath to Ethan, and said, "Alana, my name is Alana Shan-Ansi." "Alana, is a good name." Ethan raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. At this time, Harry and the others also rushed over, stopped behind Ethan, and looked Alana up and down. Facing this slightly aggressive gaze, Alana subconsciously stepped back and lowered his head again. Okay, stop staring at them." Ethan waved his hand to stop Harry and the others, and then said to Alana, "If you are not comfortable saying something, we will not force you. If you have any questions in the future, you can always come to Gryffindor Tower to find me, we are all Gryffindor students." Alana nodded and was about to leave this place. "Wait a minute." Ethan suddenly called Alana. Alana's body trembled violently and stood there at a loss. Ethan pulled out the wand from his sleeve, waved it gently at Alana, and said, "Recover." All the footprints on Alana's robe disappeared, the bruises on his face gradually faded, and the slightly deformed glasses returned to their proper shape. Alana looked at her robes, her face flushed to her ears, she turned around and bent slightly to Ethan, holding a book, quickened her pace, squeezed past Harry and the others, and disappeared at the corner of the corridor. "Strange guy." Ron looked back at the end of the corridor and shook his head. "Indeed, he gave me a strange feeling." Ethan stroked his chin, thinking. "I always felt that something was wrong, and it was something very important. What was it?" "Oh, by the way, Ethan. Just now, Neil was on the stairs with Harry." Ron changed the subject and told Ethan what happened on the stairs. The five of them ran quickly to the hall while talking and laughing. Hogwarts Hall. Hermione looked at the five people who had arrived late and frowned. "You guys, did you really set the tower on fire? How could that be? Are we so naive? You can rest assured." Ron was extremely happy because he got a new wand. He rarely argued with Hermione and sat down directly. Hermione looked at Ron, who was acting out of character, and asked with a constipated face, then why did you come so late? Ron looked around and made sure that no one at the Slytherin table noticed this place. He whispered to Hermione in a mysterious way, "We just met Neil Rozier on the stairs." Neil Rozier? The Neil Draco man Rozier from Slytherin. Percy's surprised voice came from the side, "You didn't have a conflict with him?" "Probably not." Ron recalled, "He just bumped into Harry, but he apologized to Harry, and the rest was gone." "That's good," Percy breathed a sigh of relief, "you mustn't provoke him." "What do you mean?" Ethan was interested. Percy put the knife and fork in his hand on the table. Picked up a glass of pumpkin juice and drank it while saying, "This Neil Rozier. How to say it, he is a pure-blood supremacist. He relies on his family's position in the Ministry of Magic he has gathered a bunch of followers and bullies those non-pure-blood students everywhere." "Well, what else?" Ethan raised his eyebrows. "This guy is really not a good bird. He has a perverse and violent personality and can't tolerate others telling him what to do. Once others give him some advice, he will accept it humbly on the surface, and then secretly trip others up. And since he became the prefect of Slytherin this year, this situation has become more and more serious. At first, he used his position to target non-pure-blood students, and then gradually developed into suppressing all students who offended him and disliked him." "What about the professors? Don't the professors care about these?" Hermione was very angry across the table. "Professor? Don't mention it. This guy is submissive and crying in front of the professor, saying that he will change in the future, pretending to be so sincere, and bullying the students who complained even more when he left the office. And even if he made a big fuss, he would use the power of his family to coerce and bribe the other party to let it go. If things go on like this, no one will dare to complain anymore. Anyway, just stay away from him. If you can't afford to offend him, you can hide from him." Percy drank the last sip of pumpkin juice, shrugged, and ended his explanation. "Is that so?" Ethan frowned. This Neil Rozier was indeed not an easy person to deal with. He took 2 bites of steak, thought of something, and asked Percy beside him. "Percy, do you know Alana Shannon's?" Chapter 28 Mental Disorder. Female. Ethan's distorted voice due to excessive surprise echoed over the auditorium, and his whole face became extremely distorted due to the extremely shocking facts. "Yeah, female." Percy nodded. "Why, you don't know?" "Ah. I can't say I know nothing, I can only say I'm unaware." Ethan managed his facial expression and scratched his chin with his thumbnail, feeling very embarrassed. "I said I always felt something was wrong before. It turned out that Alana was actually a girl." Then the previous sense of disharmony can be explained clearly: delicate face, thin physique, too lightweight, and a voice that was not as thick and delicate as a boy's. It was a pity that I thought her voice change came too late. More importantly, she didn't have a throat knot. Oh, I saw it clearly at the time, why didn't I think of this? It was a mistake, and my reputation was probably ruined by this. Ah, wait, this logic is wrong. Since Alana is a girl, why would Neil Rozier and his group of big men bully a weak woman? Psychopath, right? Hey, Ethan! Are you listening to me? Percy stretched out his hand and waved it left and right in front of Ethan's eyes. Ah! It's okay, I'm thinking about something. Ethan blinked and retracted his thoughts. Ethan, are you in love? Fred pretended to have discovered some incredible secret and exclaimed in a very artificial way. It seems to me that our Ethan must have fallen in love with someone. George and Fred exchanged glances and teased. You too. Ethan was powerless to complain about their choice of words. He pinched the root of his nose and was very helpless. Don't say such things casually. The speaker is unintentional. But the listener is intentional. It's okay for you to make fun of me personally, but once it touches others and is spread out, I don't care. It will have a bad impact on Alana. Ah, sorry. Fred and George knew they had said something wrong, stuck out their tongues, and apologized together. Well, let's continue. Percy, who was sandwiched between the three of them and forced to watch them play tricks, asked weakly. Sorry, Percy, continue. Ethan laughed, put away his smile and pretended to listen carefully. Where were we just now? Percy was interrupted by the interruption and buried his head in his memories. Speaking of Alana, a fourth-year student in Slytherin. Yes. Alana is a student in Slytherin. Both her parents are Muggles. They died when she was a child. She was raised by her sister who was 6 years older than her. Well, a typical template of a bullied vulnerable group. Ethan nodded, thinking. Children who grow up in single-parent families without male elders are most likely to be bullied in school. Their broken family situations are extremely easy to be ridiculed, and even become the target of malice venting by small groups on campus. And even if they go home to complain after being bullied, female elders are mostly not as strong as male elders. In most cases, they will just keep things quiet and ask the children not to care about it. It is difficult to become a solid backing for these children. In the long run, it will develop into a vicious cycle of being bullied more and more helpless, and being bullied more and more helpless. Poor child, you must have suffered a lot in the past few years. Ethan lowered his eyelids, as if he remembered something, and sighed to himself. That's not the case. There is her sister. Percy waved his hand. His sister? Is she a witch? No, his sister is also a Muggle. But, Percy seemed to recall something and said in amazement, her sister. Oh, she is so tough. Hard. Ethan said again. I repeated the word Percy used. What do you mean? When Alana was in her first year, a Slytherin freshman called her a mudblood. The little girl had never been so wronged before, so she wrote an owl letter to her sister that night to complain. My goodness, when her sister found out, she rushed to school from home without saying a word, pointed at the girl who cursed and scolded her for an hour in the principal's office. When the girl's parents heard about it, they rushed to support their child, and were scolded by her sister for 3 hours. According to the portrait in the principal's office, reveal, the words are not repeated. My God, her sister is really a man. Ron exclaimed, didn't the headmaster and professors come to persuade them? How should I put it? After all, it was an internal conflict of Slytherin, so the headmaster and the dean of Slytherin went to do justice. Then when Professor Snape arrived, he just wanted to go up to persuade them to stop fighting, but before he could say a few words, he was pointed at by her sister and scolded. The strange thing is that Professor Snape lost his temper after not being scolded. He apologized to her sister and left the headmaster's office. Ethan raised his eyebrows and coughed twice to hold back his laughter. Snape, the old snot, must have been touched by Alana's sister's story of school bullying. After all, in his eyes, he was bullied by Harry's father James all the way to graduation, so he was full of empathy. Although these two guys hurt each other. By the way, Professor Dumbledore was always there, but he just watched from the side. When her sister was halfway through the scolding, she even handed her a cup of black tea. Since then, Alana's reputation has been a hit. No one dared to use the word mudblood to describe her, and no one who overestimated their own ability dared to bully her. No one bullied her. Ethan was a little puzzled. This was inconsistent with the situation he encountered today. Well, that was originally the case. But at the beginning of this year, her sister fell ill. I heard that it was quite serious. After hearing about it, Professor Snape paid for her sister to be sent to St. Mungo's. Then he pulled several of us prefects out and told us to be more careful. Then I don't know which loudspeaker spread this matter. I personally think that this must have been intentional by the Slytherin prefect, who himself is a pure-blood supremacist. Now everyone knows that her sister has fallen ill, and no one supports her. And her sister has not been discharged from the hospital yet, so Then you prefects don't care about it. Harry slammed his fist on the table with a bang, roaring indignantly. Ethan looked at Harry. This kid can be said to be the one who can empathize with Alana the most. After all, as the target of bullying, he naturally can't bear to see others suffer the same pain as himself. Because I have experienced the abyss, I don't want others to fall into it with me. I care about it, how can I not care? Percy sighed, and became unusually melancholy. But there was no way to control it. When we received the news and rushed over, the bullying had already started for a long time or even ended, not to mention that there was the Slytherin prefect who interfered. In many cases, we couldn't find the perpetrators at all. And even if we found them, all we prefects could do was to scold them and report to Professor Snape. You know what those guys are like. They are submissive in front of the professor, but they are even worse in private. Later, several prefects discussed and planned to divide into several groups to secretly protect her, but I don't know where this offended Alana. After being discovered, she said she would not let us do this no matter what. She also said that she would rather be bullied than be protected like a baby. If she found out that we were following her, she would report to the principal that we were plotting against her. Her tone was so resolute. We had no choice but to give up. Alas, she is as stubborn as her sister. But I have to say that Alana has really made her sister proud. She has been one of the best students since she entered school, and she is not biased in any subject. Even though her sister was bullied after she was admitted to the hospital, her grades have never fallen out of the top 3. Alas, what a pity! Percy's eyes were filled with sadness. He felt sympathy for Alana and regret for his inability to prevent the tragedy. He stopped talking and ate the pudding on the plate. Ethan's fists tightened unconsciously. In his previous life, he had watched his friend being bullied at school, but he was powerless to stop it and was even bullied together. If school bullying is not stopped, it will cause irreversible psychological trauma to the victim. In the end, his friend was bullied to the point that his academic performance plummeted and he had no intention of studying. He had to drop out of school early and go to a big city to work, and he has never heard from him since then. Since he has encountered such a thing again in this life, he will never sit idly by. Alana is definitely not the only victim. There must be many students who are bullied by Neil's group of psychopaths who he doesn't know about. It is best to start from the root of the problem and solve the perpetrators. Percy, the last question is, who are the people who bully Alana? Well, I know they are all the same group of people, led by Abby Anderson, the same grade student who called Alana a mudblood before, that's it. Percy's hand quietly pointed to a Slytherin girl. Ethan looked closely and saw a big pancake sprinkled with sesame seeds. Oh, no. It was a big pancake face covered with freckles. Abby had thick eyebrows, thick lips, a short nose, and a fierce face, just like his own father. As if the dust was blown away by someone. Ethan silently looked away, unable to bear to continue to see this human tragedy. Then Neil and Alana don't have any grudges, right? I saw Neil and his group punching and kicking Alana today. Ethan asked. Why did you meet Neil and his group? Did you have any conflicts with them? Percy noticed the details in Ethan's words and asked with concern. Don't worry, of course not, they didn't even find me, so did they have any grudges? Ethan waved his hand to signal Percy not to worry, and then silently added the second half of the sentence in his heart. Not yet, maybe in the future. I don't know about this. As far as I know, Neil has always ignored Alana, or rather, he is pretty good to her. Alana didn't find fault with Alana after her sister was hospitalized. Percy held his chin and began to think. We do know this question, Fred, who had been silent, suddenly said, Neil likes Abby, so he has been trying to please her. So we dare to say that she probably instructed Neil to do this. George added. Hey! Ethan's face twisted again. A dog licker, right? Appendix. Chapter 29 Strange DNA Sequence Awakens. So, Ethan, have you figured out what to do? That afternoon, on the way to the greenhouse for herbal medicine class, Harry asked Ethan. What to do? Ethan asked Harry casually. It's about Alana. You won't forget it, right? Harry saw that Ethan didn't seem to take Alana's matter to heart, and he was a little anxious, and his voice unconsciously raised. Alana, to be honest, I haven't figured out what to do yet. When Alana was mentioned, Ethan became serious. Harry, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Why can't we rush? If we don't take action now, Alana might be. Harry became even more anxious. Why don't you find a way to teach Neil and the others a lesson and let them know how powerful they are? After spending these few days together, Harry and the others have already regarded Ethan, who is a few years older than them, as a leader. When they encounter something, they subconsciously ask Ethan for his opinion and do things based on his suggestions to a certain extent. There is no way, a big brother who can play with you, although he occasionally pits you a little, but when it comes to the critical moment, he is particularly reliable and can help you cover the bottom. You can't refuse him at all. I can only say that it's a good thing that this is not the Trigger Club studio, otherwise Ethan would have to be sent sooner or later. So, now seeing that Ethan is a little indifferent to this matter, Harry is naturally a little anxious. Comma, 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 comma. So this matter must be planned before action, and reckless action is absolutely not allowed. Ethan patted Harry's shoulder. As for Alana, you don't have to worry for the time being, someone is watching her. This was not a perfunctory statement to Harry. After dinner, Ethan asked Percy to find all the prefects of the school except Slytherin. They gathered together to discuss and decided to start the shift-tailing tactic again. However, this time, it was not Alana who was tailing, but Neil and Abby. Once they found that they were going to make trouble, they pretended to pass by and gave them a stare from the prefect. I'm watching you. JPG. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. This method is just an excuse for Ethan to the prefects. Ethan's real plan is to take advantage of the gaps when the prefects are tailing and deliberately show his presence in front of Neil and Abby. After a long time, Neil and his friends, who were stared at by the prefects and could not vent their malice, would find that when they appeared beside them, they were not pure-blooded, and there was always no prefect watching them. Conflict between the two was almost inevitable. In this way, they will shift their attention to me and will not have the energy to continue looking for Alana. Secondly, it will be convenient for me to fight back in the name of self-defense. You must first attack the follower with the taunting effect. JPG. However, how I appear in front of them is also a problem. Starting from next week, many elective courses will be added to my schedule, which basically do not overlap with the fifth-year schedule. That is to say, when I have free time, Neil and his group are basically in class, and when they have time to make trouble, I will start class again. Well, I have to ask the professors of each subject when I can start to attend classes directly according to the fourth-year schedule. Abby and Alana are both fourth-year students, so I can also keep an eye on them while I am in class. Moreover, the courses of the 4th and 5th grades basically overlap, which is also convenient for me to make trouble after class. While talking, several people have already arriving at the greenhouse area of Hogwarts. There are 3 long greenhouses lined up against the outer wall of the castle, which are specially used for their classes. There are other greenhouses and gardens of different sizes next to them, which are not used for their classes at Hogwarts. We should go to the first greenhouse, right? Seamus asked. Yes, first-year students go to the first greenhouse for classes, Ron said, but the plants in the first greenhouse are boring. I heard from Fred and George that the things in the third greenhouse are more interesting than this. But it's also more dangerous. Hermione walked to them at some point and said, the plants in the first greenhouse are all mild and harmless, so we have to start with them first. Yes, yes, thank you for your reminder, Ron said perfunctorily. Hermione looked at Ron with a disdainful look on her face, and wanted to say something, but in the end she just sighed, took 2 quick steps to the greenhouse door, and pushed the door in. Ethan patted Ron's back with amusement, and came to the door of the greenhouse first. He pushed the door open and let Harry and the others go in one by one, and then closed the door and entered the greenhouse. The greenhouse was filled with the smell of damp soil and fertilizer, and the strong fragrance of flowers. Professor Garrick, who taught them herbology, was tiptoeing back and forth at the door of the greenhouse with a wicker basket in her hand, greeting every student who came in. Her forgiveness-colored clothes perfectly blended into the vibrant atmosphere of the entire greenhouse like the Viet Cong. Professor Garrick was a young witch with a ruddy complexion and delicate features. She wore a green wizard hat decorated with flowers and vines. Her thick chestnut hair was braided into 2 fluffy plum blossom braids, hanging from the front to the waist, set off by a light green dress. "Okay, students," Professor Garrick said in a brisk tone as he saw that the students were almost all there, "stand in your seats, we'll start the class now. Have you all brought your dragonskin gloves?" "Yes, Professor," the students answered in unison. "Very good." Professor Garrick smiled and said with satisfaction, "Put on your gloves, today we're going to learn how to grow dictamnus. Who can tell me what the characteristics of dictamnus are?" Hermione raised her hand and almost knocked Harry's glasses off. Dictamnus is a plant with magical properties and has a strong healing effect. The invigorating potion made from dictamnus leaves is the most common healing potion on the market. Hermione answered in a clear voice. "Very good," Professor Garrick's smile deepened, 10 points for Gryffindor. Ethan wore gloves and stared silently at the soil in the flower pot on the operating table. He had already read the relevant textbooks on herbology. In his opinion, this course is just an agricultural course with more extra precautions, which is not a problem for him with Chinese blood. After all, growing vegetables is an instinct engraved in the DNA of every Chinese. Compared to this, the greenhouse vegetable field next to it and the large uncultivated land on the playground are more attractive to him. "Well, maybe I can talk to Professor Garrick and see if I can allocate 2 plots of land for myself. What should I plant?" Attached picture. Chapter 30 Elbow, follow me into the house. After a brief explanation, Professor Garrick walked down the podium, came to a large flower pot, and began to demonstrate to the students how to sow seeds. "Students, pay attention. First, put a layer of compost soil in the flower pot. It should be thicker," Professor Garrick said as he shoveled 8 or 9 shovels of soil into the flower pot. "Then use a shovel to level the soil and dig a shallow pit in the center of the flower pot. Be careful not to dig too deep." After Professor Garrick finished speaking, he cast a floating spell on the flower pot and sent the flower pot to each student so that each of them could see the depth of the pit clearly. Put 2 or 3 white fresh seeds in the pit, fill the pit with soil, and then sprinkle a thin layer of soil on it. Finally, pour a circle of water. Be careful not to pour too much water here. After pouring water, Professor Garrick patted the soil in his hands, put his hands on his hips, and smiled. "Okay, that's it. Let's get started." The students who had been eager to try put on dragon leather gloves and began to deal with the flower pots in front of them. Professor Garrick also walked back and forth on both sides of the operating table, occasionally instructing students who had problems with the operation. Ethan quickly finished his pot of white fresh, stood there for a while, and then began to instruct Harry and others on the operation. "Ah, Harry, you dug too deep. Be careful that the seeds won't grow and will rot inside. Hey, Ron, why do you press the soil so hard? The seeds feel like they can't breathe." "Hermione, stop, stop, why are you watering so much? It's just a child. Where did you hear that dictamni can tolerate drought or waterlogging?" "Shut up!" The 3 people who couldn't bear it anymore shouted at Ethan. "Hard, hard, hard fists!" Ethan shut up obediently, silently stirring the unused compost on his countertop with a shovel, and secretly glancing at Harry and the others' progress from time to time. Aggrieved.jpg. When the get out of class was over, except for Ethan who finished the work at the beginning and then slacked off, everyone else was sweating and covered in mud without exception. Ha, noob. Ethan looked at the one who had been busy and messed up until just now. The three people, who were covered in dust, laughed mercilessly. It's really lame that you can make yourself so embarrassed just by growing vegetables. The three rolled their eyes at Ethan, ignored him, and turned to leave the greenhouse. Well. After Professor Garrick sent away the other students, he turned to look at Ethan with a smile on his face. It's Mr. Ethan, right? Ah, yes, Professor. I'm Ethan. Ethan was a little unresponsive to Professor Garrick, who was a little too enthusiastic, and seemed a little at a loss. Something's wrong, this professor is a little wrong. Before Ethan could think of more outrageous details, he saw Professor Garrick approaching him step by step, staring at Ethan with his eyes, saying, Mr. Ethan, I just saw your operation. It was neat and tidy, and you were definitely not a novice. You have planted a lot of things before, right? Ethan looked at Professor Garrick's face close at hand, swallowed his saliva, and took a half step back. I always feel that Professor Garrick is more oppressive than Professor McGonagall in a sense. Is it my illusion? I guess so. I used to tinker with it out of interest, but I'm not that professional. Ethan said vaguely. This is true. In his previous life, Ethan raised a few pots of flowers on the balcony at home, and watered and cared for them every day, having a lot of fun. Later, when the lockdown came, Ethan skipped work after receiving the news and quickly grabbed a bunch of frozen vegetables, fruits, and instant noodles from the supermarket before the community was completely locked down. But after returning home, I was still troubled by the only food at home. The main thing was that I didn't know when the lockdown would be lifted, and whether I could eat enough food would be a problem. Staple food was easy to say, as there was no shortage of rice and noodles at home, but there were only so many vegetables, and they couldn't be kept for a long time. If the lockdown lasted a little longer and I didn't have vegetables to eat, I was afraid that my body would not be able to bear it. After a brief period of distress, Ethan decided to give up the flowers and plants at home, removed all the foam boxes used to store frozen goods, and cleaned them, and moved all the soil in the flower pots into the foam boxes. According to the online tutorial, I cut the tomatoes I bought, took out the seeds, and planted them. It was not a failure. After more than a week, the tomatoes sprouted, which made Ethan very happy. My efforts over the past 10 days were not all in vain. It just so happened that the vegetables at home were almost gone. Ethan simply went all out, chose 2 unused wash basins at home, got up in the middle of the night, went downstairs to the community flower bed and dug 2 pots of soil, intending to expand his balcony vegetable garden, plant some peppers and potatoes, and enrich his future food. Well, then the community was unblocked the next day. All wood is big. It can be said that he died halfway through his business. Because Ethan was too emotional, we still don't know how he commemorated the flowers and plants he pulled out. We only know that early in the morning that day, a grief and indignation that was not like a human was heard from the balcony on the 3rd floor of a community. What a sin! Aha, I knew it, Professor Garrick blinked, and said as he approached Ethan step by step, by the way, Ethan, you are Chinese, right? I heard that you have special cultivation techniques for plants? There are also many magical plants with wonderful effects? Can you share with me what you know about these aspects? Professor, too close. Ethan, who had been forced into a corner, trembled. It's terrible, this professor is too terrible. Ah, sorry, a little excited. Professor Garrick realized his own loss of composure, took 2 steps back to distance himself, and stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. Ethan, you call this a little? Looking at Professor Garrick, who was trying to get away with it, Ethan scratched his head, how about we make up lessons first? We can talk about the things you are interested in after the make-up lessons. No problem, I'll make up lessons for you first. After getting Ethan's assurance, Professor Garrick turned around contentedly, put his hands behind his back and hooked at Ethan, "Follow me." Professor Garrick took Ethan out of the first greenhouse and came to a small square greenhouse at the back. He took out the key and opened the door. "Come, follow me into the house." Ethan swallowed his saliva and followed Professor Garrick into the small greenhouse. I hope the plot development will not be exactly the same as I thought. Damn, why am I still a little looking forward to it? Here is the Chinese biting cabbage. Professor Garrick closed the door, pointed to the spherical green cabbages planted in the cultivation box, and said to Ethan, "I guess you have dealt with them a lot in China before. Let me see how you deal with them first." "Ethan? I don't have it, don't talk nonsense." Chapter 31 Good teeth, good appetite, everything tastes good. Let me see how you deal with them. Professor Garrick pointed to the rows of Chinese bite cabbage and said to Ethan with a smile. The outermost layer of the cabbage leaves had a little yellow on the edges, and the emerald green leaves in the middle were divided into two petals like a mouth, and each leaf had a row of hard barbs on the edge, just like the mouth of a beast. Fangs, and this mouth full of fangs is constantly opening and closing, which is frightening. Rather than saying that they are a kind of cabbage, it is better to say that they are some kind of Venus flytrap that looks like cabbage. Well, Professor, I am a muggle. Ethan said weakly, I have never seen such a strange plant before. Chinese biting cabbage, the word biting sounds bad. Not to mention that those cabbages are constantly opening and closing their mouths, and making crisp crunching sounds, which makes people's scalps numb. White teeth, red bean paste white teeth. Ah, okay. Professor Garrick looked a little disappointed, but soon regained his spirits. Then let me tell you about their habits first. Chinese biting cabbage, as the name suggests, likes to chew things. So in order to avoid them getting angry, you should regularly take some chewy things to let them satisfy their mouth addiction. Professor Garrick said, and threw a piece of old leather into the mouth of one of the Chinese biting cabbages. The cabbage chewed the leather, making a tempting grinding sound. If you don't take care of these cabbages like this often, when you get close to them, they will click. Professor Garrick made a pinching motion with his left hand, bite off your fingers. Excuse me, is it too late for me to go back now? Ethan raised his hand weakly and asked, with a look of resistance. Is this a bit too early for me? Ethan would rather go to change the pot for the mandrake now, at least as long as he wears earplugs, there will be no danger. It's too late, little Ethan. Professor Garrick chuckled and rejected Ethan's proposal, his voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. Pay attention, I'm going to start picking. Professor Garrick put on dragon leather gloves, came to the Chinese biting cabbage chewing leather, and put his hands under the leaves. Before picking them, put some chewy things in their mouths for them to eat. If they have something to chew in their mouths, the chance of biting you will be reduced. Professor Garrick continued to grope towards the bottom of the cabbage, then take the opportunity to touch the roots of the cabbage from below. Just pull it up gently, their roots are very shallow. Garrick pulled the cabbage out of the soil with a little force, and held it in his arms. Pay attention to the gentle movements during this period, otherwise if you scare them, they will jump up and bite your nose. Ethan looked at Professor Garrick's easy and carefree operation, as if she had just watered the potted plants, and couldn't help swallowing. Okay, little Ethan. Now it's your turn. Although the dragon leather gloves are very strong and won't be easily bitten through and hurt you, it will still hurt, so be careful. Professor Garrick kindly reminded Ethan, but her words only made Ethan want to retreat. Professor, are you sure you are not here to persuade me to retreat? Ethan took a deep breath and followed Professor Garrick's instructions to a mature Chinese biting cabbage. He threw a piece of old leather into its mouth, then gently passed his hands under the leaves and touched the roots along the soil layer. Ethan listened to the creaking sound coming from the cabbage's mouth, and his heart couldn't help but feel hairy. He endured the discomfort and groped for a cylindrical hard object. He grabbed it and gently lifted it up, and the cabbage was out of the soil. "Well done, little Ethan!" Professor Garrick exclaimed softly, giving Ethan a thumbs up with both hands. "Now put it in the basket, be careful to be gentle." Ethan slowly moved to the wicker basket where the cabbage was placed, gently placed the cabbage at the bottom of the basket, next to the one picked by Professor Garrick, then gently stood up and quickly retreated 3 meters away. "By the way, Professor, since this cabbage bites people when you use force, and can also jump up by itself, can you carry a few with you, throw it at the enemy when you encounter an enemy, and let it chase the enemy and chew it?" Ethan wiped the cold sweat from his head just now, looked at the Chinese biting cabbage in the basket, and thought a little. "Not bad, little Ethan, you have a broad mind. As you said, the role of magic plants is not just to be thrown into the cauldron." Professor Garrick nodded, his face full of praise. "Some wizards have liked to do this since a long time ago, and it is said that the effect is not bad. You only need a stillness spell and a shrinking spell to carry these cabbages with you. When needed, throw them out and add a spell stop to catch the enemy by surprise. So that's it, I roughly understand." When Ethan heard that cabbage can be used in this way, he looked at the appearance of these cabbages and liked them a lot. "I wonder if Neil and his thick skin can withstand a few bites of these cabbages? I'm really looking forward to that scene. By the way, Professor, I wanted to ask from just now, what the hell is the name of little Ethan?" Ethan raised his eyebrows and asked Professor Garrick. "It seems like we are close. I felt very fond of you the first time I saw you. We must have a special fate. Little Ethan, you can also call me Sister Mirabelle, of course, you still have to call me Professor in class." Professor Garrick winked at Ethan and approached Ethan again, with an inexplicable light in his eyes. "Call me Sister now, okay?" "Fuck fate, Professor, have you been possessed by a charlatan from the Great Celestial Empire?" Facing such a passionate Professor Garrick's step-by-step approach, Ethan's old face turned red, and he hesitantly squeezed out those words, "Myra Bell. Sister. Hey, so good." Professor Garrick stood on tiptoe and patted Ethan's head, very happy. "You can ask me for help if you have any difficulties in the future. By the way, teach Sister Mirabelle," Ethan just said halfway, saw Professor Garrick staring at him silently, and quickly changed the address. "What else should I learn next? Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow I will teach you how to change the pot of mandrake. Remember to prepare well." Professor Garrick clapped his hands fiercely. "Compared to this, should we talk about those wonderful plants in the east? Sure enough, you can't avoid the first day of the month, and what is coming will always come. Of course, but should we change places? For example, a place where we can sit down and have a good chat. I'm really a little tired, sister." Ethan maliciously acted cute to delay time, while running his genius brain frantically. "No, I have to make up something to deal with it quickly." Chapter 32 Chinese medicine nourishes hair, making it thick and smooth. In other words, Chinese magic plants don't have any special habits. Ethan sat on the sofa in Professor Garrick's office, sipped the freshly brewed black tea, and nodded. "Yes, sister. Chinese plants are generally more wonderful in their uses and effects, and their habits are similar to ordinary plants." "Oh, so, I'm a little disappointed." Professor Garrick leaned back on the sofa, a little disappointed. "Then what else do you have to do, little Ethan?" Ethan held his chin in thought, thinking about how to talk to Professor Garrick about the land division. When he looked up, he suddenly saw Professor Garrick's long braids. His brows turned, and a plan came to mind. "Hey, sister. I see your hair quality is a bit bad. Don't you have time to take care of it?" "Yeah, that's right. I usually stay in the greenhouse to take care of plants, so I don't have time to take care of my hair. I just wash it." Over time, it becomes dry and hard like this. Professor Garrick fiddled with the strands of hair that fell by his ears, and said weakly, I also thought about using a quick smoothing hairspray, but I have so much hair that I have to apply a large bottle every time, and it can't last for a few days, so I just gave up. Little Ethan, why are you asking this? It's like this, we have a plant called black sesame. Its seeds have a wonderful effect on improving hair quality. No matter whether your hair is dry, yellow, or split, as long as you take it for a while, it will become delicate, smooth, and shiny. It works better than quick smoothing hairspray. Ethan slowly organized his words and explained to Professor Garrick. What Ethan said was right, black sesame hair care is indeed effective. As for whether this thing is a magical plant, don't worry about these details. Are you serious? Professor Garrick's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he stood up and stared at Ethan with hope on his face. It's 100% true. Can I still lie to you? Ethan patted his chest and said with a firm face, if you want to try, I'll find a way to get you 2 kilograms this weekend. Professor Garrick is a woman after all. As the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. Now she has it under control. Isn't it stable to get a piece of land? I'm so sorry to bother you so much. Professor Garrick grabbed Ethan's hand, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. It's settled, little Ethan, you can't lie to me. Of course, of course. Ethan withdrew his hand calmly, then sister, I want to discuss something with you. Just tell me what you want, sister, I will definitely help you if I can. Professor Garrick seemed to be in a good mood, patting his chest to promise. The waves on the professor's chest were washed away by the beating, almost dizzying Ethan's eyes. Ethan shook his head and looked back, explaining his thoughts to Professor Garrick. It's about this black sesame. It will eventually run out, right? I just want to discuss with you whether you can allocate a piece of land for me. If you think it's useful, I will plant some here in Hogwarts, and it will be convenient for you to use it in the future. Well, there are some other plants. If they are matched, they can beautify and nourish the skin. I'm thinking of planting some here, such as Angelica dahurica, Astragalus membranaceus, Angelica sinensis, red dates, aloe vera, ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum. Cross out these 2 at the end. Ethan lowered his head and counted with his fingers, but before he finished counting, he felt his head being supported by a pair of warm hands, and then he was kissed on the forehead. Little Ethan. Professor Garrick took back his hand and wiped his eyes, very touched. I didn't expect you to think so much for your sister, I'm so happy. Tell me the truth, have you had this idea for a long time? Well. Ethan scratched his head, if you say no, the atmosphere is so good. If you say yes, then it's really just something I thought of. Isn't it just seeing your hair and then acting on the spot? Okay, since you said so, little Ethan, I'll take care of it. Professor Garrick waved his hand and said very proudly. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. It's almost time for dinner, I'll go to the auditorium and wait. Ethan stood up and said goodbye immediately as if he had been pardoned. Closing the wooden door leading from the greenhouse area to the castle, Ethan's face finally couldn't hold it anymore, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and even his walking posture became a little bit indifferent. The demarcation of the land is done. When the land is in hand, isn't it up to me to decide what to plant? And I have a lot of respect for Garrick. Professor Garrick was telling the truth, not a single lie. The main point was the information gap. Perfect. However, Professor Garrick was so enthusiastic about me right from the start. He started to recognize me as a relative within 2 hours of meeting me. I always felt something was wrong. Are all British people so bold? I'll ask Professor Figo, the old pigeon, when he comes back. The next afternoon, in the greenhouse of Hogwarts. After giving Ethan extra lessons, Professor Garrick pulled Ethan to his office and made him a cup of black tea. Little Ethan, I've already helped you with the land use. Professor Garrick said excitedly. Really? Ethan was very surprised to hear this. Thank you, sister. Oh, it's just a small matter. Professor Garrick waved her hand nonchalantly, as if it was not worth mentioning to her. It would be better if she could put away the expression of "praise me quickly" that was almost written on her face. Oh, yes. There is also this. Professor Snape asked me to give it to you. Professor Garrick handed Ethan a bag. This is the white fresh leaves. I picked the best ones. You will use them in the makeup class of potions tomorrow. Thank you, sister. You are so thoughtful. Ethan put away the white fresh leaves and thanked Professor Garrick again. There is one more thing. Professor Garrick put away his smile and said seriously, how can I say Professor Snape, a little weird. And he is very strict with students. If you make a mistake without paying attention, you will be deducted points. So you must be very careful when you take his class, and don't offend him. Okay, sister. I'll remember it. Ethan nodded. But don't worry too much. Snape's teaching attitude is still very serious and rigorous. As long as you do well enough, there should be nothing wrong. Professor Garrick added. Yeah, don't worry, your brother is very good. Ethan gave Professor Garrick an okay gesture and stood up to say goodbye. Then I'll leave first, I still have a lot of homework to do. Okay, take care. If you are free on the weekend, you can come to play with me at any time. Garrick stood up and sent Ethan out of the office, leaning against the door and watching Ethan's departure reluctantly. Yeah, okay, I will definitely come when I am free. Ethan threw out a perfunctory 3 combo and left the greenhouse area. Next time. JPG Potions class. Ethan weighed the white fresh leaves in his pocket and walked slowly towards the library. I am looking forward to it. Finally I can meet this old arrogant. Chapter 33 Night, many people, outdoors after dinner. Ethan sat steadily on the bench, lowered his head and pretended to be writing a paper, and occasionally looked up and glanced at the students walking out of the auditorium in 2s and 3s. When almost all the students left, Ethan exchanged glances with Percy, who was sitting diagonally opposite. Percy received the signal and nodded. The two packed up their things, got up together, and went to the arched courtyard outside the hall. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, a total of 17 prefects from 3 houses had been waiting here. Oh my God, Ethan was shocked by the scene. Why are there so many people? No wonder Ethan was so surprised. There should have been only 5 fifth-year prefects from 3 houses here, but now, even the prefects from the 6th and 7th grades have gathered here together. Well, after you left, we discussed it a bit and decided that more people would be better for this kind of thing, said Paddy Rowell, another 5th-year prefect of Gryffindor. So we told the other prefects of each college about it. We originally only wanted to recruit as many as we could, but we didn't expect them to all say they agreed to join. Ethan immediately looked back at Percy behind him. Percy noticed Ethan's death stare and immediately raised his head to pretend to look up at the stars. He tried hard to whistle, but there was no sound. Ethan? Good fellow, it turns out that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, have also betrayed. Paddy is right. We were too easy to compromise before. Rebecca Chambers, the 6th-year prefect of Ravenclaw, said, it was not until we heard your plan that we realized that we had thought too little before. So please let us join. Yes, this is our chance to make up for our mistakes. Carlos Oliveira, the 7th-year prefect of Hufflepuff, said, and I have long been annoyed with Rosier's group of bastards. I can take this opportunity to discuss them. A group of people shouted at once, and the chaotic sound made Ethan's head buzz. Stop, stop, stop talking. Ethan made a gesture to silence, pinched the root of his nose, and was very helpless. Originally, in his plan, he was going to take advantage of the gap between the prefects' shifts to show his presence in front of Neil and others, so there was no need to mobilize so many troops. It would be best to say that there were not enough people to take turns. Now, there are so many people involved. If everyone has to take turns, I don't know when I can make a strong presence in front of Neil and the others. It's true that plans can't keep up with the speed of change. So can't you use your enthusiasm for other things? For example, study? Is it the OWL exam, ordinary wizarding level exam, can you pass? Or have you just given up on the Newt exam, the ultimate wizard exam? It's very annoying. Ethan. Patty saw that Ethan's expression was a little wrong and asked, "What's wrong with you? I think you seem a little angry." Ethan, who was suddenly reminded by Patty, blinked quickly, put away his emotions, and pretended not to care. Nothing. I'm just a little flattered to see so many people." "Well, I definitely don't mean to think you're in the way, absolutely, no," gritting teeth. "I think we should leave here first." Ethan rubbed his temple. "Such a large group of people gathered together is too conspicuous, be careful not to attract filch." "Okay, let's go." Jill Valentina, a 7th-year student, called the prefects. She is another prefect of Hufflepuff. A group of people walked down the stairs in the courtyard in an orderly manner. Ethan was sandwiched in the middle of the crowd so that he could hear everyone's words clearly. "Well, let me report today's situation," Ethan asked casually, holding the handrail of the stairs. "Okay, I'll go first." Robert Silliard, the 5th-year prefect of Ravenclaw, reported first. After breakfast in the morning, Neil Rozier gathered 3 accomplices to try to blackmail a Hufflepuff first-year student near the stairs of the main hall. "I scared him away with a glare just after he cornered the child and didn't have time to speak." Then it was Abby Anderson, Claudia Glock, the 5th-year prefect of Ravenclaw, added, "There was no action from breakfast to class. During the break, he tried to lock Alana Shannon's in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor with 2 Slytherin girls, but I stopped him in time." "Well done, thank you for your hard work," Ethan praised. "No, it's my duty." The 2 prefects waved their hands and declined together. "Did they do anything weird this afternoon?" Ethan asked again. Abby Anderson didn't do anything. Ashley Graham, the 5th-year Hufflepuff prefect, recalled as she walked, but it was a bit strange that she and a few of her good friends were secretly discussing something after class. And they were very alert. "As soon as I approached them, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. It didn't feel like they were saying anything good." Neil Rozier was a bit strange too. Gabriel Truman, another 5th-year Hufflepuff prefect, added, "Before dinner, he met Alana Shannon's in a corner on the 3rd floor of the Dark Arts Defense Tower, but they passed by without any communication. There was no one passing by and there was no portrait surveillance, so nothing happened. It was really a bit abnormal." "Is it possible that you were discovered?" Ashley teased. "Unlikely," Gabriel shook his head. "I was far enough away from them at the time, and I was mixed in with the students, they shouldn't have noticed me." "Okay, I roughly understand the situation." Ethan nodded and ended the topic. "Let's proceed according to the original arrangement tomorrow. Senior class leaders, please be patient. I will arrange the new shift schedule this weekend, and I'll leave it to you starting next week." "Okay." The class leaders nodded in agreement. While talking, they had walked from the Archbridge courtyard to the flying class lawn of Hogwarts Castle and stopped in front of the tower door of the marble staircase. "Let's stop here. There are portraits inside, so it's not convenient to continue chatting." Ethan stood in front of the door, turned to the prefects, and said solemnly, "Although this is just my personal behavior, I am fortunate to have your active participation and support. I am really moved. Thank you all here. Okay, stop talking about disgusting things." Carlos patted Ethan on the back. "See you tomorrow." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Ethan finally said goodbye to them and walked up the marble stairs with the Gryffindor prefects. Ravenclaw's common room is not in the same direction as them, and Hufflepuff has to go down to the cellar, so everyone separated here. The 5th floor of the West Tower, in the Ravenclaw common room. That Ethan is definitely not simple. Rebecca leaned on the sofa and said to the others without any image, I can see that he will definitely make some big noise in the future. Cell, in front of the Hufflepuff common room. That Ethan, Jill suddenly said, feels very powerful. He's only a 4th-year student, but he has become the backbone of us prefects without us noticing. The conversation just now was completely controlled by him, although this action was centered on him. Don't worry about that. I can sense that Ethan doesn't have the same malice as Neil Rozier. Carlos shrugged and said indifferently, and isn't this a good thing? It means that we have successors at Hogwarts. That's right. Jill shrugged, knocked on the barrel next to him with her wand, and opened the door of the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 34 Percy, what's going on? This atmosphere that only I can't do it. Ethan and his group climbed the marble stairs and walked along the corridor towards the Gryffindor Tower. So, what is your real plan? Chris Scarland, who was walking in the front, suddenly turned back and asked Ethan. He was the 7th-year prefect. What plan? Ethan blinked, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Your words can only fool Percy. Chris's sister Claire laughed disdainfully. She is the 6th grade prefect. Chris's problem is also the problem of other prefects. While you arranged for us to follow Rozier and Anderson, what are you going to do yourself? Percy on the side? Are you polite? Oh, I've been seen through. Ethan scratched his head, embarrassed. I do have other plans, but it's not convenient to tell you at the moment. Inconvenient. Chris raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Being open and honest is the easiest way to win others' trust. I know this, but it's really hard to say it. Ethan spread his hands. After all, if you don't know, you don't have to take responsibility. You are the prefects. The 6 prefects stopped and stood there staring at Ethan. What's wrong? If you doubt me, it's not too late to quit now. Ethan said with a smile, calm and collected in the face of everyone's gaze, or do you plan to stop me, such as reporting this to the professors? No. This is ultimately to stop Rozier and his friends from bullying other students. We will still join in. Chris shook his head, what we mean is that you must be careful. Rozier and his friends are not easy to deal with. As for what you just said, we didn't hear anything. Claire stepped forward and patted Ethan's shoulder, we will help you explain to the other class leaders. Oh no, are you so easily convinced by me? Ethan was shocked by this the sudden change confused him, you are the class leader, how can you believe that I am a real man so easily? Chris laughed softly, hee, you have to know that some wizards have innate special talents. Rebecca has the special ability to predict the future, and Carlos can sense the malice in people's hearts. And my sister Claire can tell whether others are lying. Chris pointed at Claire and continued, we were actually communicating with each other with our eyes while walking with you just now, we have seen through you, kid. Good guy, Ethan was shocked, it turns out that each of you has special skills. Wait, it seems that my cheat is better than theirs, then it's okay. So, although we don't know what bad water you are hiding in your belly. Claire laughed lightly with a relaxed look, we all think you are trustworthy. It would be better if you could reveal the specific plan. Patty joked. Since you all said so, I have nothing to hide. Ethan shrugged, I just plan to attract Neil's firepower and so on, and then when they can't hold back and want to pick on me, I will counterattack them. Oh, I see, it's not to dredge but to block, right? Chris nodded, then I wish you success soon. Wait, something is wrong. Ethan noticed something was wrong, you just accepted it. Don't you care about my strength? There's nothing to say about this, Patty smiled sourly, after all, I was repeatedly praised by Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall as a model in class. Ah this! Ethan blushed and waved his hand. Don't praise me, I'll be proud. I didn't expect that one day I would really become someone else's child. It's very cool. Well, now that we know everything we need to know, Chris stretched and turned around and said, let's go back and rest. It's getting late. Everyone followed Chris's pace and walked towards Gryffindor Tower together. Suddenly, Chris, who was walking in the front, stopped at the corner of the corridor. The people behind him had no time to react and squeezed together. What's wrong, Chris? Ethan almost bumped into Percy's back and hurriedly took a half step back. We have guests. Chris looked strange and pursed his lips in the direction of the corner of the corridor. Ethan looked past Chris to the end of the corridor, and saw a black-haired girl wearing glasses standing in front of the portrait of the fat lady on the wall, holding a black leather book in her arms. It was Alana Shannon's. She stood quietly in front of the picture frame, looking at the corner of the corridor with a little anxiety, as if waiting for someone. Let's go and take a look. Ethan took the lead and turned the corner and walked towards Alana. Alana saw a group of people coming towards her, squinting her eyes and trying to identify the appearance of the people. When she saw Ethan in front of the crowd, her squinting eyes suddenly opened, flashing with joy. Miss Shannon's, Ethan stopped in front of Alana, are you waiting for someone? Alana nodded and whispered, I'm waiting for you. Wait for me. Well, didn't you say that? Alana looked up at Ethan and blinked, if I have something, I can come to Gryffindor Tower to find you anytime. The eyes of a group of seniors behind Ethan suddenly became sharp. That's what happened, Ethan smiled hard against the needle-like gaze behind him, so what do you want to see me about? Alana looked at the group of prefects eating melons behind Ethan and took 2 steps to the window. Hey, that Ethan, we are very tired, so we went in first. Chris quickly tried to smooth things over and said to the fat lady, pig nose. The portrait of the fat lady opened to the side, and a group of people went in one by one. All right, stop looking, go away. Chris pushed Claire and Patty, who tried to stay and watch, into the passage, gave Ethan an I understand you look, and knocked on the frame of the portrait, you too. The fat lady sighed, left her frame and went somewhere unknown. The door is left for you, remember to come back early. Half of Chris's body appeared behind the half-open frame, and he gave Ethan a thumbs up, then shrank back. Ethan, who was clearly arranged, was speechless, and sighed with his hand on his forehead. Ethan, are you okay? Alana's voice came to his ears. Ethan cheered up and smiled at Alana, no, nothing. What do you want to talk to me about, Miss Shannon's? Well, I thought about it for a long time and felt that I should come to you. A&D. Alana fumbled out a bag from his robe and handed it to Ethan, this is for you. For me? Is it a gift? Ethan took the bag with a smile and asked, can I open it and take a look? Alana nodded gently. Ethan opened the bag with expectation, lowered his head and looked inside, and his smile froze on his face. Chapter 35 You use this to test the cotters? What do you mean? Ethan raised his head, frowned deeply into a river, and looked at Alana in disbelief. The bag contained a pile of coins, most of which were copper nat, and a dozen silver sickles were mixed in. You could vaguely see 2 or 3 golden galleons lying at the bottom of the bag. Why, not enough. Alana seemed a little uneasy, standing there with her head down and pursed her lips, this is all the money I have. If it's not enough, I can find a way to borrow it. Wait. Ethan interrupted Alana, feeling a headache, it's not about how much, what are you giving me money for? Protection money for you, Alana looked up at Ethan and said seriously, in this way, you will help me not be bullied by them. Protection money. Ethan felt something was wrong, his face turned cold, who taught you to do this? Neil Rozier said. He told me before that as long as I paid him protection money regularly, he would protect me from being bullied by others. Alana turned her head slightly and lowered her eyelids, but I don't know why he broke his promise after the start of this semester. I gave him the protection money on the first day. Ethan heard this and silently clenched his fist holding the purse. Neil Rozier, you deserve to die. You said before that I could come to you if I have any problems. Alana turned her head and looked at Ethan again, with hope on her face. So I was thinking, since I can't rely on him, I should be able to come to you for help. Ethan took a few deep breaths to calm down, and handed the purse to Alana. I have a general understanding of the situation, but I can't take this money. Is that so? Alana lowered her head in disappointment, sobbing softly, even you can't help me? Sorry. Just pretend I didn't say this. What nonsense are you talking about? Ethan gently supported Alana's shoulders, his tone was very gentle. I will help you, and I don't want your money. Oh. Alana raised her head, with an unbelievable look on her face. Why? Why? Ethan thought it was a little funny. I want to help you, isn't that enough? But if you don't charge money, why are you willing to help me? Alana murmured to himself, no reason. Do I need a reason to help you? Ethan asked back. Don't you need it? Do you need it? Ethan suddenly raised his voice, with a bit of anger on his face, frightening Alana so much that she took 2 steps back and hit the back of her head against the pillar in the corridor. Ah, sorry. Are you okay? Ethan knew he had lost his composure and quickly explained, that's not what I meant. Yeah, I know. Alana rubbed the back of her head that was hit, tears in her eyes because of the pain. You are a good person. That's why I came to you. Good person card +1 for being caught off guard. In short, I will help you. Ethan stuffed the purse to Alana again, and I won't take your money. If you don't take it. Alana wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, did not take the purse, and asked softly, what if you regret it? No. Ethan said firmly, since I said I would help you, I will definitely help you to the end, and I won't give up halfway. And if a person really wants to regret it, even if he takes the money, he will still turn his face on the spot. Everyone will make verbal promises, right? Alana looked at Ethan. His pupils reflecting beautiful light in the moonlight. I won't take money anyway. Ethan was very helpless and emphasized it again. Alana's thoughts couldn't change for a while, so she had to find a way to deal with her first. If you don't want money, Alana seemed to suddenly think of something, moved the book in her arms up to cover her chest, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito, then you want my body. Stop, stop, stop. Ethan hurriedly stopped Alana from driving. Stop, if you continue talking, you won't be able to pass the trial. Alana shut up obediently, stood quietly, blinking anxiously. Her delicate face was red all the way to her ears because of the radical remarks just now. I'm talking to you. Ethan pinched the root of his nose helplessly, frowning and thinking. Alana is now like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw and unwilling to let go easily. But her method is a bit too extreme. How can she believe what she said? Ethan scratched his hair, very distressed. Sure enough, Percy was right. This little girl is as stubborn as her sister. Let's make a contract. Ethan patted his head and thought of a way. Unbreakable vow, do you know? Alana nodded and whispered, I've seen it in a book. Okay, that's easy. Ethan stretched out his right pinky finger to Alana. This is the highest level of oath in our China. Come, follow my movements. Alana looked at Ethan's hand, hesitated for a while, stretched out his right hand to Ethan, with his pinky straight. Ethan smiled slightly, bent his pinky slightly, and hooked Alana's pinky forward. Ethan. Ethan said in a serious manner, with a very solemn expression, I swear on my life that I will do my best to protect Alana Shannons from being bullied by anyone, and get rid of all those who plot against her. If you violate the contract. Ethan looked into Alana's eyes and said, if you violate the contract, you will be struck by lightning and you will never be able to turn over. Alana opened her mouth slightly, a little surprised at Ethan's oath. Now, stretch out your thumb. Ethan kept the finger hooking action, stretched out his thumb, and reminded Alana. Ah. Okay. Alana woke up as if from a dream, stretched out his thumb, and overlapped with Ethan's finger. Okay, Ethan let go of his hand, smiled slightly, and said, now the contract is established, what else do you not believe? Alana lowered her eyelids and shook her head, no. I'm just thinking, is it really necessary to do this for me to make such a heavy oath? I still say the same thing, I want to help you. That's all. Ethan stuffed the purse to Alana again, I think I don't need it now, right? Yet. Alana no longer refused, took the purse, looked at Ethan's face and said seriously, sure enough, you are a good person. Well, the good person card +1 again. Thank you for your compliment. Ethan rolled his eyes, it's late now, I'll take you back. Okay. Alana's eyebrows curved slightly, revealing her first smile in front of Ethan. Ethan was shocked by this sudden smile and stayed there for a long time. What's wrong with you? Alana looked at the petrified Ethan, tilted her head slightly, very curious. No, nothing. Ethan came back to his senses and smiled unconsciously, you look better when you smile. Alana's face turned red all the way to her ears. Chapter 36 Overheard. I'll take you back. Okay. Ethan turned around and walked to the other end of the corridor with Alana. Behind them, the half-closed fat lady's picture frame opened gently, and Chris's head slowly stretched out from behind. What do you think of their current state? Chris looked at their backs as they left, and asked someone unknown. I think there's a chance, maybe it will work. Claire's head popped out next to Chris, standing side by side. What do you mean? Chris rubbed his chin, staring at the backs of the two people intently. Oh, isn't it obvious? Patty's head popped out from under Claire's head, you said you would risk your life to protect someone, what's the difference between this and a direct confession? If I were Alana, I would marry him on the spot. Oh? Does it have anything to do with this sentence? Chris, who was at the top, had a question mark on his face, isn't it just an ordinary contract oath? Expressing that Ethan will do his best to protect Alana, or something like that. It's a big deal. Oh, so brother, when will you have more emotional intelligence? Claire shook her head and began to sneer at her useless brother, no wonder Sister Jill always says you are a blockhead, she really didn't wrong you at all. Jill? What's wrong with Jill? I shouldn't have offended her recently. Straight man Chris had a question mark on his face and fell into deep thought alone. Look, George. What did I say? Ethan didn't dare to admit it before, but he turned around and hooked up with her. Fred and George's heads suddenly popped out from under the three heads side by side, and Fred grinned with disdain. Oh, you know, Ethan is always arrogant. George smacked his lips, exchanged glances with Fred, and reached a consensus. So do you think Ethan fell in love with Alana at first sight? Ron's head popped out from the bottom and asked the few people above who looked very experienced. I don't think so. Harry's head squeezed out almost at the bottom of the picture frame, frowning, after all, Ethan thought Alana was a boy at first. Well, there is such a thing. The three prefects at the top who didn't know what happened looked like they had discovered a new world. Details. You are all guessing Ethan's attitude, but no one is guessing Alana's thoughts? What if she is not interested in Ethan? Harry thought of something and tried to turn his head and look up at the other six people. Oh, Harry, don't worry, it must be interesting. Patty had an expression of no one understands women better than me on her face, and winked at Harry to reassure him, otherwise, she would have stood here since dinner until now just to wait for Ethan to come back. So you mean these two people are two-way running? Chris asked thoughtfully. Well, it's only a matter of time for these two people to be together, and it will definitely become more and more interesting in the future. Claire made a conclusion about the relationship between the two. Oh, several men cheered together, with an expression of "I've learned it." Well, by the way, Ethan is so good. Patty flashed with stars in her eyes and looked longing. He is so good at teasing people. When will my wife be so romantic? Then don't expect it. The gap between people is greater than the gap between people and pigs. Claire mercilessly finished off her brother. At least Tony is a little more romantic than my brother, isn't he? Chris, who was caught in the crossfire again. Thanks to her sister for the piercing blade. That's right. Patty sighed, looking resentful. Chris, who was continuously attacked by her sister, quickly changed the subject. By the way, Tony is going to be an Auror, right? Where is he now? Temanike. He sent me an owl letter the day before yesterday, saying that he found a group of dark wizards holding some kind of sacrificial ceremony there. Patty tried to recall the content of the letter. It seems to be called the Fire Snake Party. Ah, Chris sighed, I hope the Fire Snake Party is okay. Claire shook her head, it's hard to have a complete body. Okay, let's go back, they are all far away. Chris looked at the two figures turning the corner and disappearing at the end of the corridor, and lowered his head to say to the people below. Several people nodded, went through the portrait tunnel one by one, and returned to the Gryffindor common room. Okay, they are all gone. Let's go. Chris, who climbed out of the corridor first, stood beside the corridor and waved to the hundreds of students who were eating melons at the door of the Gryffindor common room. The students looked unsatisfied, with inexplicable ant smiles on their faces, and walked up the spiral staircase in an orderly manner and returned to their respective dormitories. Fred, you put away the speakers. George, remember to bring back the receiver. Claire gave orders to the Weasley twins who were in charge of the technical staff. George, who was still outside the passage, took out an ink box-sized block stuck behind the portrait of the fat lady and shook it to Claire. Fred quickly put away the speaker next to the fireplace, took the receiver thrown by George, and put it in the same box with the speaker. Judging from their skilled movements, they must have done this kind of work a lot before. On the other side, the marble staircase. Ethan and Alana were silent at this moment, walking side by side towards the Slytherin common room in the basement. It's not that the relationship between the two people suddenly deteriorated, but mainly because one was a little shy because of being praised just now, and the other was a little ashamed because of praising others just now, and neither of them could find an opportunity to break the silence. But Alana was holding a book in both hands, with a smile on her lips, and she almost jumped down the marble stairs with one step. You look in a good mood, Miss Shannons. Ethan mustered up the courage to break the silence and talked with interest. Yeah, of course. Alana stopped on the steps, turned to look at Ethan, and smiled lightly. I am very happy today. Such a lively and romantic Alana shocked Ethan's heart like a little boy who landed in Hiroshima, catching him off guard. He stood there in a daze, thousands of thoughts flashing through his mind. Why didn't I realize before that Alana was so cute? Ah! Now I feel so ashamed when I think about how I mistook her for a man at the beginning. Ah! Groundhog's Roar.jpg. Alana naturally couldn't hear Ethan's colorful inner world. She blinked and looked at Ethan, who was standing there and suddenly started to go crazy and scratch his scalp frantically with both hands. Her little face was full of big doubts. What's wrong with Ethan today? He was inexplicably dazed every once in a while, and made some inexplicable movements. It was the same before. He just praised me for my good looks and pretended to be deep and didn't say anything. Are boys' emotions so split? But I still like it no matter how I look at it. So handsome, I like it. Chapter 37. No comparison, no harm. The mad Ethan came back to his senses and looked at Alana, who was staring at him intently. Ahem, sorry. Ethan blushed and quickly managed his emotions. I just lost my composure. It's okay. Alana turned her head quickly, not letting Ethan see the smile between her eyebrows, and said softly, "I don't hate you like this." "Hey." Ethan was a little confused for a while. "Something's wrong, this Alana is a little wrong. It can't be that she is interested in me too, right?" No, there is no reason." "Is it just because I promised to help her? Did the favorability increase so quickly?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea." While brainstorming, Ethan continued to step on the stairs and slowly walked down. Alana followed him closely, stepping down each step lightly, and occasionally glancing at Ethan, who was in deep thought with the corner of his eyes. "Well, he is handsome no matter how you look at him. By the way, Miss Shannons," Ethan shook his head to dispel the nonsense in his mind, turned to look at Alana, and asked, "If you are in the dormitory, is it okay?" "Well." Alana put down the corners of her mouth and lowered her head slightly, "Most of the Slytherin students are friendly to me, and my roommates also take care of me. If Anderson and others want to come in and make trouble, they will help stop them. And in the common room, there are many students, Roger and others dare not do anything to me openly." Ethan nodded. Come to think of it, Neil's group of psychopaths only dared to find an empty corridor to bully Alana privately. If they really dared to bully Alana in front of other students in the Slytherin common room, they would definitely incur public outrage. After all, purebloods are a minority, and most of the wizards in the world are half-bloods and muggle-borns. But Ethan still felt a little uneasy. The existence of Abby Anderson and her group of girls was a time bomb after all. They could have done whatever they wanted to Alana in a corner of a dormitory, away from the eyes and ears of most people. Anyway, his plan had to be accelerated. At least he had to attract their attention to himself first. "Sorry," Ethan noticed that his question made Alana feel a little depressed, and he apologized quickly, "I didn't mean to remind you of those things." Yeah, it's okay," Alana shook his head and looked at Ethan, "it's all in the past. And now you have me to protect me, don't you?" Ethan nodded slightly, agreeing with Alana's statement. A bright smile flashed across Alana's lips, and she suddenly took a big step forward and jumped down the remaining 2 steps. She trotted to the edge of the second-floor platform, tiptoed forward and backward, waiting for the next staircase to move here. Ethan frowned and looked at Alana's back, and took 2 steps at a time to catch up with her, standing side by side with her at the edge of the platform waiting for the stairs to move. "Ethan," Alana looked at the slowly moving stairs in the distance and suddenly spoke. This was the first time she took the initiative to talk to Ethan. "You have the first potions class tomorrow, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "The professor of potions is Snape, the dean of our Slytherin. He is very strict." Alana stepped onto the stairs, and Ethan followed closely behind, and Gryffindor and Slytherin have never been on good terms, so he may ask you some unfamiliar knowledge to make things difficult for you during class. Alana walked down the stairs and turned to look at Ethan. "I have notes on the knowledge he taught here, do you want to see it?" "No." Ethan wanted to refuse. After all, he had memorized all the knowledge points in the textbook when he read it before. "Yes, that's right, I just read it once." But when he turned to Alana to decline her kindness, he saw the hope in her eyes, and the words on his lips were stuck in his throat. "Okay, thank you." Finally, Ethan nodded and accepted Alana's kindness. "Well, I'll go in and get the book at the door of the common room. You wait outside for a while." Alana turned her head with satisfaction, holding the book, and quietly quickened her pace to step down the stairs, slightly leaving a distance of 1 body length from Ethan. At an angle that Ethan couldn't see, Alana's face flushed, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously grinned, revealing a shy smile. The 2 walked slowly, one in front and one behind, and unknowingly arrived at the door of the Slytherin common room at the bottom of the Black Lake. "Power!" Alana came to a stone wall and whispered the command. The ground under the stone wall began to wriggle, and a long snake-like protrusion twisted and climbed up the wall, forming an arched stone door more than 1 person high. "Then I'll go in, you wait outside for a while." Alana turned around and said to Ethan. "Okay." Ethan nodded, watching Alana trot into the Slytherin common room, stepped back and leaned against the wall with his arms folded to sort out his thoughts. In fact, from some details today, it can be seen that Alana must have been much more cheerful than now, but it was only because of bullying that she slowly became the introverted and timid now. Fortunately, now I have my support for her, and she should slowly become the cheerful and lively Alana in the future. I hope I am not too late. Not long after, Alana ran out of the arch again, stopped just in front of Ethan, and panted a little. "You don't have to be so anxious. I don't need this little time." Ethan looked at the panting Alana with interest and was very amused. "But I don't want you to wait too long." Alana wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, took out 2 books from her arms and handed them to Ethan, looked up and blinked at Ethan, with an innocent face. "Ethan, oh. Thanks, I was attracted." Ethan took Alana's book with both hands. It was 1,000 Magical Herbs and Mushrooms and Magic Potion and Potion. Opening the title page of the book, the insulting handwriting written on it had been wiped off by some violent means, and the paper was a little crumbly, but the name below remained crossed out. Ethan continued to flip through the pages. Alana's textbook was well preserved. The flat pages had no creases or damage. The blank spaces were filled with notes and annotations in elegant handwriting, and there were also some diagrams and arrows drawn, which looked very comfortable. Well, it was in sharp contrast to the advanced potion making of a certain half-blood prince, which was tattered and full of messy notes. "I think Alana is also a hard-working academic master." "Thank you very much, Miss Shannons." Ethan closed the book and thanked Alana very seriously. "I will keep them well." "Yet." Alana nodded gently while holding the book. "I believe you." "Okay, then I'll go back first." Ethan put the textbook into his robe, stood up and left the wall he was leaning against, and said goodbye to Alana. "See you later." "Wait a minute." Alana suddenly took 2 steps forward and stared into Ethan's eyes. "There is one more thing. The mental and psychological problems that school bullying can easily cause include the following aspects. 1. Becoming timid, shrinking, inferior, and withdrawn, and in severe cases may cause personality disorders. 2. Becoming sensitive, suspicious, vigilant, insecure, and other mental disorders. 3. Leading to emotional depression, reduced self-evaluation, and self-worth. 4. Forming a pleasing personality and doing things cautiously. I will add a little bit about Alana's character design later. Chapter 38. Do you know how much psychological damage a big bag can cause to me? One more thing. Alana took 2 steps forward and blocked Ethan's steps sideways. Anything else, Miss Shannons? Ethan raised his eyebrows and stepped back to lean against the wall again. Just call me Alana from now on. Alana looked straight into Ethan's eyes with an extremely serious expression. Don't you think Miss Shannons sounds too unfamiliar? Okay, if you want. Ethan chuckled and nodded. Alana. Yet. Alana narrowed her eyes slightly, with a satisfied look on her face, turned around and ran back to the stone archway of the Slytherin common room, looked back at Ethan, and said, "It's getting late, go back and rest." Ethan stood there and looked at the slowly closing stone archway, smiled bitterly and sighed. He was not an unenlightened boy, nor was he a heartless person or a wooden man. How could he not see Alana's little girlish thoughts? Whether it was the suspension bridge effect after the hero rescued the beauty yesterday, or due to some other reasons, there was no doubt that Alana had a good impression of him more than a friend. But what did he think? It is true that he was a little moved by Alana, but was that considered love? Or was he just simply greedy for her body? No, no. No matter how you look at it, he is an adult psychologically, and he must not have some inappropriate thoughts about a little girl of 14 or 15 years old. If he really made a move on Alana, wouldn't he become a copper-smelting pervert? At least he had to find someone older than himself. But if Alana's offensive became more and more fierce and pressed step by step, would he really loosen his bottom line and agree to her? Pa! Ethan slapped himself fiercely, forcing himself to wake up from the comfortable fantasy of eating peaches. At least not now. Before I get rid of Neil's group of psychopaths, I must not be too close to other people in public. In a sense, the reason why Ethan dared to ridicule Neil and his group was because he was an orphan from a foreign country, without any relatives or close friends, and he was just an ordinary classmate with Harry and the others. I was alone, and the other side could only target me if they wanted to make trouble. If my relatives were still alive and in the UK, I would probably be afraid that my relatives would be attacked and thus restrained. This logic can also be applied to me and Alana. If I and Alana really have any progress, and this relationship is noticed by Neil and the others, maybe, no, Alana will definitely become their breakthrough point against me. In any case, it's better to pretend to be wooden for a while to maintain the status quo. Ethan made up his mind and turned to climb the marble stairs with a red slap mark on his face. Gryffindor Tower, at the entrance of the common room, in front of the portrait of the fat lady. The fat lady had returned to her portrait at this time, holding her chin and curiously looking at Ethan's red left face. What happened between you and that little girl? Don't worry about it. Ethan rubbed the slap marks on his face with the back of his hand, pig nose. The portrait automatically unfolded to the side, revealing the circular passage behind. Several prefects who were sitting on the sofa next to the fireplace playing wizard chess heard the opening and closing of the portrait on the other side of the passage, and turned around and leaned on the back of the sofa to watch Ethan get out of the passage. How is it, Ethan? Claire spoke first and winked at Ethan. How is the progress? What progress? How is it? Ethan sat down next to them, slumped on the sofa without any image, very comfortable. Of course it's the progress between you and Alana. How is it, is there? Claire said. Reese raised his left hand and clenched it suddenly. Take it with one hand. Take the dagger. Ethan laughed unhappily. To put it bluntly, Alana and I are not the kind of relationship you think. What kind of relationship is that? Chris continued to pursue. When can it develop into the kind of relationship we think? Ethan glanced at Chris, whose face was full of wow, speechlessly. Chris, you are so good at talking, you must be very good at pleasing girls, right? Don't mention it, my brother's emotional intelligence is only as much as a spoonful. Claire rolled her eyes. Otherwise, how can he be single until now? Chris, who was hurt by his sister again, shrank silently on the sofa and fell into autism. Hey, Ethan! You're... With the dim light of the fire, Patty, who was sitting opposite, found the slap marks on Ethan's face and exclaimed, "What's wrong with your face?" Merlin's beard. Claire also saw the red slap marks on the left half of Ethan's face. You were hit by Alana. Patty held her two hands and gestured in the air, shaking her head. No, the direction of the palm is wrong. Could it be that you hit yourself? You hit yourself like this? How is it possible, Patty? Claire immediately denied Patty's truth. Ethan's brain is not wrong, why would he slap himself in the face for no reason? Then I'm really sorry for you too if I have a problem with my brain. Ethan rolled his eyes, raised his head and hit the back of the sofa with the back of his head again and again. So can you tell us what happened? Claire, who knew she had said the wrong thing, blinked and acted cute, and asked cautiously. Well, how should I put it? Ethan didn't care about Claire's accidental injury. He touched the slap mark on his face with residual warmth and organized his words. I was a little confused, so I gave myself a blow to wake myself up. The two girls looked like they had seen a ghost. Well, Ethan, you shouldn't have done anything that you will regret, right? Patty advised earnestly. Impulse is the devil. It's not too late to apologize now. She will forgive you. No, what's the connection? Ethan looked constipated. what weird things are you thinking about? It seems that there is nothing wrong. The two girls exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Okay, let's not talk about this. Patty pulled out her wand from her bosom and began to change the subject. Come, I'll help you heal. Ethan looked at Patty's posture and swallowed his saliva. Sister, is your treatment reliable? Don't worry, the disease will definitely be cured. Patty waved her wand carelessly. Episki. Ah! A scream resounded throughout the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 39 on the importance of not being at the bottom of the food chain. Ethan sat on the sofa next to the fireplace, covering his nose with one hand, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes with the other hand, sniffing his nose. The treatment just now was more exciting than the slap he slapped himself. I just felt that half of my face and nose seemed to have opened a sauce shop, and salty, spicy, and sour things were all splashed out. It was so sour. Is that how you cured me? Ethan stared at Patty with his big watery eyes. Ah, there will always be some side effects. Patty took back her wand and smiled. At least it's cured, isn't it? There's not even a trace left. Thank you. Ethan was amused by Patty's sophistry. Luckily I met you tonight. If it was half a day later, this thing would have disappeared by itself. I'm afraid this lady was sent by God to torture me. Hey, don't care about these details. Patty waved her hand shamelessly. Ethan sighed helplessly, got up, and walked through 2 rows of sofas towards the spiral staircase. I'm going to rest, you guys continue to play. Ethan rubbed his nose, walked around the spiral staircase to the door of his dormitory, gently opened the door of the dormitory a crack, and looked inside. Harry and his friends were sitting on Ron's bed, their heads put together, not knowing what they were doing. I'm back. Ethan pushed the door open, strode into the dormitory, and sat down on his bed. When the 4 saw Ethan coming back, they quickly scattered and jumped down from both sides of the bed, trotting all the way to Ethan, their little eyes full of curiosity. Ethan, Harry swallowed and asked, what happened to you and Alana? What do you mean? Ethan took out the 2 books Alana gave him from his robe and put them on the bed. He stood up, took off his robe and hung it at the end of the bed, frowned. Why are you asking this? Have you discussed it with Chris and the others? No, Ron shook his head like a rattle, just concerned. Concerned? Ethan sat back on the bed, moved himself to the middle of the bed, crossed his legs, put Alana's 1,000 magical herbs and mushrooms on his knees and opened it, flipping through it carefully while looking at it. Without even looking up, he said, if you have the time to care about this, you might as well prepare for potions. Professor Snape is very strict. Don't let Gryffindor lose points when you are asked questions in class. The main thing is that it really makes people worry. Seamus scratched his head. Your relationship. It's just an ordinary relationship, nothing to say. Ethan lowered his head and carefully looked at every note in the book, trying to engrave them in his mind. Who are you kidding? Ron confidently refuted Ethan's words. If you really have an ordinary relationship, how could she wait for you at the door without complaint? Always. Ethan slowed down the movement of turning the book and frowned. Well, Neville nodded and answered honestly, when we returned to the Gryffindor common room after dinner, Alana was already waiting in front of the picture frame and asked us if we had seen you. Ethan stopped flipping through the book and looked up at Neville. You mean she waited until I went back after dinner? Yes, I heard from the students who came in later that she asked everyone she saw if she had seen you and when you would be back. Ethan sighed, leaned back on the headboard, closed his eyes and pinched the root of his nose. Alana, you. I don't know how she mustered the courage to ask again and again. How many people in Gryffindor know about this? Ethan asked with his eyes closed. Well. Ron rolled his eyes and tried to count the number of people, about 90. Ethan raised his eyebrows. This number is about half of the Gryffindor students. 90%. Ron said firmly. 90%. Ethan suddenly opened his eyes, took a breath, and felt a slight stomachache. Well, almost 90% of the students met Alana at the door. Ron spread his hands, not to mention when you two were talking at the door later. Ron suddenly realized his slip of the tongue and quickly covered his mouth and stopped talking. Tell me, what happened when we were talking? Ethan looked at Ron with a fake smile, his face full of kindness. You don't want me to use the tickling spell on you, do you? Ron let go of his hand and said carefully, when you two were talking outside, Fred and George were doing a live broadcast. All the Gryffindor students heard it, and those who didn't know it now know it. Ethan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and he became dizzy in an instant. He relaxed his strength and collapsed on the bed, staring at the ceiling with his eyes blankly. It's okay, Ethan. Everyone supports you too. Ron swallowed his saliva and tried to comfort Ethan. And Chris also told everyone not to spread this to students from other colleges. Don't talk, let me be alone. Ethan seemed to have aged 60 years in an instant, and the whole person was very haggard. On the other side, Slytherin Dungeon. Alana knelt on the bed and lowered the red curtain hanging on the four-poster bedpost to block the view of others. Then he lay down and rolled back and forth on the bed. Woo 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 woo. Alana buried his head in the pillow, sobbing constantly, and a pair of white legs took turns to lift up and slap the mattress alternately. Why am I so bold today? I also said such shameful words, which is completely unlike my usual self. He won't hate me for this, right? Alana suddenly raised her head from the pillow, and her delicate face became red because of her wild thoughts. No, no, he's not that kind of person. Alana comforted herself, turned over, and lay on her side looking at the thick black book at the head of her bed. If only I could meet him earlier. Gryffindor Tower. Ethan regained his spirits and finished taking notes on the two books almost at the speed of quantum fluctuations. He got out of bed and stretched, looking around. Harry was playing with the chocolate frog on his own bed next to him, feeling very comfortable. No, if he doesn't learn something, it will be bad if Snape makes things difficult for him in the potions class tomorrow. It's definitely not because he's in a bad mood today and wants to find someone to vent. Come on, Harry. Ethan slapped Alana's book 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi in front of Harry, with a kind face. Take as many notes as you can on this book before class tomorrow. Hey! Harry opened his mouth and looked at the two thick textbooks in front of him. He looked up at Ethan with a "Are you kidding me" expression, pointed at the textbooks, and then pointed at himself. Ethan, are you sure? I'm sure. Ethan nodded. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. Chapter 40 Rebuilding the Glory of Gryffindor, It is Our Duty. The next morning, Hogwarts Great Hall. Harry's listless appearance of stirring the oatmeal porridge attracted Hermione's attention again. What's wrong, Harry, are you having a nightmare again? Hermione frowned and asked with concern. No. I was doing pre-study last night, and there were too many things in my head. I haven't recovered yet. Harry said weakly with his eyelids drooping. Hermione retreated tactically and looked at Harry with an unbelievable twisted expression. You still do pre-study? Are you crazy or am I crazy? What do you mean? Ron looked up and glared at Hermione. I didn't mean to mock Harry. Hermione explained embarrassedly, it's just I asked you to preview it before, but you said it didn't matter. Why did you suddenly change your mind? This. Harry glanced at Ethan with resentment. Time goes back to last night. Ethan, you are not kidding, are you? Harry blinked and looked at the 1,000 magical herbs and mushrooms in front of him, which was so thick that it could kill people with one blow. His little face was full of confusion. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Ethan looked at Harry expressionlessly, pointed at the book with his left hand. Be obedient and study for me. Harry pointed at Ron's bed with an innocent look. Why can they play cards over there, but I have to memorize this book? That's right, Ethan, Harry is just a child, is it necessary? Ron sorted out his cards without looking back and helped Harry speak. Then do you want to study happily together? Ethan glanced at them. Harry, you can do it, come on. Several people turned around at the same time, gave Harry a cheering gesture, and then turned back to continue the card game. He was so scared. Ethan sat down next to Harry, put his arm around Harry's shoulders, and persuaded him, tomorrow's potions class will be taught by Professor Snape, who is the Dean of Slytherin. Slytherin and Gryffindor don't get along, you know this, right? Yeah, I know. Harry nodded, but what does this have to do with my memorization? Someone told me that Professor Snape likes to ask students questions in the first class of the semester. If they can't answer, they will directly deduct points from the college. Is the person you are talking about called Alana? Ron, who was playing poker with Novice Simo and had a small note on his face, turned his body and complained inappropriately. Ethan! Where is my knife? You are the only one who talks too much. Ron felt the murderous aura in Ethan's death gaze, swallowed his saliva, trembled and slowly shrank back, pretending to be nothing and continued to play cards with cold sweat. You can't see me. JPG. Ethan retracted his gaze and continued the topic just now. Usually, due to the conflict between the two colleges, Snape should randomly pick people from Gryffindor students. But this year is different, this year Gryffindor has you, Harry. Ethan pointed at Harry and said, you are the boy who survived the catastrophe. I believe you have also felt that the professors will intentionally or unintentionally shift their attention to you. So it is almost certain that I will be called up by Snape to answer questions. Harry slapped his thigh and suddenly realized it. Ethan nodded, so in order to prevent Snape from finding fault and deducting Gryffindor's points, you make a little more effort, I think it should be okay, right? Of course, Harry instantly ignited, I won't let Snape's conspiracy succeed. Very good. Ethan patted Harry's shoulder, that's the momentum, do a good job. Oh, by the way, Ethan, Harry suddenly thought of something, looked up and asked Ethan, logically speaking, as a special student, aren't you also very noticeable? Aren't you afraid that Professor Snape will ask you questions? No, I just memorized the whole book in my mind. Ethan pointed to his head, and his words were full of Versailles style. Harry snorted, buried his head in turning the pages, very curious. By the way, the annotations in this textbook are so comprehensive. Ethan, where did you get this textbook? Alana lent it to me. Oh, the three people playing cards nearby laughed in a long voice. Ethan stared at the three people with an ant's smile with a friendly face. What are you saying? Nothing, Ethan, are you coming? Ron quickly changed the subject and raised the poker cards in his hand to Ethan. I'm coming. Ethan responded, turned around and clenched his fists at Harry with a kind face, and the joints made a crisp click sound, so you pay attention to it, it's best not to wrinkle it or stain it. Yeah. Harry nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Very good. Ethan walked around from the end of Harry's bed to Ron's bed, sat on the bed to join their card game, and turned his head to give Harry a thumbs up, the rest is up to you. Time goes back to the present. This. Harry blinked and organized his words, for the glory of Gryffindor. Hey! Hermione had a black question mark on her face. What should I do if my classmate suddenly turns into a middle school Riddler? Waiting online, it's urgent. The potions classroom is located in the dungeon of Hogwarts, not far from the Slytherin common room. Ethan pulled Harry to sit in front of a row of simple workbenches. On the stone table of each workbench, there was a small standard crucible, a knife and a cutting board for cutting herbs, and a palm-sized ceramic mortar. Next to them, on a step higher, there were several groups of potion workbenches put together. The tools on them were a circle larger than those in front of them and more complete. As beginners, they will use these simple tools in front of them to make potions in the first class. After they have mastered the basics of potion making, they will go to the standing workbench next to them to make more complex potions. Okay, Harry. Ethan sat down steadily, put the textbook and paper and pen in a corner of the table, turned to Harry and asked, "Do you remember what I told you last night?" "Remember?" Harry said confidently. He counted on his fingers. "Try to follow Snape's gaze during class, look him in the eye when he calls on you to answer a question, be humble, gentle and polite, always keep Professor Snape in mind, apologize when you are undecided. By the way, where did you get this information, Ethan?" "Don't worry about it." Ethan smiled happily. "Just do as I say. When have I ever cheated you, brother?" I wonder what expression Snape would have when he saw Harry like this. It's getting more and more exciting. With a loud bang, the door of the classroom was pushed open roughly, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 41 Bat. Certification. Bang. The door of the classroom was pushed open roughly, attracting everyone's attention. A humanoid object wrapped in black strode into the classroom from the door, and the robe dragged behind it fluttered with the wind like steps, like a giant bat fluttering its wings. It was Snape. Snape stood at the podium in front of the classroom, scanning the silent students with his cold and deep eyes. "Very good." He nodded, picked up the roll call book on the podium, and turned to the first page. "Let's start with the roll call. Millicent Bulstrode." Harry sat below, slightly tilted his head and winked at Ethan. Ethan received the signal, raised his eyebrows facing Harry, and nodded slightly. Harry understood, sat in his seat and began to pretend to be a good baby. "Good boy. JPG. Harry Potter." When Harry's name was called, Snape raised his head, looked at Harry who raised his hand to answer, and said softly, "Ah, yes. This is our newcomer, a famous person." Harry put down his hand and swallowed. Snape gave him a very strange feeling. He had the same black pupils as Ethan, but he could not feel any warmth and kindness from those eyes. Instead, they were empty and cold. The gaze that had just been cast on him also had a strange aggression, so sharp that it seemed to penetrate his soul directly, but he could not feel any malice. "Ethan." Snape paused again, and his eyes turned from the roll call to Ethan. "This one is even more heavyweight, a rare special recruit." Malfoy, who was sitting in front of them, had already been unable to hold back, and he and his two little followers Crabbe and Goyle covered their mouths and sneered. Ethan sighed imperceptibly, ignored the ridicule of Malfoy and his group sitting in the front row, and curled his lips. "Is this old bat so aggressive? You deserved that. Lily didn't choose you. You are so rude, you deserve it." Harry kept sitting upright, and squeezed out a voice that only he and Ethan could hear. "Ethan, why do I feel that Professor Snape seems to hate me?" "You don't need to feel it, he just hates you, at least for now." Ethan also squeezed out a small voice from his teeth. "That's why I told you so many things to pay attention to yesterday. Okay, don't talk. This is the truth." Snape chose to protect Harry entirely because of his love for Harry's mother Lily and his remorse for indirectly killing her, but his disgust for Harry is also real. It's like your first childhood goddess married your mortal enemy who has been bullying you since childhood, from Snape's perspective, and then the two of them had a baby. Out of love for the goddess, you swore to protect the goddess's child after the couple died, although you played an indispensable role in their death, but the unlucky child looks exactly like his dead father, and jumps around under your nose all day long. As soon as you see him, you will remember the painful memories of your childhood. Humanoid self-propelled childhood nightmare. JPG. It would be hard for anyone to hold back. What's more, this child doesn't look exactly like his father. His eyes are exactly the same as his mother's, so his existence itself is constantly reminding you of the fact that the person you love most was taken away by the person you hate the most. It's even harder to hold back. Snape didn't collapse mentally because of this contradictory fact, which can be regarded as a strong psychological endurance. So to some extent, Ethan still admires this vicious and awkward old bat, even though he has always been unfair to Harry and mocked Harry in the original book. But he never harmed Harry, the child of his mortal enemy, on major issues, just because Harry had the same eyes as Lily. Oh no, why does Snape sound like a dog? Be quiet! Snape closed the roll call and glared at Malfoy with dissatisfaction, which frightened Malfoy so much that his smile disappeared from his face and he sat down obediently. Then, he said slowly and without any emotion. You are here to learn the precise science and strict craftsmanship of potion preparation. Snape's voice was only slightly higher than a whisper, but everyone could hear every word he said. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape also has the deterrent power to keep the classroom in order without any effort. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you will not believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the slow-cooking pot with white smoke and fragrance. You will not really understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins, which makes people excited and confused. I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death. Snape paused. He stood on the podium like a talking sculpture, and at the same time, he used his bottomless black eyes to scan the students who were frightened and silent under the podium. Finally, his sight passed through Malfoy in the front row and stopped on Harry. But there must be one thing, that is, you are not the kind of idiots I often meet. Ethan nodded slightly, agreeing with Snape's words. Potion making is like a chemical experiment in the magic world. You must have an extremely rigorous experimental attitude towards it. Even if it is just a very small operation without rigor or irregular materials, these tiny mistakes may make your results far from your expectations, or even make you die on the spot. Not to mention that there are always some self-righteous idiots who ignore the operating specifications, mess around, and then kill themselves without leaving any residue. It can only be said that they died a good death. But listening to what Snape just said, the process of potion making is more like stewing soup than chemical experiments. Look at what he said, slow cooking and bursts of fragrance. What else can this be but cooking? It's hard not to think wrongly. Well, maybe you can use the crucible to make a hot pot or a delicious soup. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. Mr. Potter. Snape's eyes moved around the classroom and stopped at Harry again. His tone was full of oppression. Ours, the new generation, celebrities. When Harry heard Snape mention his name, he swallowed his saliva and knew that what was coming had finally come. God bless Professor Snape's questions, all of which he had read before last night. Tell me, what will I get if I add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Chapter 42. Is there something wrong with playing a game in the potion class? Tell me, what will I get if I add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? What powder to add to what liquid? Ron blinked, looking confused. Beside him, Hermione raised her arms high in the air, looking anxious. Yes, Professor. Harry stood up and answered, looking directly into Snape's eyes. Daffodil root powder and wormwood infusion can be prepared into the living hell decoction, which is a very strong sleeping pill. The correct answer. Snape raised his eyebrows, a trace of surprise flashed across his face at Harry's fluent answer. He walked down the podium, deliberately ignoring Hermione's raised arm, and walked straight through the front row of seats to Harry. Next question, if I need a coprolite, where can I find it? In the stomach of a goat, Professor. Harry continued, coprolite has a strong detoxification function, and something with similar effects can also be found in the stomach of a cow. Correct answer. Snape supported his hands on the workbench in front of Harry, leaned forward slightly, and looked into Harry's eyes. The last question, what is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum davidianum? They are the same plant, collectively known as Aconitum. Author's complaint: Aconitum naviculatum, Aconitum davidianum, and Aconitum davidianum are three different English words in this paragraph, so Harry didn't know the connection between them in the original book, but after translating into Chinese, it looks pretty stupid. Absolutely right, Mr. Potter. Snape reluctantly squeezed out this compliment from his teeth. His expression was slightly distorted as if he accidentally swallowed a mouthful of troll's knot, but you have to remember that fame alone is not enough. And having the ability to match it is the top priority. Of course, Professor. Harry's face was full of pretended sincerity and humility. I deeply realize that the knowledge I have learned in this subject is just the fur, and I hope you can teach me everything you know in future courses. As you wish, Mr. Potter, you can sit down. Snape loosened his arms and stood up, looking at the other students unhappily. As for the others, why don't you write down these knowledge points? Do you think you are better than Mr. Potter? The classroom was suddenly filled with the rustling sound of quills and parchment. Harry wrote down the answer he had just given on his notebook, feeling ecstatic. It was such a great feeling to show off in front of others and leave those who were looking for trouble speechless. Ethan really didn't fool him. All of Snape's actions were calculated by him. He took the open book test completely according to the standard answers. You can always trust the invincible Dora, Ethan. Ah, and you, Mr. Ethan. Snape, who wanted to vent his dissatisfaction, turned his spearhead to Ethan, whose face was flushed because of holding back laughter. Mr. Potter has proved his strength. I wonder if you are worthy of your reputation? Snape's emotionless voice reached Ethan's ears, causing Ethan's heart to skip a beat. This old bat is taking his anger out on me. Although he was unhappy, he still had to follow the business etiquette. After all, this guy is so arrogant that he only responds to soft tactics. Compared to my own ideas, it would be more intuitive for you to test it directly, wouldn't it? Ethan stood up and looked at Snape, saying neither servile nor overbearing. As you wish, Mr. Ethan. Snape stretched his sleeves, folded his arms across his chest, and began to ask, what is the sign of a successful boil remover? Pink smoke, Professor. Correct. Next question, what is the role of flobberworm mucus? As a popular potion thickener, but as an active ingredient in some potions, such as sleeping potions. Correct. When making swelling potion, is it the eel eye or the shark eye that needs to be ground with dry nettles? Neither, it's the pufferfish eye. Ethan laughed secretly in his heart. This old bat actually wanted to trap himself in the question. But those are useless. I have memorized the entire book and study notes. The pit-digging questions can't do anything to me. It's obvious that you don't know who I am. JPG. The two black-haired and black-eyed people, one old and one young, stared at each other, neither of them giving in, and continued the question and answer game. What other effects does the shrinking potion have besides shrinking the organism? When the dosage is large enough, the organism will return to a younger state. Correct. Snape took a deep breath. His mentality was a bit complicated. Whether it was Harry before or Ethan, how could they respond to his questions without any warning? It was as if they knew in advance that I would ask them questions. There are so many academic masters in Gryffindor this year. Can't we have a few Slytherins? No, I have to give him some strength. Snape, who was determined not to be martial, continued to ask, what effect will the juice of sleepy beans have if it is drunk directly? Remove the memory of the user. Correct. The last question, if the polyjuice potion is successfully brewed, what will it look like? Snape threw out his last move with confidence. Polyjuice potion is an advanced potion that can transform the drinker into someone else. Its production process is so complicated that it takes a month, which is also a big challenge for adult wizards. Accordingly, its method is not included in the Magic Potion and Potions as a textbook for lower grades, and even the textbook Advanced Potion Making used in the Newt course for senior grades only mentions it briefly. The powerful potion that actually contains its production method is now in the restricted book area of the Hogwarts library. So in Snape's opinion, unless Ethan is really interested in potions and takes the initiative to learn more about this knowledge, otherwise Ethan will never know the real answer to this question. It presents different colors and tastes depending on the final ingredients, but it is a black-gray viscous mud before the final ingredients are added. Ethan smiled confidently and said the correct answer without any hesitation. Perfect answer, Mr. Ethan. You can sit down now. Snape's attitude suddenly became gentle, and he nodded slightly to Ethan. His complex expression showed both his approval of Ethan's rich knowledge and his dissatisfaction with his anger that could not be vented. As Professor Garrick said, Snape's teaching attitude is very rigorous. As long as you do well enough, you will get his approval from the bottom of his heart. But whether he will criticize you because of a bad mood is another matter. Snape turned around and strode back to the podium, facing the students, and said, "We have wasted enough time on you. We should continue the class." "Thank you, Professor." Ethan sat down steadily and clapped his hands with Harry under the workbench. This feeling of successfully overcoming the tribulation is really refreshing. The potion class continued, and Snape divided the students into groups of 2 and instructed them to mix and prepare the boil remover just mentioned. This is a very easy to make potion, and its method is so simple that it is almost for beginners to practice. And even if the production fails, it will not cause the pot to explode or produce severe toxicity, which guarantees the safety of these rookies to a certain extent. But there are always exceptions. Boom! The sudden loud noise behind him shocked Ethan, who was grinding the viper fangs according to the steps in the book. "Oh my god, what's the noise?" Chapter 43 Give the Potions Class a Little Art of Copying. Boom! Ethan, who was grinding the viper fangs according to the steps in the book, suddenly heard a loud noise behind him. He looked back at the sound and saw a black mushroom cloud slowly dissipating above Seamus's crucible. "Okay, it's you, the bomber again. Seamus, if you really can't do it, you can go to the Muggles to open mountains and mine. It's really a waste of talent to stay in the magic world." Seamus has been blown into an afro by his masterpiece, and even half of Neville's face next to him has been blackened. The 2 people in the same group looked at each other innocently, not realizing where they went wrong. The sound also attracted the attention of Snape, who was patrolling the classroom in his robes. He came to Seamus and Neville's workbench and saw their problem at a glance. The amount of dried nettles was too much. "You didn't grind the dried nettles and viper fangs separately but put them together, right?" It can only be said that he is worthy of being a senior potion professor. He is so skilled that he can see the students' problems at a glance. What kind of weird tricks are the students doing? Neville and Seamus suddenly realized and nodded. Gryffindor will be deducted 1 point for not paying enough attention to the potion-making standards. Snape, who finally found a reason to deduct points, became in a good mood and continued to walk around the classroom with his bat costume. Ethan shook his head with amusement, raised a long spoon and began to smash the half-melted slugs in the crucible. "You are so old and still upset because of a small matter. You are so proud of your revenge. Are you a child? Nice technique, Mr. Ethan." Snape stood in front of Ethan and Harry's workbench, with a strange smile on his face. "Since you know the properties of various herbal potions, then a small boil remover must be a piece of cake for you." "Of course, Professor," Ethan said without looking up, "thank you for your encouragement." Harry watched Snape's face twitch unnaturally, and turned to find fault with other Gryffindor students, so he leaned over to Ethan's ear and whispered, "I say Ethan, when did you become so good-tempered? Snape provoked you so much and you didn't even fight back." Ethan shrugged, took the crucible away from the flame, added the porcupine quills, and put it back on the stove to continue stirring. "That old arrogant person is always like this when he praises others. It's so awkward. You'll get used to it." Oh. Harry nodded, not quite understanding, and asked, "Then Ethan, what do you mean by arrogant just now?" Ethan scratched his head with his idle left hand, realizing that his words were a bit ahead of the times. "It's hard to explain this to you in 1 or 2 sentences. Let me think. You can roughly understand it as, shouting no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Harry suddenly felt something in his mouth. He ran through his mind at a very fast speed, and asked with a face full of wheel tracks, "Do you mean, barking dogs don't bite?" Author's note: this is a British slang, which can be roughly understood as the Chinese word sharp tongue but soft heart. Ahem. Ethan was amused by the ambiguity in Harry's sentence, and his whole body twitched constantly because of holding back laughter. Yes, you are right. Snape doesn't bite. Harry, your rhetoric is really unique. Did you learn it from Iraqi? Everyone come and see, you should all learn how Mr. Malfoy steams slugs. Snape stood in front of Malfoy's workbench, scooped up a spoonful of slugs that were heated to a melted state with a long spoon, and showed the students how perfect Malfoy's results were. Ethan sneered secretly and continued to stir the crucible in front of him. It seems that Snape was indeed stimulated, and now he is desperately trying to make up for Slytherin. It's just that the person we found is really bad, so we can only spend effort on the details. It's like you watched a movie, and after the movie, your friend asked you what you thought of the movie and whether it was excellent. You racked your brains to recall the subtleties of the movie, but in the end you could only say, the soundtrack is good. It was difficult for Professor Snape. Suddenly, a pungent sour smell rushed into his nose, making him sniff unnaturally. What's that smell? Another piercing hissing sound sounded, and the strong sour smell made all the students in the underground classroom cover their noses and look towards the source of the sound. It was the problem of the Naviximo duo again. Somehow Nevi burned the crucible into a crooked piece, and the potion in the pot was emitting strange green smoke and boiling violently. The boiling potion overflowed along the crooked edge of the crucible onto the stone slab, and the shoes of the students standing next to them were instantly burned with holes after being touched by the potion. Oh my God! Ethan watched the corrosive potion flow toward him through the cracks in the stone floor. He jumped on the spot and landed on the stool. He then picked up Harry, who was slow to react, and put him on the stool next to him. Within a few seconds, all the students in the class stood on the stools. Harry looked at the stool legs that had been corroded by the potion and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. Oh my God, is potion making so dangerous? Ron, squatting on the stool, looked at the potion all over the floor and swallowed his saliva. I'm more curious about how they did it, Hermione sighed, turning to look at the duo who were in the most miserable situation at the center of the accident. When the accident happened, Neville was splashed with boiling potion, and his robe was full of holes of different sizes corroded by the potion. Many boils appeared everywhere on his arms and legs under the robe and on his face that was directly facing the potion, causing Neville to scream in pain. Seamus next to him was not much better. Although he was not directly hurt by the potion, his hair was curled up into a ball by the overheated smoke, and his face was already blackened by the smoke. He looked like an N-word rapper from the west coast of the United States. Idiot! Snape, who was standing on the other side of the classroom, roared and swung his wand forward, sweeping away the potion on the ground in an instant. I think you probably put the porcupine quills in without taking the pot off the fire, right? Snape walked up to Neville and asked sternly with a dark face. Neville nodded and sobbed, but when he wiped his tears, he accidentally touched the boil on his nose, and cried even harder because of the pain. Send him to the school hospital upstairs and find Madame Pomfrey. Snape almost roared at Seamus and gave orders. Seamus nodded hurriedly and ran out of the classroom with Neville. I thought they would learn from their experience, but what happened? They still ignored the operating regulations. Snape looked at the other students in the classroom and raised his voice instantly. Gryffindor House will deduct another point for their stupidity. Chapter 44 No spells, no medicine, chat with you while making up lessons. 1 hour later. The students dragged their embarrassed bodies down the stairs and climbed out of the underground classroom. Harry lowered his head and followed Ron and the others, looking dazed. Cheer up, Harry. Ron advised from the side, at least Snape's difficulties didn't stump you, right? Yeah, Harry said with his head down, but in the final potion evaluation, he didn't beat Malfoy and the others, and Gryffindor's points couldn't be added back, that's 5 points. Relax, everyone knows that Snape favors Slytherin. Hermione in front slowed down her pace and walked shoulder to shoulder with them. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the boil remover you and Ethan made is better than Malfoy's. In fact, that potion was almost made by Ethan alone, I just helped pass the materials by the side. Harry scratched his nose embarrassedly, his cheeks slightly flushed. But I have to say, it feels so good to follow the big guy to get points. I hope I can always make potions with Ethan in the same group in the future. Ethan, I love you. Is Ethan taking extra classes? Ron looked back at the closed wooden door, looking a little uneasy. Do you think Snape will make things difficult for Ethan? Do you think Ethan will be made difficult? Harry asked back. It's hard to say. If Snape is looking for trouble, even Ethan might not be able to stand it, right? Ron blinked, his face full of worry. Merlin bless, I hope Ethan is okay. The three of them prayed for Ethan together. In the potions classroom. HU. Ethan, who was standing in front of the potion workbench and listening to Snape's private lesson, suddenly sneezed. Sorry, Professor. Ethan came back to his senses and rubbed his nose. I lost my composure a bit. It seems that you are not in good health, Mr. Ethan. Snape tried to show his concern for Ethan, but this made him look more like a sarcastic, I think you'd better go to the school hospital for a checkup. Thank you for your concern, Professor. Ethan took a deep breath, it's just an itchy nose, don't worry about it. Also, I'm a little scared that you care about me so much for no reason, can you please be more normal? At least say a few words to me. Did you bring the white fresh leaves? Ethan took out a bag of white fresh leaves that Professor Garrick had given him before from his robe and put it on the workbench. I brought it, Professor. Very good. Snape said expressionlessly, as a practical assignment of the knowledge point just taught, you need to prepare a revitalizing potion. You should know what the revitalizing potion has, right? Revitalizing potions can be used to disinfect and even heal various types of external injuries. It is the most common healing potion on the market. Ethan replied. Well said, but not all injuries can be cured by potions. Snape nodded and murmured, let's get started. The other raw materials are on the workbench. Okay, Professor. Snape stood aside with his arms folded, watching Ethan grinding the white fresh leaves skillfully, and giving some guidance from time to time. By the way, Professor, I have a few questions that I'm curious about. Can I ask you? Ethan stirred the Horcrux in the crucible and started to improve Snape's favorability. Go ahead. Snape seemed to be in a better mood and allowed Ethan to ask questions. After reading the textbook, I always feel that the potion formula in the textbook is a bit strange. Ethan stared at the Horcrux in the crucible, carefully considering his words so as not to make Snape unhappy. Take the boil remover for example. Since the slug juice only serves as a thickener, why not use the more effective flobberworm mucus? It's like you stewed a big pot of beef, but only added a few grains of salt. It's hard not to feel strange. You have a sharp intuition, Ethan. Snape put down his hands on his chest, put them behind his back and walked to Ethan's side, saying, you have to know that textbooks are for students after all. For them who are not yet proficient, it is necessary to sacrifice some of the effects of the potion in exchange for the safety of the operation. So there is indeed a better formula. Ethan raised his eyebrows and poured the weighed white mulberry into the crucible and continued to stir. Yes, but it is more dangerous if it fails. There are always some idiots who think they are great and don't take safety regulations seriously at all. As Snape spoke, his face showed a bit of anger and his voice rose a bit. Thank you, Professor, for clearing up my confusion. Now I understand. Pretending not to notice Snape's fallen face, Ethan continued calmly stirring the potion in the crucible. I always feel like I have touched Snape's reverse scale, so let's not discuss it in depth. The potion in the crucible slowly turned into a bright green color under stirring. Ethan turned off the fire on the stove, knocked the mouth of the crucible twice with a long spoon, and rested it on the edge. I'm done here, Professor, can you take a look at the quality? Snape looked at Ethan's last few actions with a very strange expression, and came to the crucible. Scooped out a spoonful of potion with a long spoon and carefully checked the quality of the potion. Well done. Snape flashed a satisfied smile on his face, and said to Ethan with a stern face, you know, the difficulty of making this kind of potion is not small. Few students can achieve this level for the first time. No, it's all thanks to your guidance, Professor. Ethan was a little flattered, and hurriedly praised Snape for business. Did I hear it right? This old bat actually took the initiative to praise students other than Slytherin. The sun is rising from the west? Something is wrong, something is very wrong. Did he get the wrong script? Given your outstanding performance, Ethan. Snape interrupted Ethan's wild thoughts. I think you can take this opportunity to continue practicing mixing the Driss potion. Driss potion? Ethan secretly cried out that it was not good. Driss potion is a medium-level potion. After taking it, a rock-like shell will be formed on the surface of the body to protect the drinker. Correspondingly, the difficulty of making it is much more difficult than the invigorating potion. Fly here. Snape stretched out his hand lightly, and a wooden box on the ledge in the distance automatically flew to the workbench in front of Snape. Textbook page 57, let's start. Ethan opened the box, looked at the things inside, and exclaimed. Professor, this quality of fire ash snake eggs is not cheap. Are you sure you want me to use this? Yes, it is indeed not cheap, so you'd better succeed in one go. Snape tapped the table with his fingers, and was very happy with Ethan's embarrassment. If you fail, you will be deducted Gryffindor points for destroying teaching materials. Good fellow, you old bat is waiting for me here. Ethan swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth to open the textbook. Chapter 45 Treatment by Talking is called Talking Therapy. Professor, look, is this considered a success? Ethan raised the long spoon in his hand and waved to Snape excitedly. Really? Let me see. Snape resisted his curiosity and slowly walked to the crucible, took the long spoon from Ethan's hand, and gently sniffed the clear dark grey liquid in the spoon. Hiss! Snape took a breath of cold air, turned his head and looked at Ethan with an extremely strange and unhappy expression. Congratulations, Ethan! Snape paused and continued, a very perfect Edruse potion. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Snape's evaluation. Sure enough, there is no motivation without pressure. Although I was forced to do something, I still managed to successfully prepare the potion under pressure. The Sorting Hat was not deceiving me. It was really exciting to be assigned to Gryffindor. I love it. Snape reached out his hand to the side again, and several ampoules on the wall flew into his hand. He said casually while filling the potion in the crucible into glass bottles. But I still have a question about one thing, Ethan. I noticed that your previous potion-making method seemed a little different from the method taught in the textbook. Can I ask why? This. Ethan was caught off guard by this sudden question and stood there, not knowing how to start. This question is not easy to answer. You can't tell Snape that the method I just used is the method of pounding garlic to make soup when cooking, right? If I really said that, I'm afraid Snape would deduct 20 points from Gryffindor on the spot because I insulted the knowledge of potion making. What's wrong, Mr. Ethan? Can't answer. Snape put on a conspiratorial smile, crossed his hands on both sides of his waist, and said, Then can I think that you are just messing around, but it's just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse without any accident? No, Professor. I'm just thinking about how to make it simple, clear, and easy to understand. Ethan wiped the non-existent cold sweat, his heart beating violently in his chest. After all, there are significant cultural differences. Snape spread his left hand towards Ethan. Go on, I'm listening. Please start your performance.jpg. Well, that's it. Ethan's little brain was working frantically to organize convincing enough words. The Muggles over there have a medical system similar to potions, called Chinese medicine. This also includes the weighing, various processing, and boiling of various medicinal materials. The so-called different methods you see are actually my methods of processing Chinese medicine. Ethan finished his improvised words in one breath, holding his breath and waiting for Snape's reaction. So that's how it is. Snape put his hand on his chin and thought, then can I assume that you only have a certain amount of basic knowledge beforehand, and you don't have such a high talent? I don't either. You said you have great talent. Ethan blinked, looking innocent. But he actually made it up, and it seems that Snape didn't have any doubts about this set of words. I am really a genius. Well, Professor. Is there anything else you want me to do? Looking at Snape, who didn't say a word, Ethan cautiously probed. If this kind of stimulating tutoring continues, it will really be unfriendly to the heart. Today's tutoring ends here. Snape straightened his black robe, crossed his arms and clasped them in front of his chest, and said seriously, considering that you are a new student and this course itself is relatively profound and obscure, I admit that I did have a prejudice against you before. But you did very well today. It is my honor to get your recognition, Professor. Ethan replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Don't be happy yet. Snape looked at Ethan deeply and began to flatter him. Although few students can meet my standards, you can't get carried away because of this. If you want to become a true potion master, you still have a lot to learn. Of course, Professor. Do you think I look like the kind of person who gets complacent after being praised once or twice? You'd better not be. Snape glanced at Ethan and said lightly. Ethan. Here it comes again, this feeling of being unable to get rid of him and being angry. Then if the professor is fine, I'll take my leave first, Ethan said with a smile, and slowly moved towards the door of the classroom. If you can't afford to offend, you can afford to avoid it. Goodbye. Wait a moment, Ethan. Snape suddenly stopped Ethan. Let me ask you a question. What do you think of Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts? Ah. Professor, you are still obsessed with defense against the dark arts. What does it mean to never forget your original intention? We have just had a defense against the dark arts class. It would be unfair for me to judge Professor Quirrell now. Ethan looked at Snape's gradually falling face and continued to speak. But judging from the current situation, my evaluation is, what he teaches is a bunch of garbage. Garbage. Snape repeated the word Ethan used and asked with interest, why do you say that? I think the content of the defense against the dark arts class should at least teach how to resist various dark spells and dark magic creatures, rather than listening to someone bragging about himself. Professor Quirrell may have made great achievements in Muggle studies, but I think it is irresponsible to let him teach defense against the dark arts to students. Irresponsible. Snape's face showed an unnatural joy, that was appointed by Headmaster Dumbledore himself. Are you questioning Headmaster Dumbledore's decision, Mr. Ethan? Just talk about the matter. My education since childhood taught me not to be superstitious about authority. Ethan looked directly into Snape's eyes and continued, the course of defense against the dark arts should be taught by a professor with real talent and knowledge. Professor, don't you think so? Snape frowned and listened to Ethan's words. With an unbelievable expression on his face, he carefully looked at Ethan from head to toe. Is this kid so smart? Professor. Ethan swallowed his saliva and felt uncomfortable looking at Snape, who was looking at him with a very aggressive look. I always feel that he will draw his wand and use an Avada to bite the big melon on him in the next second. I hope it's just my illusion. Then, Ethan. Snape's mouth curled up slightly, Do you intend to spend a little time after the potions class to give some real defense against the dark arts lessons in the future? Professor, what did you just say? Ethan blinked, a little bit unbelieving what he just heard. Giving special treatment to students from other colleges, is this still the biased Snape? Professor, if you are kidnapped, just blink. Snape tutted, don't think of me repeating it again, you can learn it if you want to or not. I am willing. Ethan nodded frantically. Speaking of dark magic, who among the current professors knows more deeply than the former Death Eater in front of him? I can't wait to learn the Avada who can fire continuously. JPG. Chapter 46. Those who can chant at high speed must be great magicians, right? It took too long to prepare the Edrus potion. When Ethan rushed to the school auditorium, the white porcelain plates on the long table were already full of food. Tisk, it's the same grilled steak, blood sausage, and bacon for decades. Ethan looked at the unchanging food on the table, smacked his lips, and reluctantly picked a few steaks and put them on his plate. At least it's not the dark cuisine like the eel jelly looking up at the stars, just eat it. Yes, it is not dark cuisine. The reason for the emergence of dark cuisine in the British Empire is the cultural gap caused by World War II and the Industrial Revolution. At the beginning of World War II, the Germans discovered that Britain's food was heavily dependent on overseas supplies. As we all know, to panic the enemy, you must first cut off the food supply. So the German fleet specifically camped near British ports, sinking every ship transporting supplies, and Britain fell into a state of food shortage. The serious shortage of ingredients caused even the most professional chefs to only use simple methods such as pounding, chopping, pickling, and stewing to process limited ingredients, and the final result was a stew. In addition, the implementation of the food rationing system later, various ingredients were included in the restricted list, resulting in the British people being able to buy more and more single dishes, and simply not being able to gather the ingredients for traditional British cooking. After all, fish and chips were already the only comfort food for British civilians at that time. These two foods that were not included in the restricted list can provide people with cheap and sufficient protein and carbohydrates. Although they are not very delicious, at least they meet the survival needs of human beings and prevent people from starving to death. It was just that they had been eating like this for more than 10 years, and the traditional British cooking method was completely shelved in the corner of history with the restriction of ingredients, and most of the former delicacies were forgotten in ancient recipes. And the few dishes that have been handed down, such as looking up at the stars and eel jelly, have become recognized as dark dishes because they have not been improved with the times. It can be said that those who hear it are sad and those who listen to it shed tears. However, the impact on the magic world was not that great, so various traditional British delicacies were still handed down. It is true that their taste is indeed acceptable, but the style is indeed too single, and after eating for a long time, you will eventually get tired of it. Oh, I really want to eat spicy chicken, stir-fried chicken, braised chicken, big plate chicken, beer duck, roast duck, Yangzhou blood duck, boiled fish, sweet and sour carp, squirrel, mandarin fish, hare blood, spicy garlic, lamb blood, mapo tofu, wensi tofu, hot and sour potato shreds, pot-fried pork, twice-cooked pork, braised pork, oil-splashed noodles, hot dry noodles, yangchun noodles, steamed dumplings, crab roe dumplings, pot stickers, steamed dumplings, grilled skewers, hot pot. Ethan's series of dishes attracted the attention of several people around him. They looked at each other with question marks on their heads. What do you think Ethan is muttering? Harry asked curiously, is it some kind of spell or something? I don't know, it sounds like the name of some creature. You can hear him talking about this duck and that fish. Hermione shook her head. Has he been tortured to madness by Snape? Ron thought for a while, suddenly slapped his thigh, and blurted out a violent word. You're the one who's crazy. Ethan slapped Ron's scalp, but Ron dodged it with an extremely clever move. So what's wrong with you, Ethan? Why did you suddenly stand there and start mumbling? Harry blinked and asked. Ethan stared blankly at his empty hand and replied, Nothing, I just miss my hometown food. Hometown food? When Ron heard that Ethan was talking about food, his eyes lit up and tears gathered at the corners of his mouth. Ethan, tell me what it is. That's a long story. When I have time, I'll find something to make 2 dishes for you to taste. Ron, your saliva is about to flow down. Ethan reminded Ron with a look of disgust to pay attention to his appearance. Ron wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and asked after realizing it, By the way, were you not troubled by Snape during the tutoring? No, Snape was quite kind to me, but his way of expression was a bit awkward. Ethan shrugged, recalling the details of the tutoring. Kind? Did I hear it right? Ron looked at Ethan with a "are you kidding me" expression, and looked at Ethan with a caring look. Ethan, you are really tortured to crazy by Snape. Climb. Ethan slashed his hand again and hit Ron's scalp steadily. So how did Snape buy you? Let you help him speak like this? Ron asked vaguely, grinning and covering his head. Ethan fell into deep thought. Not long ago, in the potion classroom. Professor, I have one more thing to ask you. Ethan saw Snape's favorability towards him soaring, and decided to take a risk and asked Snape, It's about Alana Shananth. Shananth? Snape frowned and became alert. Why are you asking about her? Ethan told Snape about his first encounter with Alana, and glossed over the fact that he pretended to be Professor Flitwick to scare people. I hope Snape can give me some support after knowing this. He doesn't need to do anything, as long as he doesn't take sides with Slytherin in the future. So I'm a little surprised. Neil Rosier and his group are so rampant. As the Dean of Slytherin, don't you care? At the end, Ethan's emotions became excited involuntarily, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. Ethan's series of questions made Snape speechless for a while. When Snape came back to his senses and looked at Ethan again, the kindness in his eyes was replaced by indifference, and his words were even a little cold. This kind of thing is our Slytherin's internal problem. It's not your turn as an outsider to intervene, Mr. Ethan. Not your turn? Since you can't do anything about it, what's the big deal about me doing justice for the victim? Ethan sneered and refuted Snape's words. You. Enough. Snape growled. The voice was not too loud, but it could feel enough deterrence, and his hair was scattered on both sides of his head because of the violent shaking of his body. Being questioned by a Gryffindor student was annoyed on the one hand, and on the other hand, he recalled the days when he was bullied by the Marauders Union from Ethan's words. Dead memories suddenly revived and began to attack me. JPG. Enough. Snape realized his own gaffe and reorganized his demeanor. Many things are not as simple as you think, do you understand? Snape spoke very quickly and his words were very clear, as if he was mumbling to himself, and it seemed to be reminding Ethan. You have to know that bullying must be caught in the act. It is difficult to convict Rosier and others based on the empty words of some people. In addition, Rosier's family holds important positions in the Ministry of Magic. Punishment without sufficient reasons will cause them trouble. There must be some sufficient evidence. But as the Dean, if I obviously lean towards one side, it will cause dissatisfaction among others. Once I am impeached and step down as the Dean, the new Dean may not be as fair to non-pure-blood students as I am. In other words, there is a lack of evidence, right? Ethan's mouth curled up. Then there will be evidence soon. Chapter 47. Will Black Cat and Hedwig give birth to a Blitzblotz? The evidence will be there soon. Ethan smiled slightly. He was very clear about the hint in Snape's words. Snape's implication is that, as the head of Slytherin, some things cannot be done openly, otherwise there will be too many things involved. He needs someone outside to help him. As expected of a Slytherin, he is shrewd and cunning, and will consider everything before taking action and weigh all possible results. It can only be said that he is very and particularly cunning. However, since he is short of someone to do the dirty work, and he just happens to have the need to find faults, isn't it just a coincidence? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do something under orders. It would be a pity if he didn't take action. Snape heard this and re-examined Ethan, with an expression of appreciation that was hard to describe on his face. I remind you again, Mr. Ethan. Rosier's family holds important positions in the Ministry of Magic. Are you sure you want to do this? You dare to pull down the Emperor at the risk of your life? Ethan put away his smile and said lightly, I have decided to do this a long time ago. Even if he doesn't get Snape's support, he will find an opportunity to take the initiative to make trouble. After all, school bullying can be regarded as touching his reverse scale, and he must not just watch from the side. Don't think wrongly, the reverse scale here is the bottom line that others are not allowed to violate, and it is definitely not referring to a specific person. Snape's eyes flashed with a strange light. He turned around, as if he was warning Ethan, or talking to himself, if something happens within Hogwarts, we professors can't sit idly by. But if it happens outside Hogwarts, we professors have no reason to intervene. Thank you for your advice, Professor. Ethan saluted Snape's back. As expected of the Dean of Slytherin, he is full of bad water and tries to find loopholes in the legal provisions. Oh, Gryffindor is also a big offender, so it's okay. Are you satisfied? Then disappear quickly. Snape waved at Ethan unhappily. Take the Edruse potion and the stimulating potion on the table, too. They can save your life at a critical moment. Thank you for the gift, Professor. Ethan quickly put all the potion bottles on the table into his pocket, fearing that Snape would regret it the next second. Then I'll take my leave, Professor. Ethan bowed and left the potions classroom. Snape looked back at the closed wooden door, tut, and said to himself, this guy, is he sure he shouldn't come to our Slytherin? Intelligent, shrewd, and strong-willed. He also has a certain contempt for laws and regulations, which is simply a perfect Slytherin student. Just a little bold, dared to test his intentions directly without any help, and had no intention of backing down from the power of the Rosier family. It's reasonable to be sorted into Gryffindor. Ethan blinked, came back to his senses from his memories, and said to Ron, nothing, he just gave me a green light. What green light? Ethan smiled mysteriously, doing things under orders. Ron was about to continue asking questions when he heard a sound of flapping wings. The mail has arrived. The black cat and Hedwig flew side by side to Harry's side. Hedwig put down the note in her mouth, pecked Harry's hand, and then she and the black cat picked up 2 pieces of bacon and flew away with flapping wings. The whole process was smooth and seamless, and the black cat didn't even look at Ethan. Hey, you black cat! Ethan was amused by the black cat's behavior of forgetting its master for the sake of beauty. I wonder what color the baby born by the black cat and Hedwig will be? Half black and half white? Or black head and white body? By the way, there should be no reproductive isolation between short-eared owls and snow-white owls, right? It seems that the plan to sterilize the black cat should be put on the agenda. It can't be that it will get married and have a baby before itself. I definitely don't mean to be jealous of it, I just want to protect Hedwig's bird body. Ethan watched the black cat and Hedwig fly out of the dome window side by side and disappear from sight. At this time, a brown and yellow long-eared owl flew out from the corner of the auditorium, spun and landed beside Ethan, gently put down the letter in its mouth, rubbed the feathers on its wings with its face, and then flew away without looking back. You are quite cool. Ethan recognized that it was the pigeon that sent Professor Figo's letter to him last time. Owl shrugged. He picked up the letter and opened it to read. Ethan. I have ended my hopeless trip to the Ministry of Magic and have returned to Hogwarts. Can you meet me in the office after the second class in the afternoon? Let's discuss going to the restricted area. Professor Figo. Ethan curled his lips and put the letter in his pocket. The old pigeon is finally back. Ethan, Hagrid wants to invite me to tea. At 3 p.m., Ron and I will go. Are you coming? Harry shook the note in his hand at Ethan and asked. Hagrid. Ethan was stunned for a moment, and quickly flipped through the memory palace, then he remembered who Hagrid was. Rube Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, is a wizard with giant blood. Well, his father is an ordinary human, and his mother is a giant. After all, if it were the other way around, there might not be such a person as Hagrid. He is kind and enthusiastic, and loves all kinds of magical animals, but he tends to intentionally or unintentionally ignore the possible dangers of those animals, and the more dangerous they are, the more he likes them. It can only be said that life is endless and death is endless. He is also very good to Harry and others, never stingy in expressing his kindness, and is a trustworthy and loyal friend. But his mouth is like a big colander, and he can't keep anything in his mouth for 3 seconds. If there are any particularly important secrets, it is better not to tell him. Okay, why not? Ethan raised his eyebrows and readily accepted Harry's invitation. The second class in the afternoon will not end until 4 o'clock. Before that, it should be okay to go somewhere else. It should take less than an hour to drink tea, right? At 5 minutes before 3, they left the dormitory, walked out of the castle and walked through a large lawn towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid lived in a crooked cabin, close to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The cabin seemed to be spliced with various scraps of wood, full of a postmodern abstract style. Harry and Ethan looked at each other, walked to the door and knocked. There were a few hoarse barks and a deep male voice in the room. Back off, Fang, back off. The wooden door slowly opened a crack, and a big bearded face emerged from behind the door. It was Hagrid. Chapter 48. Let's eliminate the correct answer first. Ah, it's Harry, and he brought me 2 friends. Wait a minute. Hagrid tried to squeeze out a kind smile to Ron and Ethan, and turned his head back to the door. Back off, Fang. Hagrid opened the door and let them in. There was only one room in the cabin, with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling. There was a fireplace facing the door, and there was a copper kettle boiling water in the fire. There was a huge wooden table and wooden chairs in the middle of the room, and a big bed in the corner, with a quilt made of rags. Hagrid stood behind the door, holding a black hound by its collar, and called out to them, "You're welcome, sit anywhere." Before he finished speaking, the huge hound broke free from Hagrid's hand and rushed straight to Ron. Bang! Ron was thrown to the ground by the hound, and his ears were licked constantly. Ha! It seems that Fang likes you very much. Hagrid smiled happily. It seems that this dog named Fang is also like Hagrid, not as ferocious as his appearance. Hagrid, this is Ron. Harry pointed at Ron, who was playing happily with Fang, and introduced him to Hagrid. Oh, another Weasley brother. Hagrid glanced at Ron's freckled face and poured the boiled water from the kettle into the teacup. I spent almost half of my life to drive the twins out of the Forbidden Forest. Aha! Ron smiled awkwardly and continued to scratch his chin. When someone familiar to you, especially your own brother, is mentioned by others with a bad impression, you must be as embarrassed as you can be. This is... Harry turned his hand to Ethan again. Aha, I know this guy, a special student of Hogwarts. Hagrid grinned at Ethan. I can see him doing morning exercises around the Quidditch field every morning. Morning exercises? How come I don't know? Harry was full of question marks. Of course you don't know, none of you got up when I came back from morning exercises. Ethan shrugged. Aha! Harry turned his head to the window, his face full of embarrassment. Ethan must have deliberately come to ruin my show. Damn, my impression of a good boy in Hagrid's eyes is completely ruined. Isn't it normal for children to sleep more? Hagrid patted Ethan's shoulder, took out a large bag from the closet, took out the small cakes inside and put them on a plate. I just baked the rock cake today, you're welcome, eat it. Ethan rubbed his shoulder that was almost dislocated by Hagrid's pat, and looked at the rock cake on the plate. "This is a small cake with a rough and irregular surface and many raisins on it. Is this thing really edible?" The three looked at each other, and their eyes expressed the same question at the same time. "Eat it, don't be polite to me, Harry's friends are my friends." Hagrid greeted them enthusiastically. The three of them bit the bullet, each of them picked up a piece of rock cake, put it in their mouths and bit it. Crack! Harry's back teeth made an ominous sound. Suddenly, the hardness of the rock cake has reached a daunting level. He turned his head to look at Ron, who was holding his cheek with a ferocious look on his face. "It tastes good, Hagrid." Ethan chewed the rock cake in his mouth and gave Hagrid a thumbs up. "It can be sweeter." Harry and Ron looked at Ethan in disbelief, as if they saw some rare endangered species. "As expected of you, Ethan, too strong. It is a realm that ordinary people like me cannot reach." It's not that Ethan's teeth are different from ordinary people, but the texture and taste of this rock cake are too familiar, exactly the same as a certain high-priced cake. Well, the hardness is exactly the same. So Harry and other British people who have never chewed hard things a few times naturally have no luck to enjoy it. Harry and Ron slowly nibbled the edge of the rock cake with their teeth, pretending to like it very much, so as not to hurt Hagrid's good intentions. During this time, Ron took a sip of tea and tried to soften the rock cake with water, but failed. How did Hagrid make this thing? How did Ethan chew it like a nut? Harry and the others suppressed the question mark in their hearts, and continued to grind the rock cake while telling Hagrid about the class scenes in the past few days. Yair rested his head on Ron's thighs and lay comfortably, and the saliva left at the corner of his mouth soaked a large area of Ron's robe. When Hagrid heard that Snape didn't treat Harry well in class, he told Harry not to worry, just like everyone else, because Snape almost never liked any students. "But I always feel that he hates me," Harry thought. "Nonsense! Why would he hate you for no reason?" Hagrid retorted, but he deliberately avoided Harry's gaze, which made his words less credible. After all, Hagrid couldn't tell Harry directly that he had watched Snape and his father hurt each other since they were young. Well, and Snape hasn't been able to beat his father yet. Ding 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 ding. The old pendulum clock hanging on the wall rang 4 times. It was 4 o'clock before he knew it. "Sorry, I have to go." Ethan stood up and said goodbye to the other 3. "Professor Figo asked me to meet in the afternoon." "Professor Figo?" Hagrid muttered softly and frowned. He looked up and smiled at Ethan. "You go first, you are welcome to come and play with me anytime in the future." "Sorry." Ethan nodded apologetically and left the hut and ran towards the castle. "Hagrid, I just heard you whisper, Professor Figo? What happened to him?" Harry asked, looking at Ethan's running back outside the window. "Nothing." Hagrid began to talk about something else. "It's just a rumor. I shouldn't tell you. Professor Figo is the professor who teaches ancient runes. Oh, you won't start this course until the 3rd year. He's a very nice person, but... After his wife died, Professor Figo started to become weird. Whenever he had time, he would go to various ancient tombs, graveyards, and ruins. He kept talking about ancient magic. Things like that. Ancient magic. Harry chewed on this unfamiliar word over and over again. "What is that? Is it very strong?" "Yes, it is said that ancient magic is very powerful, and there are very few people who can master it. It is not difficult for them to call the wind and rain, and they can even easily destroy an entire small village." Ron explained, "It is said that a former headmaster of our Hogwarts could use ancient magic." "Then you said that Ethan is so close to Professor Figo and he is so powerful. Could it be because he knows ancient magic?" Harry seemed to have discovered something incredible and asked with a frown. "How is it possible? Ancient magic is just a legend in books to fool children. It can't be taken seriously." Hagrid sneered with disdain and said, "Don't think about these things all day long. Study hard and listen to the class well. Some people want to listen but don't have the opportunity yet. Chapter 49. You call this a little? Ethan first went to the Gryffindor common room, took out the ancient book that recorded ancient magic from the bottom of the box and took it with him, then ran all the way to Professor Figo's office door and knocked gently. Professor. The wooden door moved slightly inward after being knocked, and the conversation between two people came faintly from inside. Impossible, the fire serpent party is trying to summon demons? This doesn't make sense at all. What are they trying to do? A vicissitudes of life sounded. It was Professor Figo. Yes, Professor. I also think it's impossible, but it did happen. A young male voice answered. It's incredible. Professor Figo sighed. It can even be said to be unheard of, so Professor Figo, you have a guest. The young voice came from a white-haired man in a red leather coat. He saw Ethan peeping through the crack of the door and nodded to Professor Figo. I will continue to investigate this matter. Contact me if there is any progress. The white-haired man opened the wooden door and met Ethan standing outside the door. You are Ethan, right? The man smiled kindly at Ethan and stretched out his right hand. Nice to meet you, Patty told me about you. My name is Tony, Tony Redgrave. Ethan, just Ethan. I'm glad to meet you too. Ethan also stretched out his hand, and shook hands briefly with Tony. Okay, then we'll see each other again in the future. Tony let go of his hand, smiled and patted Ethan's shoulder, and walked straight out. Professor, who is that? Ethan asked Professor Figo as Tony's figure disappeared from his sight. You mean Tony? He is also a student of Hogwarts and just graduated this year. Professor Figo showed a kind smile on his face. Now he is an Auror in the Ministry of Magic, specializing in investigating various traces of black magic. Oh. Ethan nodded. The so-called Aurors are a group of specially trained elite wizards who are responsible for investigating various crimes involving black magic and arresting or killing various dangerous black wizards. Similar to the police in the magic world. In an emergency, Aurors can even release unforgivable curses on black wizards without being punished, which is enough to show that they are facing the danger of the situation. Okay, let's not talk about this. Professor Figo rubbed his hands and said with a smile, let's go and start our journey to the restricted area. Well, Professor. Ethan smiled and said carefully, actually, after you went to the Ministry of Magic, I went to the restricted area to explore it by myself. What? Professor Figo widened his eyes and looked like he had a stomachache. You went to the restricted area by yourself. SHH Professor, keep your voice down. Ethan hurriedly made a shushing gesture, don't let others hear it. Okay. Professor Figo sighed while holding his stomach. How did you? Forget it, it's better not to tell me the details of this part. After all, he is a professor, and his thoughts are clear. Ethan smiled and gave a thumbs up. So, did you gain anything? Professor Figo looked at Ethan with a face full of resentment, and it can be seen that there is a momentum of if you don't find anything, I will fight with you between his eyebrows. It's a great harvest. Ethan took out a big and hard ancient book and slapped it on the desk. This is what I found. Professor Figo looked at the book, frowned, and said, strange, why have I never seen this book in the restricted area before? In fact, this is not a book in the restricted area. The map does not point to the restricted area, but directly below it. Ethan explained, isn't there a spiral staircase on the second floor of the underground of the restricted area? There is an ancient magic-driven portal in the room under the stairs. This book is behind that door. I see. Professor Figo nodded, but this shouldn't be the basement of Hogwarts, right? I may know the reason, Professor. When I found this book, I saw a few more memories. Ethan scratched his head, recalling the contents of the memory he saw. After an extremely long explanation that would only be suspected of being watered down, Ethan, who was extremely dry-mouthed, stopped talking, picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp, and relaxed. "That's it, Professor. The fire snake party." Professor Figo rested his chin in thought. It seems that their recent actions may not be a coincidence. Maybe they did the Gringotts thing. "Yeah, I think so too." Ethan agreed with Professor Figo's opinion, and the girl who can see the traces of ancient magic, Isadora Morgana. "I investigated her in the library, and there are some very strange points." Ethan told Professor Figo about the Discord he found when he was looking up information, and told Professor Figo his own guesses. "Well, there are indeed many doubts." Professor Figo frowned even deeper. "I have written down what you said, and I will go to the restricted book area to check the information later to see if I can find any clues." "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Professor." Ethan pointed to the ancient book on the table. "Please take a look at what's inside first, it's definitely a big surprise." Professor Figo opened the book and read it carefully. But every time he turned a page, his brows furrowed more and more. Finally, Professor Figo turned to the last missing page of the book. He looked up and looked at Ethan. "Let me ask you, Ethan. How much of the content in this book have you read?" "I have read it all." Ethan looked up with an expression asking for praise. "Then how much of the ancient magic on it can you do?" Professor Figo asked with a trembling voice. "I have mastered a little bit." Ethan made a fingertip universe gesture to Professor Figo. "Is that so?" Professor Figo closed the book and sat down on the chair with a tired face. "Promise me, Ethan. No matter how much ancient magic you have mastered, don't use it on others easily." "Don't worry, Professor, I still understand the destructive power of the things on it, and I usually don't use it on others." Ethan put away his usual playful smile and assured Professor Figo. "That's good." Professor Figo knew that Ethan was a person who would not be vague at critical moments, and he was relieved after hearing his promise. "Then leave this book here for now. There are still many things on it that are worth studying carefully. I will see if I can find any clues about the missing pages." Professor Figo put the book into the drawer and said to Ethan. "No problem, Professor, you can take it." Ethan raised his hand generously. "Anyway, I already know almost all the magic recorded above." Ethan suddenly stopped talking and pursed his lips tightly. "It's over. I was so happy that I let it slip." "What?" Professor Figo raised his voice instantly. "Didn't you say you only knew a little bit? You call this a little bit?" Chapter 50 Professor Figo, you plotted against me. That. Professor. Ethan realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Facing Professor Figo's increasingly sharp eyes, he stammered and organized his words. "Believe me, I can explain it clearly." "You listen to me." "No, explain." Professor Figo said nothing, staring at Ethan in a trance, and sighed after a long time. "Ah. Professor." Ethan blinked at Professor Figo. "I always feel that the professor has aged a lot all of a sudden. Is it an illusion?" "Forget it, I know you know your limits. Let's just leave it at that." Professor Figo felt a slight stomachache and simply turned the page on the matter. "Okay, Professor." Ethan put on a cheeky smile again. "Don't worry, how could I possibly betray your trust?" "You'd better not." Professor Figo said unhappily. "Let's not talk about this. You're going to have flying lessons next week, and you haven't bought a flying broom yet, right?" "Yes, but doesn't the school have a public flying broom?" Ethan said indifferently. "Wouldn't it be better to use that?" "But those brooms are not very good. They are too old and there will always be various problems when riding. If conditions permit, you should buy a handy broom." Professor Figo showed Ethan a meaningful smile. "I remember you took a lot of good things in the number 12 vault. A flying broom should be more than enough, right?" This. Ethan was speechless for a moment. "Actually, it's not much. It's less than 1,000 gold galleons." Professor Figo, how come you still remember this? I almost forgot it myself. Anyway, Professor Figo continued, take advantage of the weekend to go to the nearby Hogsmeade village to buy one, and get familiar with the surrounding environment of Hogwarts. Knock knock knock. Suddenly there was a light knock on the door. Come in. Professor Figo said to the door. The wooden door opened inward, and a black-haired girl walked into the office holding a book and greeted Professor Figo, Professor. It's Alana. Ethan, let me introduce you. Professor Figo stood up, pointed at Alana and introduced to Ethan, this is Alana Shannons, Slytherin College, a fourth-year student like you. This weekend she will accompany you to Hogsmeade Village as your guide. Please take care of me this weekend, Ethan. Alana looked at Ethan with a faint smile on her face. Please advise me, Alana. Ethan gave Alana an awkward but polite smile. Professor Figo blinked. He noticed that Ethan's address to Alana was a little too intimate, not like a stranger meeting for the first time. Isn't this the first time you meet? Yes, Professor. Ethan smiled bitterly, we have known each other before. Already known each other. Professor Figo noticed that the aura between the two was a little strange, especially Alana, whose cheeks were already bright red, and the fingers that were tightly holding the book were a little white because of too much force. After all, a famous writer once said that a girl's blush is better than a long dialogue. Not to mention Ethan, although his face was full of forced calm, his hands hanging by his side were unnaturally grasping the corners of his clothes, and he was almost at a loss. Oh, being young is good, you can also feel the immaturity of love. Ethan? Professor, I'm not without you, don't talk nonsense, I feel overwhelmed just because you, an old man, have disrupted all my plans. I was thinking of doing something in front of Neil's group this weekend, but now it's all messed up. What are you going to give me to compensate me? Professor Figo seemed to have thought of something, raised his eyebrows, and chuckled, it seems that I, an old man, don't need to bother to introduce you. You two young people can discuss a time to meet on the weekend. As Professor Figo was talking, he suddenly slapped his head and stood up, walked out of the house, and muttered to himself. Look at me, an old fool, how could I forget my things in the carriage again? I have to go back and get them. Professor Figo walked to the open door and looked back at the two young people, then you can talk slowly, I will go to the auditorium to eat directly after getting my things, and I shouldn't come back. Just close the door when you leave. It will automatically lock when closed and cannot be opened from the outside. After saying that, Professor Figo winked at the two of them and closed the door and went out. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. The wooden door suddenly opened a crack, and Professor Figo's half-smiled face appeared from behind. The butterbeer at 3 broomsticks is good. I strongly recommend you to have a couple of drinks. Click. The door was closed again. Ethan stretched his hand towards the door, half opening his mouth to explain something, but in the end he still couldn't keep up with Professor Figo's speed of escaping, and could only stare at the closed door in a daze. Ethan retracted his hand and listened to Professor Figo's unhurried footsteps gradually fading away outside the door. And the tune he hummed, he couldn't help but feel a little headache. I always feel that it is getting more and more difficult to explain. So, Ethan turned around, his left hand around his chest to support his right hand against his chin, and his mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly. How could it be you? Alana blinked, and the eyes hidden behind the glasses flashed with clear and bright soft light, with an innocent face. I didn't know it was you. Alana, don't give me this. Ethan put his hands on his waist, and started to pretend to be fierce. Don't think I'm easy to fool, tell me the truth. When this girl came in and saw him, she didn't show any surprise at all. With her current timid personality, if she hadn't known it long ago, she would never show this. But Ethan missed one thing, that is, a girl with spring in her heart is always elusive. Alana was indeed a little surprised when she saw him, but it was almost covered by joy in just a moment. But I really didn't know it was you. Alana looked up at Ethan, with millions of stars twinkling in her eyes. At noon, after class, I told Professor Figo that I wanted to go to Hogsmeade on the weekend. Professor Figo was a little worried about my safety outside and wanted to find someone to accompany me. So he asked me to come over after class in the afternoon, saying that he knew a student was also going to Hogsmeade, and he was not familiar with Hogsmeade, so let's go together. I'm telling the truth, Alana said at the end, looking at Ethan's eyes full of anxiety. I saw that someone wanted to see Alana's character design picture, but I couldn't draw pictures, so I searched the internet for a day today, but couldn't find a very suitable one. So I picked a few that are about 60% similar, and put them below for everyone to take a look. Supplement from the author. After that, I used AI to cast a few more pictures, which are placed at the end of the next chapter. If you want to see them, you can mark the progress to after chapter 213. Leave on September 6, 2023.